Chapter 1570, Life Rating. Chapter 1570, Life Rating. Serena's appearance immediately attracted the attention of every player in the World Summit. In truth, it was difficult not to notice her. Serena was a Tier 5 fallen angel. When she wasn't deliberately trying to suppress her aura, she could immobilize Tier 1 players with that alone. Even Feng was afraid of Serena despite standing so far away from her. The fallen angel's presence dominated the area as if she owned it. Since someone has obtained the inferior legendary shrine key, activate the divine staircase. Serena's voice echoed throughout the World Summit. Every player in the World Summit could hear her clearly. If you wish to obtain power, perform exploits that even the gods will acknowledge. When Serena fell silent, the World Summit began to tremble. One pitch-black shrine after another rose from the ground. They hovered in the air and were connected by pitch-black staircases. This spiral chain of shrines extended to the World Summit's peak. The formation of these spiraling shrines had lasted several minutes, and throughout the process, not a single player had moved from where they stood as they watched these shrines form in awe. Why did an NPC suddenly show up? What is this NPC trying to do? Could this be an event? What's the divine staircase? When the spiraling shrines were complete, a grounded, pitch-black shrine manifested among the many bronze shrines. The various players launched into a heated discussion about what this could be. Everyone was curious about the divine staircase Serena had mentioned. Shortly after, quite a few players approached the first black shrine, an inferior legendary shrine key. Is Hidden Soul's party responsible for triggering this divine staircase? Skyhawk, who was already relatively high up the mountain, looked at the new pitch-black shrines with shock and envy. Not only had Hidden Soul earned a large amount of time, but she had also obtained an inferior legendary shrine key. Thinking up to this point, he immediately commanded his companions, "Let's go. We have to take a look at the new shrine." At this point, he could do nothing about the inferior legendary shrine key. After all, it was a bound item. But he could get a clear idea of the divine staircase's function. When players reached the grounded shrine, they examined the rules on the stone monument beside it. These players instantly revealed excited expressions. God! This divine staircase is amazing. Damn it! If I knew something like this would happen, I would have waited to come to the World Summit. These players gazed at the stone monument as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. How generous! Feng was just as surprised when he read the divine staircase's rules. Unlike the shrines around the World Summit, the divine staircase's shrines didn't require corresponding keys or time to unlock. Rather, players had to rely on their own power to ascend to the next shrine. Since it didn't cost time to climb the divine staircase, players could explore its shrines as long as they had time remaining. However, the number of times they could climb the divine staircase depended on the type of shrine key the players carried. Players could only climb the divine staircase once if they had a bronze shrine key, while mysterious iron keys would allow players to climb the staircase twice. Secret silver keys granted players 3 entries, fine gold keys granted 4, dark gold keys granted 5 entries, epic keys would allow players to climb 7 times, and inferior legendary keys allowed players access to the divine staircase 10 times. However, once players exhausted their entries, they'd be forced out of the World Summit regardless of how much time they had remaining. Meanwhile, each time players cleared a pitch-black shrine, they would earn a corresponding number of shrine points. They could then use these shrine points to purchase various items available in the World Summit. Players didn't need any specific qualifications to purchase these items. As long as they had the required number of points, they could buy any item they wanted. Feng wouldn't have been overly surprised if the items available were merely top-tier weapons and equipment, even epic weapons and equipment. The World Summit had plenty of epic shrines, and as long as players cleared the epic ranked entrance test, they could easily obtain epic items from the appropriately ranked shrines. What surprised Feng was the fact that players could use these SPs to improve their life rating. It was common knowledge in God's domain that improving one's life rating was extremely difficult. Improving one's life rating wasn't just a matter of a stronger physique. Rather, it was a life transition. For example, if one compared an archaic species to a normal human being, the archaic species' basic attributes would be several times higher than a human's of the same level. This was the difference of a higher life rating. This was also why archaic species became more difficult to deal with as they rose in level. Although players could improve their life ratings by upgrading their tiers, the improvement was minuscule. For example, an ordinary Tier 5 player's life rating was only slightly higher than an ordinary Tier 1 player's. This was also the reason that Tier 5 players were significantly weaker than Tier 5 monsters. The attribute difference wasn't much during the early levels, and players could easily close the gap with top-tier weapons and equipment. However, as players rose in levels, particularly after passing level 100, the advantage of a higher life rating would become apparent and would only become more evident as players progressed in the game, at which point, players might be able to kill other players of higher tiers, but they'd be dreaming if they thought they could take out monsters of higher tiers. Only after reaching Tier 6 would players truly transition. Tier 6 players' life rating was worlds apart from ordinary Tier 5 players. At Tier 6, players would also qualify to challenge Tier 6 gods. Meanwhile, players could actually improve their life ratings with the shrine points from the Divine Staircase. Why wouldn't Feng be shocked? Based on his knowledge, the players that had managed to improve their life ratings by other means than upgrading tiers had been exceedingly rare even after 10 years in God's domain. Even if players found some way to do so, it would be incredibly difficult, and they'd have to rely on luck and strength. In the past, God's domain's various superpowers had fought frequently over such opportunities. By securing such an opportunity, they could give their players a better chance of reaching Tier 6. In fact, the benefits of improving one's life rating were even more valuable than ordinary legendary items. Feng had never thought that the Divine Staircase before him would be such an opportunity. However, when he saw the price of improving one's life rating, he was speechless. Even the cheapest Bloodline required 100,000 shrine points, and one exploit passing the first pitch-black shrine only awarded 10 SPs. Although the others would award more, one still had to pass a considerable number of shrines to accumulate enough SPs to purchase the Bloodline. Furthermore, Feng had no idea of how to perform an exploit, and the rules didn't mention anything about it. Even if he collected 100,000 SPs, without an exploit, he wouldn't be able to purchase a Bloodline to improve his life rating. Meanwhile, players could purchase various other items, such as potions, designs, recipes, mounts, siege weapons, god crystals, and other precious items. There were even fragmented legendary items up for trade. Naturally, the fragmented legendary items were extremely expensive. Even the cheapest cost 70,000 SPs, while the more expensive items could cost up to 240,000 SPs and 3 exploits. Moreover, players had to spend the SPs they earned with each visit, as their counter would reset to 0 when they returned. Fortunately, exploits were permanent and would only disappear when players spent them or deliberately deleted them. In other words, if players had a certain item in mind, they had to earn enough SPs in one visit to purchase it. Even so, the crowd before the first black shrine drooled over the prospects of treasure. After all, fragmented legendary items were practically illusory to current players. In fact, there hadn't been any news of a super guild obtaining one thus far. Suddenly, many players dashed into the first shrine and began their ascension. Feng didn't dawdle either, entering the shrine before him. This was a rare opportunity to secure a Bloodline for himself, and he had plenty of time. It'd be a huge waste if he didn't attempt it. Chapter 1571, Realm Lord. Chapter 1571, Realm Lord. As soon as Feng set foot in the pitch-black shrine, his environment transformed. It felt as if he had just stepped through a teleportation gate and arrived in an entirely different space. A dark forest loomed before him, and the howling of wolves occasionally echoed in his ears. In the darkness of night, he faintly saw pairs of crimson eyes flicker in the treetops. This is a survival battle? Feng wondered as he observed his surroundings. Although it was night here, his vision was unaffected. He could see around him as clearly as if the sun hung above him. Feng spotted over a dozen werewolves armed with crossbows and in excellent equipment standing in the trees around him. In addition, he spotted another dozen or so werewolves with spears and greatswords beneath the tree's cover, radiating an intense killing intent. All of these werewolves were level 55 or above, with the highest at level 58. They ranged between elites and special elites. If an ordinary player attempted to take all of these monsters on by themselves, they'd definitely be torn apart. As Feng observed these werewolves, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, clear this divine shrine to obtain a reward. When the system notification ended, a system map appeared in the corner of Feng's vision. A teleportation point had been marked on the map in the heart of the forest. It was obvious that he had to reach said teleportation point to leave the divine shrine. However, before Feng could examine the map closely, the werewolves in the treetops began to attack, the triple-loaded crossbows releasing their bolts at him simultaneously. At the same time, the werewolves on the ground began to close in, forming a tight encirclement around him. How troublesome. It seems that the system banned teleportation skills, as well. I guess I have no choice but to run to the target. When Feng had noticed the werewolves' attacks, he had attempted to use space movement, teleporting to the destination directly. Unfortunately, teleportation skills were prohibited in the divine shrine. He had no choice but to unsheath Killing Ray and retaliate. A rain of bolts from above might be troublesome to ordinary players, but to Feng, the bolts were practically negligible. He easily dodged the bolts and appeared before a level 56 elite werewolf in the blink of an eye. He lightly swung Killing Ray at the melee-focused werewolf Shadow Blade. Numerous streaks of shadows cut past the elite werewolf, each hit dealing several tens of thousands of damage. Like a cannonball, the 2-meter-tall werewolf's body shot backward and slammed into the werewolves behind it. The monster only returned to the ground after flying over 20 yards. By the time it landed, however, its HP had reached 0. Its body turned to ash and disappeared, leaving several copper coins in its place. These monsters actually drop loot? Feng was slightly confused to see the copper coins on the ground. He had assumed that he'd be striving for nothing here. This was a kind of test, and tests normally didn't provide loot. However, Feng did not bother to kill the other werewolves. Instead, he swiftly maneuvered out of the circle of werewolves, heading straight for the teleportation array in the forest's heart. Combat players like Feng were no stranger to survival battles in God's domain. These situations were common in dungeons. If players focused on defeating the monsters in survival battles, they'd only get caught up in an endless cycle of combat, wasting their time. Feng, of course, didn't have a lot of time to waste, and even if he could kill these monsters easily, he'd still consume stamina. If he ran out of stamina midway through a battle, he'd become a sheep for the slaughter no matter how powerful he was. As he headed deeper into the forest, the werewolves went into a frenzy, chasing after him. However, Feng was simply too fast, and even the special elite-ranked werewolves could only watch as the distance between them and their target grew until the swordsman eventually left their sight. After a few more minutes of running, Feng reached the teleportation array in the heart of the forest. However, before he could approach the array, he felt a chill crawl down his spine. The cause of this creeping sensation was none other than a one-eyed werewolf with a massive greatsword that guarded the teleportation array. Realm Lord? Feng stared at the one-eyed werewolf in shock. This one-eyed werewolf was over 3 meters tall, and although it was only a level 58 special elite, the mana circling it was extraordinary. It felt like this land's protected child. Spectre werewolf, Realm Lord, humanoid creature, special elite, level 58 HP 4, 200 000/4, 200 000. In God's domain, the title of Realm Lord did not represent a monster's rank or bloodline. Rather, it was a buff that greatly enhanced the monster's skills and spells. Monsters with this title also had strengthened physiques and HPs. Basically, they were boss-like existences among monsters of the same level and rank. Realm Lords were not particularly rare in God's domain, but they were usually only found in level 50+, resource-rich maps. They protected these resource maps, and as long as they remained in their designated maps, they could display far more combat power than monsters of the same level and rank. Normally, player teams avoided Realm Lords as much as possible. Fighting these monsters simply wasn't worthwhile. Despite being so much stronger than monsters of the same level and rank, Realm Lords didn't offer additional or better loot. Is the Divine Shrine itself some sort of opportunity? After a moment of surprise, Feng's lips curled into a smile. When players had first discovered Realm Lords in the past, they had avoided these monsters as much as possible. Unfortunately, some battles were unavoidable, and players had been forced to kill certain Realm Lords. As players had killed more Realm Lords, they discovered something astonishing: the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. Only Realm Lords dropped this item, and there was no way to obtain the crystal fragments from other monsters on its own. The Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment did not possess much of a function. At most, it could be used as a support material when crafting weapons and equipment, but when players synthesized the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments into Mana Barrier Crystals, their value rose by over 100-fold. The Mana Barrier Crystals were the various NPC cities' main power source for their teleportation magic arrays. Not only did the Mana Barrier Crystal contain a frightening amount of mana, but it could also replenish itself by absorbing the mana around it. Only, the Mana Barrier Crystal required a considerably long time to replenish itself. However, this replenishment time would vary depending on the mana density around it. In an ordinary environment, for example, an empty Mana Barrier Crystal would require 48 hours to recover fully. To put it simply, a Mana Barrier Crystal was akin to an everlasting magic crystal. It was the perfect power source for teleportation arrays. With enough Mana Barrier Crystals, one could operate a teleportation array for no cost. It was easy to imagine how valuable these Mana Barrier Crystals were. After all, Mana Barrier Crystals were not that easy to obtain, yet the various large guilds and players were in dire need of them. Meanwhile, the special elite ranked Realm Lord before Feng was a walking mana source. Without hesitation, he charged forward, showing no intentions of circling the Spectre Werewolf and leaving the Divine Shrine. As Feng boldly approached, the Spectre Werewolf howled in anger. It raised its greatsword and swung the massive weapon at the impudent intruder. Over a dozen magical wind blades formed before the Spectre Werewolf and shot toward Feng. The attacks were spread out, making it impossible for Feng to dodge them all. Fortunately, the Disintegration armor wasn't currently suppressing Feng's basic attributes. In other words, his strength was even higher than a Great Lord's of the same level. Hence, although the Spectre Werewolf's Realm Lord status enhanced its wind blades, and the attack nearly rivaled the power of a Tier 2 spell, they were insignificant to Feng's sword's orbit. A galaxy of stars formed around Feng, striking down the approaching wind blades. Feng didn't even pause as he continued towards the Spectre Werewolf Shadow Blade. Thunder Flame Explosion. Flame Burst. When Feng reached the Spectre Werewolf and began to bombard it with attacks, the Special Elite's 4,200,000 HP drained like flowing water. Despite the Spectre Werewolf's struggles to fight back, it was powerless to change its fate. In the end, Feng's swords devoured its HP. It then collapsed, transforming into a dark mist and scattering in the wind. The Berserk mana, which had surrounded the Spectre Werewolf, calmed as a result. At the same time, a pair of level 50 bronze plate armor boots, a dark crystal shard, and several dozen copper coins appeared on the ground. Although the loot was not particularly impressive, Feng's eyes glowed when he saw the dark crystal shard. This shard was none other than the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. Chapter 1572, Blackwater Visits. Chapter 1572, Blackwater Visits. Sure enough, the Divine Shrine's tests are also opportunities. Feng smiled as he collected the Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment. Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment, consumable, can be used to increase mana. A support tool for crafting items. Obtaining Mana Barrier Crystal Fragments wasn't easy, and although the item had a high drop rate, it didn't drop from every Realm Lord. Meanwhile, Realm Lords were even rarer than field bosses. High-resource leveling maps only had 2 or 3 Realm Lords. In addition, these Realm Lords' respawn time was much longer than ordinary field bosses. When the various large guilds had discovered the benefits of killing Realm Lords in the past, many guild wars had broken out over these monsters. Obtaining one Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment after killing a single Special Elite ranked Realm Lord was a huge boon from the system. Each Mana Barrier Crystal Fragment had sold for around 30 gold in the past. Of course, most guilds that had obtained these crystal shards had refused to sell them. When players collected 10 crystal fragments, they could seek out an NPC master alchemist to synthesize the Mana Barrier Crystal with a 40% success rate. If the synthesis were successful, one would have an everlasting magic crystal. The mana barrier crystal was a priceless treasure, useful in multiple aspects, such as powering teleportation arrays, magic towers, and other such constructions. There had even been a few workshops that had specialized in hunting realm lords in distant maps, making a living from selling mana barrier crystals. After obtaining the crystal fragment, Feng moved towards the teleportation array and left the forest. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the first divine shrine's exit. And the staircase leading to the second shrine stretched before him. Many players were already running towards the second divine shrine. So many people are already out? Feng was surprised. Over 100 players were already approaching the second divine shrine. However, after giving the matter some thought, he realized that he had spent quite some time fighting the specter werewolf. Most, if not all, of the players before him had likely avoided fighting the realm lord. They had simply slipped past the specter werewolf to enter the teleportation array. As Feng left the first divine shrine, the sound of system notifications reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the divine shrine. Rewarding 10 shrine point. System, congratulations. You have passed the divine shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 10 shrine point. System, congratulations. You have killed the guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 50 shrine points. So many points. Feng was somewhat taken aback when he saw how many points the system had awarded for killing the specter werewolf. Passing the divine shrine had only earned him 10 SPs, yet killing the special elite ranked specter werewolf had awarded 50. If these other players realized that killing the guardian boss would award even more points, they'd likely regret their earlier actions. Even the cheapest item available for purchase in the divine shrine cost 500 SPs. If one cleared the first divine shrine quickly and ignored killing the guardian boss, they would only receive 20 SPs. With that method, who knew how many divine shrines one would have to clear to accumulate 500 SPs? Moreover, as players climbed the divine staircase, the divine shrines would become more challenging. If players did not earn as many points as possible early on, it would only become more difficult to earn the points they needed later. It seems that I'll have to defeat every divine shrine's guardian boss. Thinking up to this point, Feng realized the fastest way to earn shrine points from the divine staircase, following which, he proceeded towards the second divine shrine. The second shrine contained a gravel ridge, and its monsters ranged between level 55 and 58. However, the second shrine had far fewer elite monsters, and nearly half the shrine's monsters were special elites. Next to the realm lord, a few level 58 elites guarded the teleportation array. To Feng, however, this slight increase in difficulty was no issue. He had only spent a few minutes to defeat the realm lord and 3 elites. This time, however, he did not obtain a mana barrier crystal fragment. He had only obtained a level 55 bronze mage top and some coins. Upon clearing the second divine shrine, Feng earned 15 SPs. He also received 15 SPs for clearing the shrine within the time limit, and 70 SPs for killing the guardian boss. Although Feng had cleared the second divine shrine, he was clearly lagging behind the other players. Even those who had entered the first divine shrine sometime after him were already on their way towards the third shrine. However, Feng did not rush. Instead, he continued to ascend the divine staircase at his own pace. Each divine shrine was a little more challenging than the last and awarded 5 more SPs when cleared. When Feng entered the fifth divine shrine, the test's difficulty visibly increased. Now, every monster he faced was a special elite. In terms of attributes, the monsters were on par with well-equipped, Tier 1 players of the same level. When facing a dozen or so of these monsters at once, even elite players would be in a bind. Even the guardian boss was now a chieftain-ranked realm lord. Not only did the chieftain possess 10 million HP, but its skills also carried great destructive power. Even Feng did not dare to meet the boss's attacks head-on. Feng only defeated this guardian boss after a dozen or so minutes of fighting. Meanwhile, as a chieftain-ranked realm lord, the boss had been very generous. It had dropped 2 mana barrier crystal fragments, instantly increasing Feng's haul to 4. Now, He only needed 6 more fragments to synthesize a mana barrier crystal. When Feng had cleared the 5th divine shrine, the shrine points he earned also undergone a qualitative transformation. The clear reward alone rose to 100 SPs, while clearing the shrine within the time limit awarded another 100 SPs, and killing the guardian boss within the time limit awarded 500 SPS. However, the ranking list before the various divine shrines also reported that players had already reached the 8th shrine. There were over a dozen players clearing the shrines with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, while Feng continued to challenge divine shrines, Zero Wing City's fame in Star Moon Kingdom had exceeded Stone Forest Town's. The city had become a holy resting ground for many of the kingdom's players due to the city's high mana density, the double EXP buff accumulation, and the large number of wandering merchants. It took no time at all for Zero Wing City's player population to break past 1 million. The originally empty city was now so lively that Zero Wing City could rival major NPC cities. Guild Leader Singular, Zero Wing City's player population has grown past 1 million. The city is even charging players an entrance fee. Its daily income is incredibly high. With this, I don't think that it'll be easy to whittle Zero Wing down anymore, Lei Jingyang reported. He currently rested in one of Zero Wing City's restaurants, wearing a frown as he watched the crowded street outside. Initially, he hadn't cared about Zero Wing City, but after visiting the city personally, he had to admit that it was extraordinary. Young Master Lei, although Zero Wing City is better than we expected, Zero Wing's celebration of the fact will be short-lived. Singular Burial chuckled. He didn't seem to mind the fact that Zero Wing City earned considerable wealth for the guild. Don't tell me you plan to fight it out with Zero Wing? Lei Jingyang frowned at Singular Burial's reaction. He had expected Singular Burial to finish Zero Wing off in a few more days, but clearly, that plan was no longer viable. Not only did Zero Wing City earn a considerable amount of profit for its ruling guild, but the city improved Zero Wing's reputation among players. At this rate, Heaven's Burial could never destroy Zero Wing in a short 3 to 5 days. Of course not, Singular Burial said, shaking his head. Although Zero Wing has achieved great success, at the end of the day, its foundations are shaky. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Representatives from the Blackwater Corporation contacted me not long ago, informing me that they are willing to help us against Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Lei Jingyang was visibly moved when he heard this. Why are they suddenly interested in Zero Wing? The Blackwater Guild had changed drastically. It now had stronger forces under its command and ample funding. Just some time ago, it had even established a guild town in a resource-rich, neutral map. Even super guilds avoided any conflict with the guild. I don't know why, either, but this doesn't change our plans to take down Zero Wing, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Taking a look at the time, he continued, Blackwater's representatives should have arrived in Star Moon City by now. I should return to meet with them. Suddenly, Aqua rose, who was currently busy managing Zero Wing City, received a message from Yaya, stating, Big Sis Aqua, a few people claiming to be representatives from the Blackwater Corporation have requested a meeting with our guild's upper echelons. Should I have them wait in the guild residence? Chapter 1573, Domineering. Aqua rose. Blackwater? Why are they here? Aqua Rose grew curious as she read Yaya's message. It had been quite some time since Zero Wing had dealt with the Blackwater Corporation. According to her information, Abandoned Wave's actions had only been the Blackwater Corporation's attempt to test God's domain's waters. Afterward, the events with Zero Wing, Blackwater quickly gave up on Abandoned Wave, and the man had vanished without a trace. Blackwater then focused its development in the distant Iron Empire, taking control of the Empire after forcing several superpowers out of the competition. Logically, Blackwater should have no reason to leave the safety of the Iron Empire and travel all the way to Star Moon Kingdom to seek out Zero Wing. Hence, Aqua Rose found the situation strange. However, Aqua Rose decided to send Yaya to entertain Blackwater's representatives while they waited in one of the guild residence's reception rooms. She then dropped what she was doing and made her way to meet these individuals. A man and a woman waited in one of the elegant guild residence reception rooms in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing's elite members, who had been sent to wait on these two, stood quietly in the corner of the room, clearly tense. These elite members weren't tense just because of the two visitors' extraordinary identities, but because of the chilling aura they radiated. They could not help but feel like they stood before a pair of lions as they involuntarily shuddered. Moreover, both representatives were very high-leveled. The man was a level 49 elementalist, and the woman was a level 48 shield warrior. Even the most inferior piece of equipment these two wore was level 45 dark gold rank. The male elementalist even wore 3 pieces of epic equipment, appearing as if he were wrapped in a constant layer of fire. In fact, due to this man's presence, the reception room's temperature had risen quite a bit. When Aqua Rose and Yaya entered the room, the man's aura flared with even greater intensity. It was clear he wanted to intimidate Aqua Rose. Unfortunately for him, his biting cold aura had no effect on the Zero Wing Vice Guild leader. Hello, I am Aqua Rose, one of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leaders. May I know what business Blackwater has with our guild? Aqua Rose asked, smiling at the male elementalist with the intimidating aura. As expected of Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, your guild's reputation is well deserved, the male elementalist praised when he saw the lack of hesitation in Aqua Rose's response to his intimidation. I had thought that our guild leader's decision to send us as representatives was unnecessary. However, it seems that Zero Wing indeed qualifies for such a move. Thank you for the praise. Now, may I know what business your guild has with Zero Wing? Aqua Rose calmly repeated, paying the male elementalist's arrogance no heed. Moreover, the man before her earned his arrogance. Aside from the fact that this man was backed by the Blackwater Corporation, he radiated an aura that felt dangerous to Aqua Rose. After her promotion to Tier 2, she rarely felt such a feeling from other players, and any player who felt this way was a peak expert, capable of holding important positions in super guilds. My name is Falling Fire, the Vice Commander of Blackwater's 3rd main force. I have come here with a message for Zero Wing from our guild leader. Hand over Yulan and her companions, which you have chosen to shelter, and half of Zero Wing City's profits. Do that, and we can ignore the previous events. Otherwise, deal with the consequences at your risk, the man named Falling Fire informed Aqua Rose. Smiling, he continued, although your guild has performed well in a few major wars thus far, your strength is only effective against small guilds. We'll give you 1 day to consider our offer. I'll be waiting for your reply. Hand over Yulan and the others. As Aqua Rose listened to Falling Fire's message, she came to understand the gist of the situation. When she realized what Feng had done, she was flabbergasted. It was no wonder why Yulan had seemed so worried. It turned out that she was wanted by Blackwater. That's right. You only have 1 day to consider. As for Zero Wing City's profits, I'll send specialists to keep an eye on your city. Falling Fire nodded in his opinion. Blackwater had no reason to go out of its way to warn Zero Wing. With the guild's strength, it could easily flatten this small, upstart guild. While Zero Wing's past performance had been astonishing, that only held true for first-rate guilds and smaller. To superpowers like Blackwater, Zero Wing was insignificant. Furthermore, Zero Wing was currently preoccupied with its war against Heaven's Burial. 1 day to consider handing over Yulan's group and half of Zero Wing City's profits. Aqua Rose could not help but laugh when she heard Falling Fire's words. I see. I understand now. Since that is the case, you two may return to your guild. What do you mean by that? Falling Fire's expression darkened when he saw the woman's smile. What do I mean? Have I not made myself clear enough? You can return, and tell that guild leader of yours that he can forget obtaining 50% of Zero Wing City's profits. As for Yulan's group, they have already joined Zero Wing. You're even less likely to take them from us. If Blackwater is looking for an opponent, although Zero Wing is very weak, we are more than willing to keep you company. Aqua Rose said straightforwardly. Watch your step on your way out. I won't be sending you off. When Aqua Rose finished speaking, the reception room was deathly silent. Falling Fire stared at Aqua Rose in shock. He even wondered if he had heard her wrong. Zero Wing was in the middle of a war of attrition with Heaven's Burial. Now, it dared to declare war on Blackwater. Even Yaya, who silently stood beside Aqua Rose, gaped in astonishment. She had never realized that her vice-guild leader was so domineering. The Blackwater Corporation was a titan both in and out of God's domain. In the real world, it was an incredibly famous international corporation. In God's domain, it had successfully wrestled control of the Iron Empire from several superpowers. Zero Wing simply couldn't compare. Good. Very good. Since Zero Wing dares to cast aside the opportunity we've presented, you can wait until we remove your name from God's domain. Falling Fire sneered at his host. Immediately, he and the level 48 female shield warrior stood and left the room. After the duo from Blackwater left, Yaya turned to Aqua Rose with a reverent expression. Big sis Aqua, you're so amazing. You even slapped Blackwater in the face. The look on that guy's face just now was priceless. Yaya said with admiration flashing in her eyes. That's right. It felt wonderful putting those bastards in their place. However, how am I supposed to report this to the guild leader? Aqua Rose felt a headache begin to brew. For a moment of satisfaction, she had declared war on Blackwater without consulting Feng. Zero Wing City was just starting to get on the right track. The wealth the city earned even allowed Zero Wing to fight Heaven's Burial on equal footing, but if Blackwater joined the fray, Zero Wing would be at a severe disadvantage. Meanwhile, back in the World Summit's Divine Staircase, Feng had finally defeated the 10th Divine Shrine's guardian boss, a level 60, Lord-ranked 5-headed demon snake. Before landing the killing blow, he had made sure to activate Divine Providence. When the 5-headed demon snake died, items rained from the sky. Normally, level 50 monsters and above had significantly reduced drop rates. However, the demon snake had dropped over 20 items. No Lord-ranked monster of this level should be capable of dropping so many. A jackpot. Feng was overjoyed when he saw the loot on the ground. He had only used Divine Providence to increase his chances of obtaining mana barrier crystal fragments, yet he had triggered a jackpot. He truly hadn't expected such a bountiful reward in God's domain. Jackpots were exceedingly rare from monsters past level 50, much less from realm lords. Chapter 1574, Advanced Forging Design. Aside from weapons, equipment, and mana barrier crystal fragments, a tattered sheet of parchment rested among the many items the 5-headed demon snake had dropped. As the parchment itself was very high quality, it still radiated faint pulses of mana despite the ravages of time. Feng picked up the parchment out of curiosity. This is an advanced forging design. Feng was elated when he realized what this sheet of parchment was. In God's domain, every advanced design was extremely rare and valuable. This was because advanced designs contain techniques unknown to the general public. For example, an advanced forging design would contain a few different kinds of advanced forging techniques. If players learned these techniques, they'd increase their chances of creating a new item in the future. The various large guilds had cherished their advanced designs in the past. They had all refused to sell these designs. At the same time, the large guilds' trading firms had fought over these items. Zero Wing had only obtained a few advanced designs thus far, including advanced forging designs. Moreover, the design in his hands was not just any ordinary advanced forging design. Conqueror's Armor Forging Design Fragment, Advanced Design, Fine Gold Rank. When learned, you will be able to produce the level 50 magic rune armor. Every piece of crafted armor contains a magic array. 5 pieces can be used to form the basic strength battle array. Current fragment count 1/9. I never expected the Divine Shrines to drop something like this. I've really lucked out this time. Feng was at a loss for words as he stared at the Conqueror's armor design. Not only had the 5-headed demon snake dropped 2 mana barrier crystal fragments, but it had also dropped a fine gold equipment design that came with a battle array. Killing the demon snake had been far more profitable than killing a level 60 Grand Lord. A well-equipped peak expert in God's domain wasn't a force to be reckoned with. In fact, despite being an individual, they were capable of playing a significant role in a guild war. However, that did not mean ordinary players were utterly helpless against peak experts. Ordinary players still had a method they could use to fight peak experts' battle arrays. If a certain number of players wore equipment with the same battle array, they could trigger the battle array's effects, significantly increasing their combat power. Battle arrays provided more than just a boost to basic attributes, they also improved players' physiques. Most importantly, it allowed players with the same array to share their perception. This helped players remove defensive blind spots, visibly improving their combat standards. Although a basic battle array only allowed players to share a limited degree of their perception, it still elevated players' combat standards to a whole new level. Many of God's Domain's small guilds in the past had survived and thrived, even after 10 years, precisely because of battle arrays. Even without peak experts, guilds with powerful battle arrays could take down a peak expert with just a few players or a dozen or so working together. Some small guilds had even stood toe-to-toe with large guilds by relying on these arrays. Of course, battle arrays were not without weaknesses. In exchange for the huge boost in strength, players' stamina and concentration consumption increased massively. When players activated a battle array, their stamina and concentration would deplete several times faster than normal. This limited the amount of time that players had when using battle arrays. However, despite such a glaring flaw, battle arrays had been highly sought after by many guilds. Equipment with battle arrays was extremely rare, and usually only dropped from super large-scale team dungeons. Monsters in the fields had no chance of dropping such items. Moreover, the higher quality a piece of battle array equipment was, the more valuable it was. A piece of battle array equipment could easily sell for several times more than a piece of equipment of the same rank. Although he had only obtained a fragment of a level 50 fine gold battle array equipment design, it was still quite valuable. If he completed the design, its value would be immeasurable. Since the Divine Shrine's Guardian boss dropped a fragment, the other shrines' bosses should have a chance of dropping them as well. As Feng examined the Conqueror's armor design, he inwardly swore to complete it no matter what. Immediately, he moved towards the teleportation array and proceeded to the next Divine Shrine. By the time Feng appeared on the staircase leading to the 11th Divine Shrine, players had already reached the 15th. He was far behind. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 300 Shrine Point. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 300 Shrine Point. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 2000 Shrine Points. However, although other players progressed faster than he did, Feng contained the most SPs of any player in the World Summit. Currently, Feng had already accumulated 8,960 SPs. If players ascended the Divine Staircase without defeating the Guardian bosses, even after reaching the 15th Divine Shrine, they would not have even half of Feng's points. Time passed quickly, and the Divine Shrines became more difficult as Feng climbed the Divine Staircase. By the time Feng reached the 15th Divine Shrine, he had to face a Lord-ranked Realm Lord with a special bloodline. By the time he emerged from the 15th Shrine, many players had been eliminated in the 20th Shrine. As Feng had guessed, the other shrines' Guardian bosses had a chance of dropping the Conqueror's armor-forging design fragment if he activated Divine Providence when he killed them. By the time he had cleared the 15th Divine Shrine, he had gained another fragment. He just needed to wait for Divine Providence's cooldown to end before proceeding to the next Divine Shrine. As for Mana Barrier Crystal fragments, he now had 17. However, Feng had grown a bit weary after fighting for so long. Taking a look at the time, he realized how long he had spent in God's domain. He then consumed a drop of life essence from the blood refining crystal to boost his stamina and concentration recovery before logging out of the game. Players' accumulated time in the World Summit only decreased when players were online. Logging off to rest would not affect one's progress. Hence, to maintain their combat efficiency, many players had long since chosen to log out. After all, challenging the Divine Staircase was a long and arduous progress, and as one climbed the staircase, they'd have to navigate larger maps in the Divine Shrines. As a result, players had to spend more time clearing the shrines. By the time Feng logged out, the sun had risen high into the sky. The moment Feng's consciousness returned to his body, he was bombarded by a series of messages and call notifications. There were messages and calls from both Blackie and Aqua Rose. In fact, Feng received another call from Aqua Rose before he had the chance to leave his gaming cabin. What's with the urgency? Has something happened? Feng curiously asked after accepting the call. Guild leader, you've finally picked up. Any later and I would have sent Blackie to look for you in person, Aqua Rose said somewhat anxiously. While you were gone, Zero Wing City has developed nicely. The player population has already broken past the 1 million threshold. Once we finish constructing the NPC shops, the city will attract even more players. But some time ago, 2 representatives from the Blackwater Corporation sought me out. They told us to hand over Yulan and her companions and 50% of Zero Wing City's income as compensation. Otherwise, they'll turn the full might of the Blackwater Guild against us. Hand over Yulan, her companions, and 50% of Zero Wing City's profits? Feng frowned. The Blackwater Corporation's retaliation didn't surprise him in the least, but he didn't expect Blackwater to take action so quickly. Moreover, the corporation's timing couldn't be worse, targeting them while they were in a war of attrition against Heaven's Burial. This put Zero Wing at a considerable disadvantage. Chapter 1575, Nurturing Experts. It seems that I'll need to speed things up, Feng thought after hearing Aqua Rose's report. He was quite familiar with the Blackwater Corporation's power. He had witnessed its rise in God's domain in the past. Despite joining God's domain so late, Blackwater had still developed into a super guild quite quickly in the past. One could just imagine how frightening Blackwater's potential was. Furthermore, the Blackwater Corporation had invested in God's domain much earlier in this life. Blackwater's experts had already caught up with God's domain's mainstream players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood a chance against the other superpowers vying for the Iron Empire. Of course, Zero Wing didn't have much to be afraid of if the Blackwater Corporation focused on its development in the Iron Empire. Based on what he heard from Yulan, the guild had only recently taken control of the empire. The guild was just starting to expand. Although Blackwater possessed plenty of experts and funding, it lacked the power to spread its influence across multiple kingdoms and empires as the various super first-rate and super guilds had. While the organization might be able to deal with small guilds right now, it couldn't touch Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that was only true if Blackwater worked alone. If it worked with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing's situation would take a turn for the worst. Blackwater could leave the reconnaissance to Heaven's Burial while it supplied the guild with a large number of experts. Currently, players who wanted to grind and level up had to travel to distant maps, and most of the high-level maps weren't concentrated in a single area. Even if Feng used the 7 Luminaries ring space movement, it would take a considerable amount of time to travel from one high-level map to another. How much time have they given us to consider? Feng asked one day, but I let my anger get the best of me, and I rejected their offer instantly, Aqua Rose said in a subdued voice. You rejected them? Feng stared at Aqua Rose in surprise. Did you really reject them? Emicham. Aqua Rose nodded silently, knowing that she had made a huge mess of things by outright rejecting Blackwater's offer. She had undoubtedly created another powerful enemy for Zero Wing. Good. Well done. Feng could not help but laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's guilty expression. Although Zero Wing is not very strong, we're never afraid of a challenge. If they want to come, let them. We'll fight it out. Guild leader, Aqua Rose felt guilty and slightly touched by Feng's words. Not only didn't he blame her in the slightest, but he also actively encouraged her. All right, don't worry about it. This isn't the first time we've fought a superpower, Feng said, shrugging. But be careful this time. Keep an eye on their movement at all times. Also, we need to push our guild members to complete their Tier 2 promotions. Every bit of help is useful. Have our guild's internal members focus on leveling quickly, so they can add to the guild's combat power. Emicham. I'll prepare some top-tier equipment, magic scrolls, and advanced potions for our guild members to challenge their promotion quests. As for the guild's internal members, I'll help them level up with Summer, Aqua Rose said, nodding, following which, Feng mentioned a few good grinding locations for Aqua Rose to use as she helped power level 0 Wing's internal members. The guild's internal members already had solid combat standards, they only lacked levels. Once they were brought up to speed, 0 Wing would have another batch of expert players to help defend it. When Feng finished his call with Aqua Rose, he proceeded to train with the guild's internal members. To help them improve faster, Feng even provided specific guidance to a few talented members. The greatest problem other players in the World Summit faced was the drain on their stamina and concentration, but Feng could rely on his life essence to boost his recovery rate, having no issues in this regard. The only real problem was the Divine Shrine's increasing difficulty. As a result, Feng had to take more time to clear each shrine. Initially, he had only spent 30 minutes on each Divine Shrine, though he spent most of that time waiting for Divine Providence's 30-minute cooldown to end. As he ascended the Divine Staircase, however, the amount of time he needed to clear each shrine gradually increased to 2, then 3 hours. After grinding for 4 consecutive days, Feng finally defeated the 29th Shrine's Guardian boss, a Great Lord-ranked Realm Lord. He had initially assumed that he'd earn more shrine points from each subsequent Divine Shrine he cleared, but that wasn't entirely the case. After the 10th Divine Shrine, the SP reward only increased once every 5 Divine Shrines, yet these shrines' difficulty constantly increased as he cleared the last. By the time Feng cleared the 29th Divine Shrine, he had only accumulated 86,360 shrine points. He was still roughly 14,000 points away from affording the cheapest bloodline. Fortunately, although he hadn't acquired as many shrine points as he had hoped, he had secured a decent number of mana barrier crystal fragments. When High Lord and Great Lord ranked Guardian bosses died, they'd drop at least 1 crystal fragment, but he had obtained up to 3 crystal fragments from a single boss. As a result, he had a total of 43 mana barrier crystal fragments. As for the Conqueror's armor design, he had collected 6 fragments thus far. He was only 3 fragments away from completing the design. He had also obtained over 100 level 50 to level 55 weapons and equipment. Their ranks ranged between bronze and secret silver, and although they weren't top tier, they were rare and valuable at this stage of the game. During this time, the White Tiger Dojo had also delivered the previously agreed 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 20 million credits. Upon receiving the payment, Feng assigned Shadow Sword to take charge of the 500 apprentices from the dojo. These apprentices would train in 0 Wing City's battle arena, improve their skill completion rates in Stone Forest Town's advanced combat rooms, and level while grinding and questing each day. As a result, their combat standard steadily rose with each passing day. Unfortunately, 0 Wing's members had encountered group skirmishes with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's experts in the fields, increasing the guild's expenditures. Despite the massive revenue source 0 Wing City had become, the situation took a heavy toll on the guild's funds. However, monetary compensation wasn't the guild's biggest problem, but the loss of top-tier weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, the guild only had a few teams capable of acquiring such items. Although Aqua Rose and the other core members had formed teams to hunt down the enemy experts, they hadn't obtained enough level 45 top-tier equipment to replenish the guild's stock. Guild leader, I'm afraid that our stock of level 45 top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse will run out at this rate. Many of the other large guilds in the kingdom have already surpassed our raid progress in level 50 team dungeons, Aqua Rose reported, clearly frustrated. Moreover, based on the latest reports, it seems that Blackwater has sent over 4,000 experts to target our players. Including Heaven's Burial's experts, our teams are suffering a massive disadvantage while grinding in the fields. If Feng were present, they might be able to slaughter Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts a few times by relying on his spatial gate, which would, more or less, make up for the guild's losses. 0 Wing's members were constantly ambushed in the fields, yet Tier 2 experts like her were limited in their ability to fend off every ambush. Unless their guild members stopped leveling and questing, there'd be no end to this problem. Moreover, level 45 top-tier equipment was required to raid level 50 team dungeons. If the guild warehouse ran out of such equipment, they'd have to stop raiding these dungeons. If this persisted, guild members might even lose interest in earning guild contribution points. If that happened, the guild would fall apart, have Melancholic and the others focus on crafting level 45 equipment, and temporarily stop sales on level 45 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Use some of that stock to replenish the guild warehouse. If worst comes to worst, have Snow send some level 45 top-tier equipment from the branch guild, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He had never expected Blackwater to be ruthless enough to send 4,000 experts. To make matters worse, that wasn't the guild's full strength. Blackwater's foundations had truly exceeded his expectations. Feng jumped back into his virtual gaming cabin, ignoring the fact that it was currently daytime and he was supposed to be resting. After logging back into God's domain, he immediately made his way to the 30th Divine Shrine. Chapter 1576, Divine Shrine's Opportunity. Once Feng entered the 30th Divine Shrine, the space before him transformed. Currently, he faced a dark cavern. The cavern was very large as a sports arena. Moreover, many tunnels led out of it. From time to time, he also spotted one or two lizardman patrol squads moving in and out of these tunnels. Even the weakest lizardman in these patrol squads was a level 58 special elite, while the strongest was a level 60 lord. The raid difficulty really has increased quite significantly. Feng frowned slightly as he observed the lizardmen. It's no wonder so many expert demon players had to stop after reaching the 30th shrine previously. Even the strongest non-boss monster in the 29th Divine Shrine was only a level 60 chieftain in God's domain. Chieftain-ranked monsters were at the Tier 1 standard. Hence, current players, particularly demon players, could still have a relatively easy time dealing with chieftains. However, when a monster reached the Lord rank, they attained the Tier 2 standard and were capable of using Tier 2 skills. It might be fine if all a demon player had to deal with were 2 or 3 lords. The crucial point was that, based on what Feng could see, there was a total of 30 lord-ranked lizardmen patrolling in the cavern alone. If one entered the tunnels, who knew how many more lords they would encounter? Against 30 lord-ranked monsters, even a Tier 2 player would get overwhelmed easily, not to mention a Tier 1 player. An ordinary Tier 1 expert would be fortunate if they could survive even 10 seconds against such a large number of lords. It was no wonder many experts in the World Summit had their progress climbing the Divine Staircase halted at the 30th Divine Shrine. Currently, based on the ranking list Feng saw before he entered the 30th Divine Shrine, only 5 players had successfully passed the 30th Divine Shrine. After observing the patrol routes of the lizard men, Feng activated the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind and dashed towards the tunnel that the system map indicated provided access to the heart of the cave system. The patrol squads in the cavern moved in fixed patterns. From observation, Feng found out that there would not always be 30 patrol squads moving inside the cavern but only around 4 to 10 patrol squads most of the time. As long as he used the opportunity when only 4 patrol squads were present to enter the tunnel leading to the core area, he would attract the attention of only 2 lizardman patrol squads at most. In the next moment, Feng transformed into an afterimage as he dashed past one lizardman patrol squad. By the time the patrol squad reacted, Feng was already several yards beyond it. Very quickly, he zipped by the second patrol squad as well and entered the core tunnel. However, the moment Feng set foot in the core tunnel, he felt the threat of death traps. As soon as Feng entered the tunnel, dozens of small magic arrays appeared along the tunnel walls. In the next moment, these magic arrays launched magical bolts of various elements. Although these magical bolts did not seem very powerful, each one contained enough power to rival a Tier 3 spell. Even a Tier 1 player geared in top-tier equipment would be killed instantly if struck by these bolts. In addition to these attacks, there were also 2 patrol squads of lizardmen chasing after him. Sure enough, the difficulty is very high. Upon seeing the dozens of magical bolts flying at him, Feng immediately understood the reason why so few demon players had made it through the 30th Divine Shrine. He quickly executed Sword's Orbit, striking down the bolts one after another as he continued advancing down the tunnel. Fortunately, the activated traps were effective not just against players but the lizardmen as well. When the lizardmen entered the tunnel, they were promptly bombarded by magical bolts from the traps Feng triggered, and sent flying back out of the tunnel. As the lizardmen had relatively high HP, they managed to survive even after being struck by what was effectively a Tier 3 spell. However, this situation also prevented them from pursuing Feng. Thus, they could only watch as Feng gradually disappeared from their sight. The path leading towards the core of the cave system was replete with various kinds of traps. From time to time, Feng would also come across other lizardman patrol squads. As a result, he progressed towards the core at a snail's pace. After walking for over 2 hours, he arrived at a spacious cavern with a stone altar sitting in the middle of it. Stone pillars carved with magic runes surrounded the altar. Meanwhile, above the altar was the teleportation array leading out of the divine shrine. At this moment, however, lizardmen were kneeling around the altar. At a glance, Feng spotted over 300 lizardmen. Although the majority of these lizardmen were only elite ranked, there were 9 lord-ranked lizardmen in the mix. However, the lord-ranked lizardmen were no longer the strongest monsters present, which was instead the staff-wielding lizardman standing at the stone altar. Currently, the staff-wielding lizardman appeared to be offering a prayer of sorts. Lizardman Chief, Realm Lord, Humanoid Creature, Grand Lord, Level 60 HP 42,000/42,000,000. Feng could not help but frown as he looked at the Lizardman Chief. The guardian boss of the 29th Divine Shrine had been only a level 60 Great Lord. Yet, in the 30th Divine Shrine, the guardian boss had actually become a Grand Lord. The increase in difficulty utterly exceeded Feng's expectations. Although the Lizardman Chief did not possess the HP of an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level, the enhanced spells of a Grand Lord ranked Realm Lord was no laughing matter. Even if Feng successfully blocked one of the Lizardman Chief's spell attacks with his weapons, there was a high chance that he would end up losing his life. Seeing this, Feng could not help but hesitate whether he should bypass the Lizardman Chief and head straight for the teleportation array or stay behind and defeat the guardian boss. He was fully confident of directly passing the 30th Divine Shrine while keeping his life intact. However, he could not say the same if he chose to fight the Lizardman Chief. While he did not mind losing one challenge opportunity, he did have 10 chances after all. The crucial point was that players would still lose a level if they died inside the Divine Shrines. Fortunately, though, no items would drop upon death. A Grand Lord was an existence that served as the final boss of Team Dungeons. It was practically impossible for players to solo such an existence. Just as Feng was mulling over his options, the Lizardman Chief suddenly started chanting an incantation. The runes carved on the stone altar then lit up with a dark blue glow. The space above the Lizardman Chief also collapsed, forming a tunnel of sorts into the dark void. Immediately after, a golden tablet slowly descended from this shattered space. The moment this golden tablet appeared, the mana inside the entire cavern stirred. The tablet itself also released a powerful divine might that put immense pressure on the living creatures around it. This is a legacy tablet? Feng's eyes focused on the golden tablet. For a moment, he even thought they were playing tricks on him. He had acquired quite a few legacy tablets thus far. Meanwhile, every tablet was a treasure that allowed players to learn combat techniques. However, the tablets he possessed were just bronze and silver ranked. Thus far, he had only seen one gold tablet before. Moreover, the said tablet had even been stolen by a mysterious Tier 5 NPC. One could just imagine the value of a gold-ranked secret technique tablet. Just as Feng was feeling surprised at the appearance of the gold tablet, the Lizardman Chief extended his hands and received the tablet. He then started chanting another incantation. This time, the Lizardman Chief caused an even greater commotion. The mana inside the entire cavern gathered at the stone altar and became so dense that it started transforming into white mist. At the same time, a threefold magic array also formed on the ground the stone altar sat on. This is a space-time teleportation magic array? What is he trying to do? Could he be trying to send the gold tablet to another location? Feng was very familiar with the threefold magic array that formed beneath the stone altar. However, he did not believe that the Lizardman Chief was going to leave the Divine Shrine. Hence, there was only one other possibility why the Lizardman Chief would need a teleportation array, to send something away since the Lizardman chief had summoned the teleportation array immediately after receiving the gold tablet. It was highly likely that the Realm Lord was planning on sending the gold tablet away. This won't do. I can't let him send the gold tablet away. Feng steeled his heart and started sneaking his way over to the Lizardman chief. A gold tablet was incomparably valuable. It was not something that bronze and silver tablets could compare to. Just a silver tablet was already enough to prompt the various superpowers to bloody one another's noses, all the more a gold tablet. If he missed out on this opportunity, who knew how long it would take before he came across another gold tablet? In fact, he might never come across another gold tablet again. Moreover, the divine staircase became increasingly difficult the higher one ascended. If he could not defeat the Lizardman chief, then it was even less likely that he could defeat the guardian bosses of the subsequent divine shrines. Just as the Lizardman chief was about to send the gold tablet out of the cavern. At the critical moment, Feng activated the aura of Time's forbidden domain. Please work. Seeing that the spacetime teleportation magic array was about to activate, Feng could not help but pray for his forbidden domain to succeed in stopping it. Chapter 1577, Threefold Suppression. When Feng activated Forbidden Domain, a layer of black mist enveloped the entire cavern, the mist freezing the flow of all the mana inside the cavern. Meanwhile, due to the stoppage in the flow of mana, the spacetime teleportation magic array, which was still in the process of activating, failed. The mana the teleportation array had gathered then began to leak out and scatter into the surroundings, which also caused the spatial tear above the stone altar to close. Good. Feng inwardly grew ecstatic when he saw the teleportation array disappearing. The spacetime teleportation magic array, which was activated using the stone altar, was frighteningly powerful. Although Forbidden Domain could suppress mana, if a source of mana had an insuppressible amount of power, then Forbidden Domain naturally would be of no avail. Fortunately, the enhanced spacetime teleportation magic array had yet to reach a realm where Forbidden Domain was ineffective. Meanwhile, the disappearance of the teleportation array had riled up every lizardman inside the entire cavern. Immediately, they all turned to look in Feng's direction. Intruder! You dare interrupt this sacred ritual? Pay for your crime with your life! The Lizardman chief bellowed at Feng, a wrathful expression on his face as he thumped his tail furiously on the ground. Every lizardman present inside the cavern promptly charged at Feng. As for the Lizardman chief, he gathered mana in his staff to destroy Feng's forbidden domain. Among the 300-plus lizardmen charging at Feng were 9 lords and 1 high lord. In the face of such a force, even an ordinary Tier 2 expert would shudder in fear. However, rather than feeling fearful, Feng smiled as he switched the aura of time to the aura of fire. He then unfurled a crimson Tier 3 magic scroll in his hands. Meanwhile, contained within this magic scroll was none other than the Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell Flame Prison. Suddenly, fiery pillars shot up from the ground, trapping all the oncoming lizardmen in a prison of flames. Any lizardman that came into contact with the scorching flames received devastating amounts of damage, losing over 1 million HP every second. The spell's activation instantly killed the elite-ranked lizardman. Meanwhile, before Flame Prison's duration was anywhere close to ending, Feng took out an aqua blue Tier 3 magic scroll Ice Torrent. A torrent of water crashed down from the cavern's ceiling and impacted the ground heavily. Any living creature that came into contact with the water turned into an ice sculpture on the spot. The chieftain-ranked lizardmen, who had received critical damage from the initial wave of attacks from Flame Prison, had their remaining HPs thoroughly consumed, their frozen bodies shattering into tiny frost particles. Loot then scattered all over the cavern's submerged floor. After just a brief moment, only the 9 lords and 1 high lord remained of the lizardman army. How tough! Seeing that the lord-ranked lizardmen were already at critical HP, Feng followed up with Flame Domain. Although Flame Domain was not as powerful as a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, it was more than enough to deal with the lord-ranked lizardmen. After the 3 large-scale destruction spells descended, only the high lord-ranked lizardman captain remained of the 300-plus lizardmen that charged at Feng. At this moment, though, the high lord had less than half of his HP left. Even so, Feng had no intentions of showing mercy, immediately advancing towards the Lizardman captain. If it were during normal times, Feng would pay no attention whatsoever to a High Lord-ranked monster. However, he currently had to deal with the Grand Lord-ranked Lizardman chief. If he left the Lizardman captain alone now, he might very well come to regret it later on. Currently, the Lizardman chief was much more powerful than the Grand Lord-ranked purgatory puppets Feng had fought during the entrance test. The Realm Lord also possessed much greater HP. Moreover, Feng was alone right now, and the system disallowed the use of summoning scrolls. Hence, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Lizardman chief, and he definitely could not afford even the slightest bit of carelessness. However, just when Feng arrived before the Lizardman captain and was about to use Flame Burst to finish off the High Lord, numerous flame spears suddenly shot at him. Upon seeing this, Feng retreated in surprise. Boom! 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 When the flame spears impacted the ground, large craters immediately formed. What power! So, this is a Tier 3 spell cast by a Realm Lord? Feng was inwardly astonished as he looked at the flaming craters. It was self-evident that the Lizardman chief had removed the effects of Forbidden Domain. Although the Lizardman chief had cast only a Tier 3 spell, its power was already at the Tier 4 standard. If Feng tried blocking such a spell, he might very well lose his life in an instant. Meanwhile, as soon as Feng dodged the flame spears, flames started raining down from midair. At the same time, chains made of flames emerged from the ground and shot at him, giving him no chance to catch a breather. Whether it was the rain of flames or the flaming chains, both were spells capable of killing Feng upon contact. Right now, damn it. Gritting his teeth, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power. He then executed the Tier 2 instant strike at the Lizardman captain. In the blink of an eye, Feng's body disappeared from the trajectories of the Lizardman chief's attacks and appeared before the heavily injured Lizardman captain. Phantom kill. 9 Dragon Slash. Feng held nothing back as he launched one powerful attack after another at the Lizardman captain, who only had around 4 million HP remaining. Due to Heavenly Dragon's power's effect, Feng's strength attribute increased by 150%. His strength was now superior to even a Grand Lord's of the same level. There was also instant strikes effects, which increased his attack speed by 500% and damage dealt by 400%. In the next moment, damages exceeding -100,000 appeared above the Lizardman captain's head one after another. Sometimes, a critical hit dealing over -300,000 damage would also occur. As Feng and his doppelganger hacked and slashed at the Lizardman captain, they also activated Defensive Blade to block the spell attacks coming from the Lizardman chief. The fight with the Lizardman captain lasted only a matter of seconds. During this period, the High Lord had very little chance to counterattack. By the time the Lizardman captain was dead, Feng and his doppelganger had mostly exhausted the block counts of their Defensive Blade. Although only the Lizardman chief remained now, Feng did not dare to be careless. As a precaution, he stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground and activated Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, pitch-black shackles emerged from the ground beneath the Lizardman chief's feet, binding the Realm Lord completely. The Realm Lord's basic attributes then began decreasing rapidly. However, the Lizardman chief was not an easy opponent to defeat. With a shout, he shattered the restraints on his body and stopped his basic attributes from decreasing any further. In the end, the Realm Lord still retained 80% of his basic attributes, remaining a nightmarish existence to current players. However, Feng had long since expected such an outcome. He then activated Disintegration Field, causing the Lizardman chief's basic attributes to plummet once more. Eventually, the Lizardman chief's basic attributes fell to only 60% of their original values. However, Feng was still not satisfied with this result. He took out the Ring of Gospel and spent 5,000 magic crystals, activating World Projection Threefold Suppression. If players in the outside world were to see this scene, their eyes would most likely fall out of their sockets. Feng had actually suppressed a Realm Lord grade Grand Lord to the point where the boss possessed only 45% of his original basic attributes. Now, the Lizardman chief was no different from a Great Lord of the same level. However, the Lizardman chief was thoroughly enraged under Feng's threefold suppression. Waving his staff, he cast the most powerful spell in his arsenal, Hell Pythons. Suddenly, the Lizardman Chief's staff transformed into a bundle of flames, which then expanded and became 9 massive, flaming pythons that were fully under the Lizardman Chief's control. He still had such a trump card to play? Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the flaming python striking at him. Although he had yet to clash with these flaming pythons, he could already tell that they were not something a tier 2 player like himself could hope to stop. Just when the 9 flaming pythons were about to come into contact with Feng, the latter suddenly split into 10 identical copies of himself. This move was none other than divine steps. Even if he left the 9 pythons alone, the latter would be able to attack only 9 targets at most at any time. With the flaming pythons distracted, Feng immediately made his way towards the Lizardman Chief. Thundering flash. Flame burst. Shadow blade. Both Feng's main body and doppelganger attacked the Lizardman Chief in a frenzy. Although the Lizardman Chief was a realm lord, his basic attributes were now suppressed to the point where they only rivaled a great lords of the same level. Moreover, the Lizardman Chief did not excel in melee battles. As a result, the Lizardman Chief became no different from a punching bag to Feng, whose basic attributes were currently superior to a Grand Lords of the same level. 99%. 95%. 90%. When Divine Steps ended, Feng took out a Tier 3 defensive scroll, Sacred Shield of Water, and used it. The defensive spell was capable of blocking Tier 4 attacks even for a short moment, let alone the Tier 3 attacks of the flaming pythons. By the time Hell Python's 20-second duration was over, the Sacred Shield of Water still had over a quarter of its energy remaining. Without the annoyance of the Hell Pythons, Feng had a much easier time dealing with the Lizardman Chief and was able to whittle down the Realm Lord's HP. When the duration of Heavenly Dragon's power ended, Feng promptly followed it up by activating Power of Darkness, maintaining his strength at the level of a Grand Lord. Meanwhile, every one of his normal attacks dealt over -30,000 damage to the Lizardman Chief and -80,000 for a critical hit. His skill attacks dealt over -100,000 damage each and -300,000 for a critical hit. However, Feng would occasionally be forced to block one of the Lizardman Chief's spell attacks with his weapons, losing 10,000 to 20,000 HP in the process. Fortunately, Feng had Life Domain and Void Shield to help him recover and block a portion of those attacks. Hence, he had no problems keeping his HP above a safe margin. The only real challenge he faced was that the high-intensity combat was depleting both his stamina and concentration at a severe rate. As the minutes passed by, the Lizardman Chief's HP steadily decreased. 50%. 30%. 10%. Despicable intruder. I will not let you win. The Lizardman Chief suddenly exploded in violent fury and tossed aside his staff. He then started gathering a stupendous amount of mana inside his body. Following which, not only did his body turn pitch black, but it also doubled in size. Mana madness? At this moment, when Feng looked at the Lizardman Chief, he could feel the threat of death from the Realm Lord. Actually, even if his mind did not warn him about the Lizardman Chief, his eyes could see very clearly just how dangerous the Realm Lord was right now. Despite the Lizardman Chief just standing still right now, the ground beneath the Realm Lord buckled and shattered from the intense aura his body radiated. The air surrounding the Lizardman Chief had also become extremely heavy, as well as scorching hot roar. The Lizardman Chief bellowed and dashed forward, appearing in front of Feng in the blink of an eye. The Realm Lord then raised his massive arms and smashed down at Feng. Feng had no intention of dodging the Realm Lord's attack. Instead, he activated the Tier 2 Blade Liberation, increasing his basic attributes once more. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, several streaks of shadow merged with the slash Feng executed using Killing Ray, the combined attack landing squarely on the Lizardman Chief's fists. Boom. Feng was forced to retreat by only half a step from the resulting impact. In contrast, the Lizardman Chief's arms got flung away, leaving his scaly chest wide open to attack. Moreover, the counter had also forced the Realm Lord to retreat by 2 steps. A chance. Feng used this opportunity to activate Divine Providence and stabbed the Abyssal Blade at the Lizardman Chief. Flame burst. After launching a series of devastating attacks, Feng eventually reaped the final 10% HP the Lizardman Chief had remaining. Meanwhile, like a bursting balloon, the Realm Lord's body instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1578, Basic Strength Battle Array. He's finally dead. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Lizardman Chief disappearing after going berserk. The Lizardman Chief was simply too powerful. Not only was the Realm Lord's strength overwhelming, but his attacks also carried the mana erosion effect. Every time Feng clashed with the Realm Lord, although he appeared to have the advantage, in reality, his HP also decreased by a significant amount. At this moment, Feng's HP had already fallen below 25%. Had the Lizardman Chief been able to endure a few more attacks, the one to die in that battle would have been Feng. Instead, meanwhile, after the Lizardman Chief died, over a dozen items had dropped to the ground, including 3 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, 4 pieces of level 55 secret silver equipment, 8 rare materials, and 2 mana barrier crystal fragments. For a level 60 Grand Lord, this loot was quite satisfactory. Not to mention, aside from all these items, the Realm Lord had also dropped 3 design fragments. When Feng saw these design fragments, his eyes immediately glowed. After all, these design fragments were meant for none other than the Conqueror's armor design. With this, I'll be able to start producing level 50 fine gold equipment that has a basic battle array added to it. Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 design fragments. He then combined the 9 design fragments, forming a complete forging design. Conqueror's armor forging design, advanced design, fine gold rank. When learned, you will be able to produce the level 50 magic rune armor. Every piece of armor produced will have a magic array carved on it. 5 pieces of armor can be used to form a basic strength battle array. Conqueror's armor, chest piece, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 50. Equipment requirement, strength 700 and agility 700. Defense plus 2150. Strength plus 64, endurance plus 72, agility plus 60. Additional passive skill dash. Life sacrifice, the lower the wearer's HP, the greater the power they will receive. Increases to a maximum of 10% strength and 20% attack speed. Additional active skill dash. Basic strength battle array, requires 5 or more players wearing the Conqueror's armor to activate. Upon activation, increases wearer's strength by 25%, agility by 15%, endurance by 15%, and physique by 10%. Grants basic perception sharing buff. Stamina and concentration consumption rates are also increased by 400%. Maintaining the battle array costs 1 magic crystal every 5 minutes. The effects of this basic strength battle array sure are powerful. Feng could not help his astonishment after reading through the Conqueror's armor's introduction. He had seen many basic battle arrays before. Meanwhile, a basic battle array would be considered excellent if it increased the attribute it specialized in by 20%. Normally, though, most basic battle arrays only increased their specialized attributes by 15%. The Conqueror's armor's basic strength battle array, however, actually increased strength by 25% and 2 other basic attributes by 15%. There was also the 10% improvement to physique. The effects of the basic strength battle array could already rival the transformation effects of demon players. In fact, the basic strength battle array provided even greater improvements to a player's combat power than a demon player's demon state did. After all, the battle array's perception sharing buff allowed players to eliminate their defensive blind spots. This, in turn, would improve a player's combat standard significantly. Moreover, coordination between players wearing the Conqueror's armor would also become much better, and they would be able to execute much more frightening attacks. If a party of 5 elite players was equipped with the Conqueror's armor, they might be able to defeat even a party of 5 ordinary experts. This was the reason the various large guilds had been extremely desperate to obtain equipment with battle arrays in the past. Moreover, the basic strength battle array was only a basic battle array. If the Conqueror's armor had an intermediate or advanced battle array instead, it could provide even more frightening improvements to a player's combat power. In the past, it was also because of some special battle arrays that many insignificant small guilds had managed to survive despite not subordinating themselves to a large guild. Currently, the value of the Conqueror's armor design was worth even more than fragmented legendary items. After going through the Lizardman Chief's loot, Feng approached the stone altar and carefully picked up the gold tablet placed on top of it. Feng was very curious to find out just what kind of combat technique. The tablet recorded to all players. Secret technique tablets were precious treasures that they could use to learn combat techniques from. Moreover, the higher the rank of a secret technique tablet, the more powerful the combat technique one could learn from it. In fact, in order to obtain a gold tablet, an NPC had gone as far as to commit robbery in the middle of Blackwing City. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Feng clicked to inspect the gold tablet. Secret body technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/3. A secret body technique? Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the gold tablet. It was common knowledge that among the various combat techniques available in God's domain, combat techniques focused on the physical body were the most valuable. Moreover, just like void steps, such techniques were suitable for both physically and magically oriented classes. Even if one failed to grasp the combat technique completely, they would still be able to improve their control over their own bodies. After he finished inspecting the gold tablet, before he could even store it away, a golden light suddenly shone down on him. A pleasant feeling filled Feng's body as he was enveloped in this golden light. He also fully recovered all the stamina and concentration he had exhausted previously. System, congratulations. You have exceeded your own limits and achieved an exploit acknowledged by the God system. Congratulations. You are the first player to have achieved an exploit on the Divine Staircase. Rewarding 15,000 shrine points. So, this is an exploit? Feng could not help but feel joyous when he saw the proof of having achieved an exploit appearing in his status window. Also, 15,000 shrine points. The system sure is generous. Unlike shrine points, one's accumulated exploits would not reset upon leaving the World Summit. They would remain until players spent them or deleted them deliberately. Meanwhile, the more valuable items available at the Divine Staircase, such as bloodlines and fragmented legendary items, all required exploits to exchange for. Otherwise, even if one had the necessary shrine points, they would only be able to stare at their desired items, helpless to do anything. Moreover, due to the system reward this time, Feng's accumulated shrine points had finally broken past the 100,000 point threshold. He was now qualified to exchange for the cheapest bloodline. After thinking up to this point, Feng could not help but quickly leave the 30th Divine Shrine. When he appeared back on the Divine Staircase, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 1,500 shrine point. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 1,500 shrine point. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 4,000 shrine points. After including these rewards, Feng's total shrine points reached 109,360. However, he still had no intention of ending his challenge. After getting sufficient rest, he immediately proceeded to the next Divine Shrine. Although he currently no longer had enough magic crystals to use world projection for the subsequent Guardian bosses, even if he could not beat the Guardian bosses, he was more than capable of maneuvering past them. In any case, he was not required to defeat the Guardian bosses in order to clear the Divine Shrines and ascend the Divine Staircase. Hence, while avoiding battle with the Guardian bosses, Feng cleared one Divine Shrine after another. Meanwhile, as he was rapidly accumulating more shrine points, some players out on the World Summit had also started to notice something odd. Previously, the highest record on the ranking list displayed before the various Divine Shrines was only at the 33rd Divine Shrine. Now, however, someone had already reached the 35th Divine Shrine. Moreover, this person showed no signs of slowing down as they sped through the 35th Divine Shrine and entered the 36th. Who is this person? Skyhawk, who had just exited the 33rd Divine Shrine, revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the Divine Shrine ranking list. As one reached further Divine Shrines, not only would they face much more difficult bosses, but the trap set up inside the Divine Shrines also became increasingly powerful. In fact, Skyhawk had spent 2 of his 7 attempts on clearing the 33rd Divine Shrine. Furthermore, he had already planned on giving up trying to pass the 34th Divine Shrine altogether. As for the 35th Divine Shrine, he did not even dare think about clearing it. After all, the Divine Staircase's difficulty increased substantially every 5 levels. Despite that, there was actually someone who had successfully done so already and was challenging the 36th. Chapter 1579, Redeeming a Bloodline. After Feng entered the 36th Divine Shrine, the monsters he came across were mostly chieftains. Meanwhile, the monster patrol squads he encountered were mainly led by level 60 lords, with a few led by high lords. Even an expert player would not dare to pick a fight if they came across such monster patrol squads. Their only option would be to run away. In addition, the traps found inside the Divine Shrine had increased in both quantity and quality. Now, every trap was more than capable of killing a player instantly. If players lacked the strength to cope with the traps and patrol squads simultaneously, it was basically game over for them. To Feng, however, these monster patrol squads were no problem whatsoever. Only, having to deal with both the traps and monsters at the same time consumed a lot of his time and stamina. Fortunately, he had life essences to help replenish his stamina. Hence, he still managed to arrive at the teleportation array of the 36th Divine Shrine relatively easily. From the 35th Divine Shrine onwards, the Guardian bosses had become Grand Lord ranked archaic species. Even if Feng had enough magic crystals to execute threefold suppression, he was not confident of defeating such a foe. A casual hit from a Grand Lord ranked archaic species could heavily injure Feng even if he succeeded in blocking the attack. If he failed, needless to say, he would be killed instantly. As a result, Feng had to resort to Heavenly Dragon's power and life domain to keep himself alive. He then used the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill to activate the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was ready, he swapped positions with his doppelganger and promptly left the 36th Divine Shrine. Although Feng failed to kill the Guardian boss, passing the 36th Divine Shrine still granted him a total of 4,000 shrine points. Through this method, he smoothly ascended the Divine Staircase all the way up to the 40th Divine Shrine, causing a huge commotion among the players in the World Summit. After all, the second-ranked player only managed to clear the 33rd Divine Shrine. Meanwhile, Feng directly chose to give up on the challenge after passing the 40th Divine Shrine. The reason for this decision was the Guardian bosses no longer being Grand Lord ranked archaic species, but mythic monsters, instead, from the 40th Divine Shrine onwards. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or combat standards, a mythic monster surpassed a Grand Lord ranked archaic species by a wide margin. Against a mythic monster, skills such as Abyssal Curse and Disintegration Field had minimal effect. Even after Feng had used Heavenly Dragon's power, the Guardian boss of the 40th Divine Shrine still managed to overwhelm him. Had Feng made even the slightest mistake during the fight, he would have definitely been killed instantly. In the end, he was left with no choice but to resort to twofold berserk. However, even after he did so, against an unsuppressed mythic monster, it had taken him everything he had just to keep his life. Fortunately, he was able to hold out long enough for his doppelganger to activate the teleportation array, and he succeeded in leaving the 40th Divine Shrine. However, after activating twofold berserk, he had also entered a weakened state, which had a very long duration. As this method of clearing the Divine Shrines was simply too time-consuming, Feng decided that it was better to give up and use his remaining time to explore the other shrines on the World Summit. After Feng chose to leave the Divine Staircase, he arrived back at the Divine Hall located at the bottom of the World Summit. There are so many people. Upon arriving at the Divine Hall, he discovered that most of the demon players he encountered at the World Summit's main entrance were currently present in the Divine Hall buying demon potions, 150 gold per bottle. Willing to use level 45 top-tier weapons and equipment to exchange as well. Purchasing set pieces for level 50 dark gold or fine gold set equipment. Price is negotiable. Among the players present inside the Divine Hall, very few were here to exchange for items using their shrine points. Instead, the majority of the players were purchasing items exchanged using shrine points. Rather than an exchange center, the Divine Hall looked more like a marketplace right now at this moment. A cloaked player approached Feng and asked, "Fellow friend, you just came out from the Divine Staircase, right? If you still have points remaining after you're done exchanging for the items you want, I'm willing to purchase those points at a high price. I'll buy 20 points for 1 gold. I'll buy 10 points for 1 gold if you have over 1,000 points, 10 points for 2 gold if you have over 3,000 points, and 10 points for 3 gold if you have over 5,000 points. How about it?" Hearing the cloaked player's words, Feng was inwardly astonished. The purchase price was simply too frightening. If players had over 5,000 points on hand, that meant passing the first divine shrine alone could already earn them 6 gold coins. If they defeated the guardian boss as well, they could make a total of 21 gold from clearing the first divine shrine. "Sorry, but I don't have that many points to spare," Feng replied, shaking his head. He then headed straight for the exchange counter, showing no intention of trading away his points for coins. After all, he did not have a lot of shrine points on hand. Currently, he had accumulated a total of only 146,360 points. Given Feng's lack of interest, the cloaked player had no choice but to search for willing sellers. When Feng arrived before the exchange counter, a female demon NPC smiled at him and asked, "Hello, sir, may I know what item you wish to exchange for?" "Bloodlines." Feng replied. "Bloodlines?" The demon NPC revealed a shocked expression when she heard Feng's answer. Very quickly, however, she nodded and said, "All right. Here is a list of bloodlines available for exchange." Although Feng and the female demon NPC did not speak loudly, everyone present in the Divine Hall was an expert. They also possessed considerably good physiques. Moreover, they were very familiar with the high-ranking items available for exchange at the Divine Hall. Hence, upon hearing the word bloodline, they turned to look at Feng, who stood before the exchange counter, their ears immediately perking up. "What? That person is actually trying to exchange for a bloodline? Even the cheapest bloodline requires 100,000 points. Previously, I heard that the monsters that managed to pass the 31st Divine Shrine only obtained 32,540 points. They are far from reaching 100,000 points. That guy should just be taking a look at the available bloodlines." No, that might not be the case. I checked the ranking list just now and saw that someone has already cleared the 40th Divine Shrine. He might be that person. Still, even if he cleared the 40th Divine Shrine, it shouldn't be possible for him to accumulate so many points. At this moment, everyone looked at Feng with eyes filled with curiosity. After all, to them, 100,000 shrine points was an astronomical amount. It seems nobody else has discovered it yet. From the hushed discussions Feng overheard, he couldn't help but pity these expert demon players. In order to save time, these players had chosen the fastest method to clear the divine shrines and missed out on the opportunity to obtain the points for killing the guardian bosses. However, he also wasn't so kind-hearted as to announce this fact. Following which, he focused his gaze on the list of bloodlines the NPC provided him. There was a total of 33 different bloodlines available for exchange. Among them, 23 were basic bloodlines, 8 were advanced bloodlines, and 2 were peak bloodlines. In his 2 lives playing God's Domain, this was the first time Feng saw so many bloodlines gathered in one place. Meanwhile, any single one of these bloodlines could cause any expert in the past to go crazy over it. Even apex experts would have been willing to pay any price to acquire one of these bloodlines. Chapter 1580, Hidden Benefit. Sure enough, they are all amazing. It's no wonder so many experts were so crazy about bloodlines back then. Feng felt slightly emotional when he saw the list of bloodlines in the past. Even superpowers had an extremely tough time getting their hands on bloodlines. Information on bloodlines was also heavily restricted. Even though Feng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had not possessed any detailed information on bloodlines. All he knew was that bloodlines improved a player's life rating and that they were of great help when players got promoted to higher tiers. Meanwhile, although the list of bloodlines the demon NPC gave him did not reveal a lot of information, what he could see was already more than enough to thrill him. Even the most ordinary bloodline would allow players to undergo a qualitative transformation. Take the Frost bloodline, for example. It increased the owner's compatibility with Ice-type skills and spells, improving their skill and spell completion rates and base power. In addition, players with bloodlines would gain some extra basic attribute points every time they leveled up. In the case of the Frost bloodline, its primary focus was intelligence, while strength, agility, endurance, and vitality were secondary. Moreover, the bonus basic attributes gained through leveling up would further increase with each tier promotion. Eventually, as players rose in levels, the gap in basic attributes between players with bloodlines and players without bloodlines would also grow increasingly wider, to the point where the disparity could instill despair. However, looking at the cost of the various bloodlines listed, Feng could not help but frown. Of the two peak bloodlines available, one needed 340,000 SPs, while the other needed 360,000 SPs. In addition, both of them required 3 exploits each. These peak bloodlines were even more expensive than the top-tier fragmented legendary items. As for the 8 advanced bloodlines, they, too, were far beyond Feng's reach, as even the cheapest among them cost 200,000 SPs and 2 exploits, while the most expensive one cost 260,000 SPs and 2 exploits. Even if he managed to kill the mythic ranked guardian boss in the 40th divine shrine, accumulating 200,000 SPs was unlikely. It seems I can exchange for only a basic bloodline. Feng could not help but sigh. Revealing a bitter smile, he set his eyes on the 23 basic bloodlines. Even the cheap basic bloodline, which was named Boulder Bloodline, cost 100,000 SPs and 1 exploit. The Boulder bloodline improved a player's defense, and the main basic attribute it increased was endurance. It was a bloodline more suited for MTs rather than swordsmen. In the end, Feng narrowed his choices to 3 bloodlines. Hurricane bloodline increases compatibility with wind-type skills and spells. Mainly improves agility, followed by endurance, strength, vitality, and intelligence. Requires 115,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. Scorching flame bloodline increases compatibility with fire-type skills and spells. Mainly improves endurance, followed by strength, agility, vitality, and intelligence. Requires 122,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. Earth Dragon bloodline increases magic resistance. Mainly improves strength, followed by endurance, agility, vitality, and intelligence. Requires 125,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. These 3 bloodlines were more suitable for a melee physical class like the Swordsman class. Whether they were wind-type or fire-type skills, the Swordsman class had a little of both. Hence, the Hurricane and Scorching Flame bloodlines would provide significant improvements to a swordsman's DPS. As for the Earth Dragon bloodline, it was suitable for practically every class in the game. As players reached higher levels, the maps available for them to grind in would have increasingly poor environments. In the past, many players would even prepare multiple sets of equipment to cope with different environments. Hence, magic resistance was very helpful to players. All 3 bloodlines were considerably good. At the moment, Feng did not know which bloodline to choose. "Sir, should I recommend you a few bloodlines that are suited to yourself?" the female demon NPC asked, smiling as she looked at Feng's hesitant expression. "May I know what your recommendations are?" Feng could not help but ask curiously. Recommendations from NPCs were generally very accurate. However, it was not easy for players to get one from them. Usually, a player had to be lucky or have sufficiently high favorability with an NPC for such a situation to occur. As you are the heavens blessed that has progressed the furthest up the divine staircase, you get to enjoy a 10% discount on all exchanges. Hence, I recommend either the Thunderblade Advanced Bloodline or the Dark Iron Basic Bloodline, the female demon replied as she called out 2 displays showing the details of the bloodlines. She mentioned Yuri saying the number 1 ranking player in the divine staircase gets a 10% discount. Feng was slightly surprised to hear this. He never thought that the Divine Staircase's ranking list also provided such a hidden benefit. The Thunderblade bloodline the female demon mentioned was an advanced bloodline. It improved not only a player's compatibility with lightning-type skills and spells but also their attack speed. As for basic attributes, the advanced bloodline mainly improved strength and agility, followed by intelligence, endurance, and vitality. However, since it was a powerful bloodline, its cost was also frighteningly high. It needed a whopping 230,000 shrine points and 2 exploits. Even with the 10% discount, he couldn't afford this bloodline. As for the Dark Iron bloodline, it increased a player's compatibility with melee skills. As for basic attributes, the bloodline mainly increased strength, followed by agility, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. The bloodline's price was, likewise, very high, requiring 150,000 SPs and 1 exploit. Currently, he had 146,360 SPs. If he included the 10% discount, he would have more than enough to exchange for the Dark Iron bloodline. I'll exchange for this Dark Iron bloodline, Feng said, inwardly ecstatic as he looked at the Dark Iron bloodline. Among the many basic bloodlines available, the Dark Iron bloodline was the most suited to melee classes. Since he could afford it, he naturally wouldn't go choosing other basic bloodlines. Alright. You have to pay a total of 135,000 shrine points and 1 exploit, the female demon said, nodding immediately. A payment window appeared before Feng. Without hesitation, he chose to complete the transaction. A moment later, the female demon retrieved a pitch-black crystal bottle from a magic array beside her. She then carefully handed the bottle over to Feng. So, this is a bloodline? As Feng looked at the pitch-black liquid inside the magic crystal bottle, he could sense vitality radiating from the liquid. Moreover, the liquid also contained terrifying power. This is the Dark Iron bloodline you've purchased. Please store it away properly. May I know if you have anything else you wish to exchange for? I wish to exchange for the cheapest god crystal available. When Feng took a look at the shrine points he had remaining, he saw he still had 11,360 points left. Meanwhile, the cheapest god crystal up for exchange cost 12,000 SPs before discount, which was significantly less expensive than an epic item. Not to mention, compared to an epic item, a god crystal was much more useful to him. Following which, the female demon inserted her hand into the magic array beside her again and retrieved a god crystal. Every god crystal carried the remnant divine might of a god. Hence, the mere appearance of a god crystal caused the players inside the divine hall to feel an enormous pressure bearing down on them. What is this pressure? It's so strong. What kind of item can give off such a powerful pressure? Who is that person? Just now, he seemed to have exchanged for a bloodline already. Now, he's even exchanging for such an item. Just how many points does he have? The crowd inside the divine hall stared at Feng in shock. The players that previously doubted him now looked at him with eyes brimming with envy and admiration. A bloodline. That was something that could allow even an ordinary player to become an expert. If demon experts like themselves could obtain a bloodline, they would definitely become one of the apex existences in God's domain in the future. Hence, how could they not envy Feng? Meanwhile, after Feng obtained the Dark Iron bloodline and God Crystal, he no longer had any reason to remain in the Divine Hall. He immediately turned around and headed towards the exit. However, before Feng could leave the Divine Hall, a man suddenly stood in his way. Smiling, the man said, "Fellow friend, your performance at the Divine Staircase is amazing. May I know if you can hand over that bloodline you have to the Flower of Seven Sins? Rest assured, the Flower of Seven Sins definitely will not mistreat you and will reward you amply." With a look, Feng identified the man before him as none other than Skyhawk of the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 1581, Disintegration Armor Recovers. Chapter 1581, Disintegration Armor Recovers. Overhearing Skyhawk's request, the players inside the Divine Hall could not help but turn to look at him with shocked expressions. What? That guy is actually someone from the Flower of Seven Sins? Sure enough, even a superpower like the Flower of Seven Sins is highly interested in bloodlines. I wonder if that person will agree to trade his bloodline away. Why wouldn't he agree? That's the Flower of Seven Sins we're talking about. It's the strongest assassination organization in the virtual gaming world. Who would dare defy them? The surrounding onlookers started a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Skyhawk. The Flower of Seven Sins was known by practically everyone in the virtual gaming world. However, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins always took action covertly, so most players had only ever heard about the organization and knew that it specialized in commissions for assassination. As long as one could afford the price, the Flower of Seven Sins would dare to take action even against super guilds. Moreover, every member of the Flower of Seven Sins was an expert among experts. Even super guilds felt fearful of some of the organization's experts. Meanwhile, regarding the matter of Feng acquiring a bloodline, although the onlookers felt very envious of him, they also knew that any player capable of exchanging for a bloodline was definitely no ordinary expert. Hence, there was very little chance they could steal the bloodline from Feng. However, it would be a different story if the Flower of Seven Sins was the one asking for it. The Flower of Seven Sins dared to take action against even the old monsters of super guilds. Although Feng was someone capable of acquiring a bloodline, the Flower of Seven Sins would still consider him an insignificant existence. Just as everyone was wondering what kind of decision Feng would make, Feng rolled his eyes at the arrogant Skyhawk. I am not interested in this transaction. You'd best look for someone else, Feng said before continuing towards the main entrance of the Divine Hall. Bloodlines were limited items in God's domain. Although they were available for exchange at the Divine Staircase, every bloodline was unique. Once one was taken, its listing would no longer appear at the Divine Staircase. In addition, players wouldn't be allowed to exchange for items of similar rank and type in the future, which implied that players could exchange for only one basic bloodline at the Divine Staircase in their lifetime. If Feng wished to exchange for another bloodline in the future, his options would be only advanced bloodlines and peak bloodlines. The same rule applied for epic and fragmented legendary items as well. Players were limited to only one such item. Hence, Feng naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to trade away his bloodline. Moreover, even if he could exchange for an unlimited number of bloodlines, he still wouldn't trade the Dark Iron bloodline away. Bloodlines were incomparably precious. Aside from the Divine Staircase, Feng had no idea where he could obtain a bloodline with absolute certainty. Hence, if he managed to get his hands on additional bloodlines, he would naturally give it to the other members of his guild. Only a fool would try to sell their bloodlines away. Upon Feng's departure, Skyhawk's complexion darkened immediately. That guy's dead. He actually dared offend someone from the Flower of Seven Sins. As expected of an expert. If it were me, I definitely would have chosen to trade away the bloodline. Everyone could not help but send Feng looks of pity and worship as they watched the swordsman leave the Divine Hall. When it came to tracking and investigative capabilities, the Flower of Seven Sins could rival even the Secret Pavilion. If the organization wanted someone dead, there was almost no escaping the organization's grasp. Hence, if given a choice, independent experts would rather provoke a super guild than the Flower of Seven Sins. Commander, that person sure is arrogant. He actually dares disrespect the Flower of Seven Sins. The Guardian Knight belonging to Skyhawk's party said as he approached Skyhawk, shock and anger on his face as he looked at Feng's departing figure. Since he refuses to trade it to us, we'll just take it away from him by force. Skyhawk sneered as he looked at Feng. Did you use the tracking scroll? I did. For the next 12 hours, no matter where he runs to, we'll be able to find him. The Guardian Knight smiled and nodded. Taking a look at his system map, he continued, he seems to be heading for the World Summit. In God's domain, while it was indeed true that only rangers and assassins possessed tracking abilities, other players could rely on special magic scrolls to track players. Meanwhile, as these special magic scrolls did not deal any damage, even when used on a player, the said player would not notice the tracking marker and neither could they remove it. Unless the targeted player logged out of the game, they could be located regardless of where they went. The only flaw of these special magic scrolls was that they could not be used repeatedly on the same target. Once a player was marked, no other tracking marker could be placed on them within the next 48 hours. What a confident person. Notify Ink Hunter and have him get ready. We'll take action on the World Summit, Skyhawk ordered. In the World Summit, only the foot of the mountain was a safe zone. Once players ascended the mountain, the prohibition on attacking other players no longer applied. There, players could fight each other however much they wanted. Only, once a player was killed on the World Summit, although they would not lose a level, they would drop an item and be sent directly out of the World Summit regardless of how much time they had remaining. Since bloodlines were categorized as limited items, after players exchanged for a bloodline, they could not use it immediately. They needed to wait 3 hours for the restriction to end. Meanwhile, if players were killed during this restriction period, they would drop the bloodline with a 100% certainty. Understood. The Guardian Knight licked his lips in anticipation as he contacted their cleric companion. Meanwhile, after Feng ascended the World Summit, he did not make a beeline for the area where the epic shrines were located. Instead, he found a secluded spot and retrieved the Disintegration armor and God Crystal from his bag. Hopefully, it doesn't require too many. Feng took a deep breath as he chose the fusion option in the system interface. In the Divine Staircase's exchange menu, God Crystals were considered only unique items and not limited items. However, players had a cap of 1 God Crystal per visit to the World Summit. If Feng wished to exchange for another God Crystal, he could do so only on his next visit. After he chose to fuse the Disintegration armor and God Crystal, the magic circuits carved on the Disintegration armor released a dazzling silver glow. At the same time, the Disintegration power the armor radiated intensified. A short moment later, a stream of evil, pitch-black energy flowed out of the Disintegration armor. This pitch-black energy felt as if it could corrode all items in existence. In fact, it even began corroding the ground, air, and even space around the Disintegration armor. What a strong power! Feng involuntarily retreated 3 steps in a hurry as he looked at this pitch-black energy, deeply afraid of getting tainted by this corrosive energy. However, shortly after this pitch-black energy started corrupting its surroundings, the space around it began trembling. The boundless energy permeating the entire World Summit actually started dispelling this pitch-black energy. In the blink of an eye, it obliterated the pitch-black energy. The World Summit truly is a place created by gods. Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at the formerly decayed grass and air that had reverted to their original states. The corrosive energy was capable of suppressing even the Disintegration armor's mighty Disintegration power. Yet, when this pitch-black energy came into contact with the energy in World Summit, it got wiped out almost instantly. Meanwhile, after this pitch-black energy was removed, a small change occurred to the Disintegration armor. The formerly dull and tattered armor was actually glowing right now. Although it still had some physical damage and the magic circuits engraved on it remained dim and powerless, the Disintegration power it exuded had become much more resplendent than before. Even Feng, the owner of the Disintegration armor, felt intense pressure coming from it. He immediately walked up to the Disintegration armor and checked its statistics again. What amazing attributes! Feng could not help but grow ecstatic as he looked at the Disintegration armor's new statistics. Chapter 1582, Domain Improves. Chapter 1582, Domain Improves. Feng's desire for the Disintegration armor was intense. After all, it was a set piece of one of the 9 great legendary sets in God's domain. He had only heard rumors about the 9 great legendary sets in the past. He knew that these 9 sets were far stronger than ordinary legendary set equipment. They could be considered the best among the various legendary set equipment in God's domain generally. Among the various pieces of a set equipment, the chest piece was the most important. As long as he could repair the Disintegration armor, its benefits would be far beyond that of ordinary legendary equipment. Although the Disintegration armor hadn't fully recovered, its statistics were frightening. Disintegration armor, one piece of the legendary set equipment the Orc Empire's founding emperor had crafted. The wearer of this armor will gain even greater strength than that of Titans. They will also fall into an endless cycle of madness. However, the Disintegration armor had been damaged beyond repair during the Great War, and now leaks the Disintegration power within. The Disintegration power will taint any player that carries this item. It has also been tainted by an evil power, making it impossible to recast the armor. At present, 75% of the armor is still tainted by an evil power. Disintegration field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 70%. All entities within range of the disintegration field will sustain a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. Despite removing a quarter of the evil power, the disintegration armor's power had grown significantly. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the disintegration field would become once he removed the remaining evil power. Disintegration field's ability to weaken skills and spells above Tier 2 by 70% was outrageous. Such suppression would basically cripple any skill or spell it encountered. The skill or spell would likely deal even less damage than a normal attack, and that's not even including the 40% reduction to basic attributes. Only 3 more to go. Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the remaining evil power in the armor. Although he had spent more time on the divine staircase than any other player, he had earned a lot of time in the entrance test. He still had 5,724 minutes he could use to explore the world summit. If he spent this time wisely, he shouldn't have any issues acquiring 3 more god crystals. Opening an epic shrine only cost 1,000 minutes, and excluding travel time between shrines, he could activate up to 5 epic shrines. As long as 3 of these epic shrines contained god crystals, he could remove the remaining evil power that tainted the disintegration armor. Once he had a plan, Feng stopped wasting his time. After storing the disintegration armor, he dashed towards the epic shrine area. Feng ascended the world summit's mountain far faster than he had during his previous visit. Even though he was still suffering a weakened state from activating twofold berserk after climbing the mountain for a little over an hour, he had made it past the bronze area and was already past the mysterious iron area. During his climb, he had spotted many players who tried to make the most of their remaining time as they entered as many low-rank shrines as possible. Unlike the dark gold and epic shrines, which cost 400 minutes and 1,000 minutes to activate, respectively, lower-ranked shrines were relatively cheap to activate. The bronze and mysterious iron shrines, in particular, only cost 50 minutes and 100 minutes to activate. Just as Feng was about to reach the secret silver area, 3 figures moved to intercept him. Leading this trio was none other than the Flower of 7 Sins Skyhawk. What a coincidence. "We meet again," Skyhawk said, smiling at the cloaked Feng. "A coincidence?" Glancing at Skyhawk and his 2 companions, who currently wore sneers, Feng said, "I'm wearing a black cloak like many of the players in the World Summit. Quite a few of them are swordsmen as well. Aside from using a tracking scroll, I don't think you have any other methods of differentiating me from anyone else." Such a quick and astute observation is only to be expected from the expert that earned enough SPs to purchase a bloodline, Skyhawk praised and clapped. "You are correct. To find you, I used one of the only 2 tracking scrolls I had on hand. Are you willing to sell us the bloodline now?" Tracking scrolls were extremely rare and precious items in God's domain. They were treasures used to hunt players. If Feng had merely obtained an epic weapon or piece of equipment from the divine staircase, he would not have bothered to waste a tracking scroll on the swordsman. However, Feng carried a bloodline. Skyhawk would even willingly spend 10 tracking scrolls to hunt this swordsman down. "What if I refuse?" Feng asked. "Refuse?" Skyhawk could not help but laugh at Feng's question. "You can refuse, but the Flower of 7 Sins always gets what it wants. Or do you think that you can actually escape our pursuit?" Skyhawk's statement had been quite loud, and his words quickly caught the attention of nearby players who came and went from the secret silver area. "What's going on? Members of the Flower of 7 Sins are actually robbing someone. Is this for real? That person sure is unlucky." The passing players sent Feng looks of sympathy. Although they weren't certain that Skyhawk and his companions were actually from the Flower of 7 Sins, they outnumbered their target. Moreover, their weapons and equipment were exceptional. These 3 players definitely weren't ordinary experts. Feng would clearly be at a disadvantage if the trio decided to take action. "Commander, those people seem to think that Flower of 7 Sins members are robbing someone," a savage-like man, who had just descended from the secret silver area, reported to the cold beauty beside him as he looked toward Feng. The other members in the World Summit should be in Skyhawk's party. Should we go and take a look? There's no need. It's Skyhawk's party, the woman said as she looked at the man with a broken, massive, pitch-black blade across his back. If Skyhawk weren't preoccupied, he would notice that the cloaked savage and the cold beauty were none other than Brute Spear and Hidden Soul. Seriously? What exactly happened? Why are they resorting to theft? Brute Spear could not help but gape at the distant berserker. The Flower of Seven Sins only had 7 commanders. Meanwhile, Skyhawk commanded the Sin of Wrath, an existence that stood among the Flower of Seven Sins' upper echelons. Normally, Skyhawk felt it beneath himself to attack someone for an epic item, yet this man was trying to rob someone. If news of this reached the organization, it would cause chaos. I don't know, but this is quite interesting. Let's head over and find out what's going on. When Hidden Soul saw Skyhawk ready to take action, interest bubbled in her heart. However, this interest was not directed towards Skyhawk, but Skyhawk's target. A player daring enough to offend Skyhawk had to be extraordinary. Immediately, these two players approached the battle to get a better grasp of the situation. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's party burst into action as companions that frequently fought alongside each other. The trio had long since reached an instinctual understanding of the parties. Battle formation. Immediately, Ridiculous, the tall, robust Guardian Knight, charged towards Feng. Meanwhile, Skyhawk took advantage of the Ridiculous' large frame, shielding himself as he stealthily circled to Feng's side. As for the Cleric, Hunter cast a Truth Shield on Ridiculous. At the same time, he used Soul Cloud to assist in battle. Instantly, the trio formed a well-coordinated, 3-pronged attack. If not dealt with properly, this attack would even instant-kill a peak expert die. Ridiculous shouted as he radiated a golden glow, activating Justice Roar and forcing Feng to attack him. At the same time, he swung his one-handed axe at the Swordsman, utilizing the dazzling glow from his body to hide his attack. However, as Ridiculous swung his axe, an energy pulse radiated from Feng, extending across 100 yards before dissipating. Everyone within range suddenly found themselves under an intense suppression. Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Hunter's basic attributes began to plummet as exhaustion settled in their bones. Disintegration field. Chapter 1583, Mana Cutter. Chapter 1583, Mana Cutter. When the disintegration field took effect, the 3 members of Skyhawk's party visibly slowed. Meanwhile, when Ridiculous' one-handed axe was a few inches away from Feng's face, it clanged against a blue longsword, unable to move an inch further. This is a domain suppression. When Ridiculous felt his basic attributes decrease, he could not help but stare at the cloaked swordsman before him in astonishment. At this stage of the game, domain skills were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not only had Feng used a domain skill, but it had also reduced his basic attributes by 40%. Only a high-tiered domain skill was capable of accomplishing this, yet, since the start of the battle, he hadn't seen Feng use any magic scrolls. During Ridiculous' brief shock, Skyhawk approached Feng's right side and swung the broken, pitch-black blade in his hands. Indiscriminate slash. Immediately, over a dozen black energy blades flew towards Feng's blind spots. At the same time, Hunter bombarded the swordsman with Soul Cloud, launching magic blades from above. What exquisite coordination! Skyhawk and Hunter's performance shocked the spectating crowd. The 2 players had timed their attacks perfectly, targeting every one of the swordsman's blind spots. Even an expert player would be forced to activate their strongest life-saving skill in such a predicament. There was no way to block every attack. However, as the numerous attacks soared towards Feng, the latter didn't move to defend himself. Rather, Feng slashed the abyssal blade towards Skyhawk, who followed his indiscriminate slash with a normal attack. Is he trying to get himself killed? Skyhawk was confused as he watched Feng ignore both his indiscriminate slash and Hunter's Soul Cloud. Others might not realize how powerful his indiscriminate slash was, but he was very familiar with the attack. Even though his attributes had decreased, if every one of the dozen or so energy blades struck an MT of the same level, they'd either be near dead or lose half of their HP. Dang. Brilliant sparks scattered when the abyssal blade clashed with Skyhawk's broken sword. Skyhawk's normal attack came to an abrupt halt as everyone expected the energy and magical blades to devour Feng's HP. something astonishing occurred. Both attacks vanished half a yard from Feng. It was as if these attacks had never existed. What is going on? Did he use an invulnerability skill? Is he an NPC? Everyone's jaws dropped. All of the watching players were experts in God's domain. They had seen countless skills and spells in their travels, and they had a certain understanding of invulnerability skills. As far as they knew, invulnerability skills typically formed an eye-catching barrier of sorts to protect the player, yet despite the lack of any barrier around Feng, both Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's attacks had been nullified. This was simply inconceivable. A defensive skill? Skyhawk remained relatively calm despite his failed attack. Sneering at Feng, he hissed, "How long do you think this skill of yours can last? Do you think it can protect you from this?" Skyhawk immediately adjusted his footwork, and his broken blade began to gather a horrific, black energy around itself as it slashed towards Feng. The black energy quickly formed a black blade over Skyhawk's broken sword. As this black blade moved, it tore apart space itself. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight attacked from the side. Shield of Vengeance. With Justice Roar already active, his strength and attack speed had doubled. Suddenly, Skyhawk's broken blade split into 5 copies, each resembling a conning, venomous snake as they attempted to strike Feng's blind spots. Advanced combat technique, Snake Bite. Is Skyhawk finally taking this seriously? Hidden Soul frowned slightly as she watched from a distance. Skyhawk's technique standards weren't his only monstrous weapon. The broken, black blade he wielded was also extraordinary. The weapon itself lacked a quality rank, and its only attribute bonus was attack power. It didn't provide any additional basic attributes in exchange. However, the broken blade had 2, incomparably powerful skills. The first skill was Mana Rebound, the second was Mana Nullification. With this effect, the weapon could even slice through invulnerability skills. One could say that the weapon was a magic killer. In fact, this ability suited the broken blade's name perfectly. Mana Cutter. All defensive spells and skills were useless in the face of Skyhawk's attacks. Moreover, if melee players weren't careful with the skills they used to attack Skyhawk, Mana Rebound might turn their own attacks against them rather than damage Skyhawk. Because of this weapon, Skyhawk was the most formidable of the Flower of Seven Sins 7 commanders. If one wanted to defeat Skyhawk, they had to rely on techniques or basic attributes. Unfortunately, Skyhawk was a monster in both regards. If Hidden Soul had to face such an offensive, even she'd have no choice but to activate Vanish, receiving ridiculous attack, before putting as much distance between herself and Skyhawk as possible. If she tried to fight the Berserker and Guardian Knight simultaneously, she'd have no hope of victory. The Mana Cutter? Feng felt a little jealous as he watched the broken, pitch-black blade, which had transformed into 5 black snakes in the past. Every player had known about the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. They were just as popular as Super Guild's guild leaders. Their weapons and equipment had been just as famous among them. Countless berserkers and swordsmen dreamed of wielding Skyhawk's Mana Cutter. Realizing that Skyhawk and ridiculous attacks were about to hit their target, Feng disregarded the idea of intercepting them forcibly. Instead, he used Divine Steps and split into 11 copies, spreading out to circle his 2 opponents. Feng still suffered a weakened state, and although the duration was much shorter than earlier, it still reduced his basic attributes by 80%. Overall, his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Skyhawk and Ridiculous, who were still suppressed by Disintegration Field. He didn't have the ability to deflect the incoming attacks, which targeted his blind spots and weak points. Doppelgangers. The instant Mana Cutter slid through Feng's body, Skyhawk followed up with a whirlwind slash, giving Feng no chances to escape his grasp. By swapping positions with his doppelgangers reacting in a similar manner, Ridiculous followed up his attack with Devotion, an AoE skill that only attacked his enemies. Based on his experience with skills that summon doppelgangers, he immediately determined that Feng's doppelgangers were likely invulnerable to attacks and couldn't be differentiated from the true body. In that case, he simply needed to attack all 11 clones with an AoE to find Feng. This, however, Ridiculous was dumbfounded after he used Devotion. All 11 doppelgangers remained unharmed. They're all fakes? Skyhawk looked at each clone carefully. He had prepared to launch an attack as soon as his companion revealed Feng's real body, but since none of the copies had taken damage, he was at a loss. Using his opponent's shock as an opportunity, Feng appeared before Ridiculous and activated the aura of Time's forbidden domain. His two blades then transformed into streaks of light as the bit into the Guardian Knight before him. Tier 2 skill, Instant Strike. Although Ridiculous noticed Feng's attack, due to his weakened physique and the swordsman's attack speed, which had been increased by 500%, he couldn't react in time. He didn't even have time to activate his life-saving skill before Feng's attack struck. In the end, he could only watch as the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray slashed down at him in succession before Skyhawk could react. The Guardian Knight's 30,000 HP had fallen to 0. Chapter 1584, Wrong Opponent. Chapter 1584, Wrong Opponent. As Ridiculous' HP hit 0, silence descended on the spectating players as they watched the battle. Everyone realized that Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter were definitely peak experts. The trio's combat standards were even better than theirs, and their weapons and equipment were nothing compared to the trio's yet. Despite three such excellently geared peak experts working together, Feng killed one of them without receiving a single point of damage. Moreover, the swordsman had taken out the player with the highest defense and HP. This was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Ridiculous stared at Feng in shock as his vision began to fade to black. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't rationalize what had just happened. All 11 clones should have been Feng's doppelgangers. Feng's main body should not be among them. When he had used devotion, none of the clones had been affected in the slightest. The only logical explanation was that all 11 clones were doppelgangers, yet one of these clones had killed him. Ridiculous wasn't the only one confused. Skyhawk and Ink Hunter were just as shocked. There were doppelgangers in God's domain that could attack, and those that could not. Doppelgangers that could attack were generally much weaker and easier to kill than the main body. In contrast, the majority of doppelgangers that weren't capable of attacks were invulnerable. These doppelgangers mainly served as a distraction. However, not only were Feng's doppelgangers invulnerable, but they could also launch their own attacks. This was beyond their understanding of doppelganger skills. So fast. Who is that? He actually instant-killed Ridiculous. Brute Spear, who watched from a distance, gulped as the previous scene replayed in his mind. Ridiculous' techniques were no weaker than his own, but the Guardian Knight was much tougher than a berserker like him. Yet this Guardian Knight had died without the chance to defend himself. Brute Spear felt every hair on his body rise. No, there's something wrong with Ridiculous, Hidden Soul said, shaking her head. Although that player's attack speed is incredible, it's so fast that Ridiculous wouldn't have time to react and activate a life-saving skill. Had Ridiculous activated his life-saving skill, he wouldn't have died so quickly. At the very least, he could have bought himself enough time for Skyhawk and Ink Hunter to save him. It's highly unlikely that Ridiculous would have made such a major mistake. That player must have done something to prevent Ridiculous from using a life-saving skill in time or at all. By the looks of it, Skyhawk's group provoked the wrong opponent. Brute Spear nodded his agreement. Hidden Soul's deduction sounded logical, or rather, he wanted to believe in Hidden Soul's reasoning. The thought that someone could overwhelm a peak expert's reactions with attack speed alone was too terrifying. Damn it! It's a silencing skill. Ink, we're retreating. Skyhawk couldn't help but grit his teeth as he glared at Feng. Decisively, he turned and fled. Skyhawk finally understood why Feng had dared to ascend the World Summit before the Bloodline's restriction period had lifted. Rather than arrogance and foolishness, Feng had done so because he was absolutely confident in his abilities. While they could cope with the basic attribute Suppression, it was an entirely different story if they had been silenced. Aside from the fact that they wouldn't receive any healing, the fact that they couldn't transform into their demon states or activate berserk skills put them at an overwhelming disadvantage. He was not afraid of powerful spells or skills, but if his opponent used a berserk skill, his basic attributes would be overwhelmed. Furthermore, his opponent was an incredibly calm, peak expert Ink Hunter, who stood some distance away, reacted as well, fleeing. What? Skyhawk is actually retreating? Brute Spear gaped as he watched Skyhawk and Ink Hunter run away. Skyhawk was one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. Even when against 4 or 5 peak experts, he would likely fight until the bitter end and either wipe out his opponents or take as many lives as he could. Yet, against Feng, Skyhawk had decided to flee. In fact, Brute Spear wasn't the only one shocked. All of the spectating players were dumbfounded. Only, unlike Brute Spear, they weren't surprised by Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's retreat. They were shocked by the strength Feng had displayed. Not only had the swordsman killed a peak expert instantly, but he had also followed up by scaring away 2 other peak experts too strong. Is he an NPC? He actually killed a peak expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. I never knew that there was such a frightening expert among demon players. It would be great if I could get to know him. Everyone deeply admired Feng. They, too, were experts in God's domain, and they realized how powerful Skyhawk and his party members were. Ordinary experts couldn't compare to the trio, yet Feng had overwhelmed them despite being outnumbered. These players agreed with Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's decision to retreat. Only a fool would try to fight Feng after seeing the swordsman's display of strength. Although players would not lose any levels when they died in the World Summit, they would DOP one of their items. At their levels, every piece of equipment was worth a fortune. This was especially true for peak experts like Skyhawk. You want to escape? Watching Skyhawk and Ink Hunter flee, Feng thrust the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, black mist began to rise from the ground in a 30-yard radius around Feng. The mist then transformed into countless, pitch-black chains that attempted to bind Skyhawk and Ink Hunter. Reacting quickly, Skyhawk swung the mana cutter at the incoming chains. While in Forbidden Domain, players couldn't use skills or spells, but both of Mana Cutter's skills were passive. Even in Forbidden Domain, the weapon could still slice through spells and skills. As the crowd watched, Skyhawk shattered every one of the pitch-black chains that moved towards him. Unfortunately, although Skyhawk had escaped Abyssal Curse, the cleric, Ink Hunter, had not. In the end, the chains bound the cleric, and his basic attributes began to decrease once again. Feng then left an afterimage behind him as he dashed towards Ink Hunter. Fight me if you have the guts. Skyhawk shouted, furious as he watched Feng charge towards his companion. Ink Hunter was a cleric. Without the ability to use spells and skills, he was powerless against Feng. Meanwhile, Feng's silencing skill was clearly a region-based skill. As long as they moved out of the affected region, they would be free from the silencing effect. However, if Ink Hunter died before they escaped, he'd be left without a healer to support him. He'd definitely have a difficult time against Feng alone. As Skyhawk declared his challenge, and before the watching players had realized it, Feng had appeared before the Berserker, his sacred sword descending on the commander from the Flower of Seven Sins Shadow Blade. A single slash, alongside 9 shadows, struck Skyhawk from various directions. Feng's sudden appearance had caught Skyhawk off guard, but the Berserker reacted almost immediately, adjusting his footwork and wielding his blade. Advanced defensive combat technique, Iron Wall. The broken blade's trajectory seemed strange as it deflected the incoming attacks. As Mana Cutter countered more of the attacks, its speed seemed to increase. In the end, Skyhawk managed to deflect 9 of the 10 incoming attacks, receiving only 1. When the attack struck, he had lost a little over 2,000 HP and retreated several steps. Skyhawk had basically lost 1/10 of his suppressed HP. However, Skyhawk did not pay much mind to the damage. At the very least, he had lured Feng in. With this, Ink Hunter could escape the silencing AoE. Once they were free of the silencing effect, recovering his lost HP would be a piece of cake. However, before Skyhawk could celebrate his success, he realized that something was amiss. Originally, there had been 11 copies of the enemy swordsman on the battlefield, but now there were 12. The clone charging towards Ink Hunter had never deviated from its path. At this point in time, said clone had also arrived before the cleric and activated Shadow Blade. Already the cleric, with low HP and defense, died instantly as the 10 attacks bit into his body. How is this possible? Skyhawk shifted a bewildered look between the Feng that had claimed Ink Hunter's life and the one that stood before him. What he did not know was that Feng had never intended to let any of them get away. Feng had sent the doppelganger he had summoned with Phantom Kill after Ink Hunter, while his main body had used Void Steps to approach Skyhawk. Chapter 1585, Slaying Skyhawk. Chapter 1585, Slaying Skyhawk. Everyone was stupefied yet again when Ink Hunter had died. They were confused about how Feng had two main bodies on the battlefield and could actually attack Skyhawk and Ink Hunter simultaneously. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's complexion darkened considerably after he recovered from his momentary shock. Not only was he still stuck in the silencing AoE, but he had also lost his healer. If Feng used a berserk skill now, killing him would be very easy. However, what Skyhawk did not know was that Feng had recently used twofold berserk and was still in a weakened state, which prevented him from using berserk skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to expose trump cards like Forbidden Domain and Phantom Kill. Feng didn't give Skyhawk much time to think about his situation as he sent another quick slash at the Berserker Flame Burst. Although he had already killed Ink Hunter, Skyhawk wasn't an opponent he could take lightly. If he allowed Skyhawk to escape Forbidden Domain and activate a berserk skill, he would definitely be placed in a very passive state. Suddenly, the two swords in Feng's hands released a burning glow as they approached their target. Feng didn't bother with complex techniques, relying on bold, simple movements instead. Experts like Skyhawk had practically no weak points. Skyhawk was more than capable of countering any technique he could use against the Berserker. Hence, rather than wasting stamina and concentration executing powerful combat techniques, it was far more efficient to force Skyhawk to defend himself with simple movements, turning this battle into a contest of stamina and concentration. Don't even think of killing me that easily, Skyhawk shouted. Reacting, he brandished Mana Cutter to deflect Feng's attacks. Boom. 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 Every time the swords clashed, the resulting impacts radiated powerful shockwaves. Even Hidden Soul and the other spectators, who stood a safe distance away, could clearly feel these shockwaves. Meanwhile, the ground under Skyhawk and Feng's feet cracked and shattered. To the watching crowd, it felt as if they were watching two gigantic, humanoid beasts clash, rather than players. Even the terrain changed in the wake of their might. In terms of basic attributes, Feng was just slightly superior to Skyhawk. Hence, even if Skyhawk received the full force of Feng's attacks, he wouldn't take much damage. Furthermore, the Berserker deflected his opponent's attacks rather than block them. However, Feng's slashes were far more powerful than Skyhawk's with Flame Burst's explosive power. Although Mana Cutter could slice through projectile skills and spells, it wasn't effective against skills that enhanced their user's power. As a result, every time Skyhawk deflected an attack, he was forced back several steps. His HP fell by over 700 as well. After deflecting 15 consecutive attacks, Skyhawk's HP had fallen to 50%. That guy is amazing. He's actually suppressed Skyhawk despite only having a slight advantage in basic attributes. Not even the other commanders are capable of something like this. Brute Spear could not help but sigh with admiration as he watched Feng back Skyhawk into a corner. It's no wonder why the boss always warns us to be careful in the fields. If we accidentally provoke such a hidden expert while adventuring, we'll definitely be in for a painful lesson. Skyhawk's combat standard was extremely high, and Mana Cutter only bolstered his strength. He had never been suppressed in a melee duel against the Seven Sins' other commanders. Normally, he was the only one to suppress the others. Hidden Soul nodded in agreement, but as she watched Feng's figure, something about the man felt familiar. Could he be Maple Leaf? The thought drifted through Hidden Soul's mind as she watched the battle. She thought it was unlikely that two unknown, monster-level experts had visited the World Summit at the same time. Moreover, the doppelganger skill Feng had used against Skyhawk was the same skill he had used against the Purgatory Puppets. She also found the situation somewhat hard to believe. Every expert had strengths and weaknesses. For example, some experts focused on fighting monsters, and against monsters, they could display extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, some experts preferred to fight other players, and they could display much greater strength against players than they could against monsters. Feng had previously displayed incredible combat standards against the Purgatory puppets, proving that he put quite a bit of effort into fighting monsters. Even Hidden Soul had to admit that she wasn't as skilled as Feng in monster battles yet. Despite facing Skyhawk's three-man party, Feng had displayed the same extraordinary tactics and combat standards. His performance wasn't inferior to his fight with the Purgatory puppets in the least. This proved that he was just as familiar with PvP. As Hidden Soul pondered over Feng's identity, the battle between the Swordsman and the Berserker grew more intense. They began to exchange blows so fast that even many of the watching demon experts could no longer keep up with the battle. Damn it. Not being able to use my skills is too much of a problem. Skyhawk was frustrated as he desperately repelled Feng's frenzied attacks. The standard of his techniques was considerably higher than Feng's. In a fight where neither combatant could use skills or spells, he'd have no fear of Feng yet. Feng had used a skill that boosted his attack's destructive power before launching swift and straightforward attacks, forcing him to receive the attacks one way or another. Had Feng relied on projectiles, he could have easily found an opportunity to use Mana Cutter to turn the tables on the Swordsman, but as if Feng had known about the weapon's abilities, he refused to give Skyhawk such an opportunity. This forced him into a passive situation, having to focus on his own defense. As a result, he could only watch as his HP continued to decrease. Moreover, Feng had yet to use a berserk skill or his demon state. That's not right. Considering the events up to this point, Skyhawk suddenly realized a possibility as to why Feng would bother to fight him for so long. With a sneer, he hissed, "I understand now. The reason you haven't used a berserk skill yet isn't that you don't want to, but because something is preventing you from doing so. You're trying desperately to deplete my HP so you can kill me before I leave your silencing AoE, aren't you?" Feng didn't bother to reply to Skyhawk's accusation. Instead, he activated Illusory Shadow. Although Illusory Shadow's attacks were quite weak, only dealing 40% of a normal attack's damage, the attacks couldn't be blocked. Your silence only confirms my guess. Since you can't use your berserk skill, I don't have to be careful around you anymore. Skyhawk smiled. Immediately, he executed a deceptive footwork technique, retreating at a much faster pace. He hadn't put much focus into escaping the silencing skill since he couldn't find any hope of victory. Even if he could use a berserk skill or transform into his demon state, so could Feng. But now, things had changed. Once he was out of range of the silencing AoE, he could use his berserk skill. Killing Feng would be a piece of cake. To put it simply, this battle's outcome depended on whether or not he could escape the silencing AoE safely. As Skyhawk inched towards the edge of the silencing AoE, his focus sharpened. As a result, the drain on his HP began to slow. In 10 seconds, I'll escape your silencing skill. It's impossible to deplete my remaining HP in so little time. I have to admit, though, you are the first person to force me into such a position since I've joined God's domain. You should be proud of this fact. Do you have any last words? Skyhawk asked, smiling arrogantly at Feng. Is that so? Feng grinned suddenly. In the next moment, a black figure descended from the skies and landed behind Skyhawk. This figure was none other than Feng's doppelganger. The doppelganger had already activated Flame Burst and brandished its swords at the Berserker. Seeing this, Skyhawk's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he spun and used Mana Cutter to deflect the incoming attacks. As for Feng, he activated Dragon's Authority and executed Sword's Orbit. Dragon's Authority immediately inflicted the Fear debuff on Skyhawk. Not only did the debuff decrease the Berserker's attack power by 40%, but it also reduced his attack speed and movement speed by 40%. With Skyhawk's attack speed decreased significantly, he couldn't keep up with both Feng and his doppelganger. As a result, he had to watch, helpless, as one sword light after another sliced through his body and stole a significant portion of his already low HP. He had only needed 10 more seconds to reach the edge of the silencing AoE, yet it now seemed endlessly far away. In the end, Skyhawk's HP plummeted, and like a puppet with cut strings, the Berserker's body collapsed to the ground. You should be proud of the fact that you forced me to attack in sync with my doppelganger, Feng said softly as he looked at the fallen berserker. Chapter 1586, Demon King's Horn. Although Feng had only spoken after Skyhawk's HP had reached 0, players would retain their senses for a short moment after they died in God's domain. Only, players weren't able to move you. Skyhawk nearly spat blood when he heard Feng's statement. Had he had use of his skills, Feng's mindless, brutish attacks wouldn't have claimed his life outright even without activating his berserk skill. However, Skyhawk's HP had already reached 0. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't. He could only wait, hateful, as the system gradually sent him out of the World Summit. When the spectating crowd saw Skyhawk's corpse on the ground, they gulped audibly as they turned towards the swordsman beside said corpse. Feng was too strong. This was the first time that they, as expert players, had realized that players could dominate a battle by relying on skills, not just basic attributes and techniques. Despite facing 3 peak experts simultaneously, Feng had killed all 3 by relying on his skills. Feng's skills were so powerful that Skyhawk's party hadn't been able to retaliate in the slightest. First, Feng had suppressed his opponents with a domain skill. He then used a silencing AoE skill and another skill that allowed him to instant kill a guardian knight. In the end, he had relied on his doppelgangers to fight a 2-on-1 battle. With his numerous skills, he had crushed any advantage his opponents had possessed. After this battle, these expert players realized how important skills and spells actually were. Now, they understood that skills and spells could make up for their imperfections, furthering their combat powers even when struggling with an overwhelming disadvantage. They could rely on the synergy of powerful skills and spells to turn the tide of battle. Feng was proof of this. Skyhawk died, just like that. He's definitely going to get an earful when he reports back to the main headquarters. Brute Spear could not help but laugh as he watched Skyhawk's body gradually disappear. We really have to thank this mysterious expert. As the Sin of Wrath's commander, everyone in the Flower of 7 Sins recognized the man's strength. He had achieved quite a bit in the organization. This was also why Skyhawk was so dissatisfied with Hidden Soul, who had recently been promoted to the Sin of Pride's commander due to her connections. Hidden Soul faced a lot of pressure in the organization, but now that Skyhawk had died during an attempted robbery, he would lose quite a bit of influence. Mysterious expert. Hidden Soul could not help but shake her head. Smiling bitterly, she said, "He is no mysterious expert. In fact, you know him." "I know him?" Brute Spear was confused. "If I'm not mistaken, he is Maple Leaf," Hidden Soul said as she stared at Feng's distant figure. Although he had hidden his appearance under a black cloak, one of the doppelganger skills he used during the fight is the same skill Maple used in the entrance test. "He's Brother Maple?" Brute Spear turned to Feng with wide eyes, shocked. He couldn't believe it. Not only was Feng ridiculously powerful against monsters, but he was equally powerful in PvP. "Commander, if we can deepen our relationship with Brother Maple, wouldn't we have a better chance of retrieving the item?" Brute Spear suggested excitedly. "But this isn't the time to ask him," Hidden Soul said after giving the matter some thought. "He has just killed Skyhawk. Even if Skyhawk can stomach this grievance, the elders aren't likely to turn the other way. They'll do everything to learn as much as they can about him. It won't be too late to contact Maple once the elders have discovered his true identity." After giving the matter some thought, Brute Spear understood Hidden Soul's reasoning. The Flower of 7 Sins was a mysterious organization, which everyone in the virtual gaming world feared and revered. Meanwhile, news of a mysterious player killing a commander like Skyhawk would leak, sooner or later. The other superpowers would laugh at and ridicule the Flower of 7 Sins. If the organization wanted to maintain its reputation, it couldn't sit still and do nothing. Otherwise, the organization's prestige would plummet. While the watching players discussed Feng and the battle, the swordsman began to collect the loot. Skyhawk and his party had dropped. Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter were all bona fide peak experts. Every weapon and piece of equipment they used was the best of the best. When Skyhawk had died, not only had he dropped level 45, dark gold plate armor gloves, but he had also dropped a horn that radiated dense, demonic power. As it lay on the ground, it increased the demonic power in the air by several fold. "What's this?" Feng picked up the horn curiously and inspected it. Demon King's Horn, Epic Rank Consumable. This horn carries the power of a living Demon King. Activating the horn will allow you to execute an attack with the power this Demon King had during his life. Activating the Demon King's power will cost 30,000 magic crystal. Can be used 2 more times. Feng was dumbfounded when he read the Demon King's Horn's description. A moment later, ecstasy gripped his heart. An epic consumable. This item was far rarer than an ordinary epic item, and it was obvious that Skyhawk had purchased it with his shrine points. However, it seemed that the Berserker had been in so much of a hurry to kill Feng that he had ignored the restriction period. In the end, Skyhawk had dropped the Demon King's Horn. When Skyhawk realized that he had lost this item, he would die from regret. Not even Feng could help but pity Skyhawk a little. Needless to say, Skyhawk had spent most, if not all, of the shrine points he had earned from the Divine Staircase on this item. If Feng had been in his place, he wouldn't have spent his points on the horn. After all, it was merely a consumable item. It would disappear once its usage counts had been spent. However, Feng had to admit that the item could exert an astounding amount of power due to its limited usage counts. With it, a player could use all of the potential of an epic item in an instant. In God's domain, Demon Kings were Tier 5 existences. Although their life ratings were lower than fallen angels, they were still Tier 5 creatures. On their own, they had enough combat power to devastate an entire kingdom. Quite a few Demon Kings had roamed God's domain in Feng's previous life. These Demon Kings had significantly changed the kingdoms they had risen in. To defeat these Demon Kings, the various local guilds had made astronomical sacrifices. Could that fellow have intended to raid a mythic monster? Feng wondered as he gazed at the Demon King's Horn. Since the Demon King's Horn allowed a player to use a Demon King's power, the player could launch an attack of a Tier 5 creature. A Tier 5 attack could even wound a Tier 5 monster severely if not dealt with properly. To current players, however, Tier 5 monsters were practically invincible. No player would be foolish enough to challenge a Tier 5 creature at this stage of the game. The only reason why Skyhawk would purchase this item was to face a Tier 4 mythic monster. Although mythic monsters were still insurmountable to current players, it was possible to take one down with the help of the Demon King's Horn and a few other powerful items. Now that Feng had obtained the Demon King's Horn, he had gained another trump card, which was even stronger than the elemental sources, to deal with mythic monsters in the future. He could even use it to deal with the final boss in a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. The only problem was the high requirement of magic crystals to activate the Demon King's Horn. Not just any guild could afford to part with 30,000 magic crystals. Not even Zero Wing could afford the expenditure. Many aspects demanded magic crystals of the guild. Right now, Zero Wing couldn't even afford to spend 10,000 magic crystals, let alone 30,000. Forget it. It's better than not having it at all. After pondering the situation for a moment, Feng decided to set the Demon King's Horn aside for now, continuing towards the World Summit's epic area. Meanwhile, news of Feng's single-handed annihilation of Skyhawk's party spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the various superpowers' ears. Chapter 1587, Mysterious Expert. Chapter 1587, Mysterious Expert. Players bustled about on the streets of a guild town, protected by tall walls. Quite a few of these players were architects, busily constructing all types of buildings. From the top floor of an open-air restaurant in the town, a middle-aged man in dark gray armor quietly watched these architects. A flame-shaped shield rested beside his chair. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room, running up to the middle-aged man. Uncle Yuan, something big has happened, the young man excitedly reported. We just received news that Skyhawk, one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders, has been killed. The middle-aged man in question was none other than the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. He had already reached level 50 and wore the level 50 fine gold-ranked landslide set, a set equipment for shield warriors which could only be obtained from level 50, 100-man team dungeon. Skyhawk has been killed? Yuan Tiexin turned towards the young man in astonishment. How is that possible? Did someone organize an expert team to ambush him? No, that can't be right. We're talking about one of the Seven Sins commanders here. The Flower of Seven Sins definitely won't take such a blow lying down. Skyhawk was one of only 7 commanders in the Flower of Seven Sins. His individual strength even ranked near the top in the assassination organization. Xianxia found it truly hard to believe that a handful of players could kill such an expert. The only possibility was that some superpower had organized a small army to ambush the man. They'd also need various powerful tools to ensure that he couldn't escape. No, that's not the case. Based on what we've heard, it seems that Skyhawk and 2 of his close aides attempted to rob another player. In the end, that player turned the tables, and the 3 lost their lives, the young man explained, stammering. Skyhawk led his men to kill a player, but ended up dead instead? How is that possible? Xianxia was even more shocked. Not only had Skyhawk died, but he had also been killed by a lone player. The man had even had the numerical advantage in the situation. No matter how Xianxia considered the younger man's words, they sounded like a joke. It's true. Here's a video of the battle, the young man said as he hurriedly relayed the recording. The video had been recorded some distance from the battlefield, so the fight's details weren't clear. However, Skyhawk's mana cutter was. There was no doubt that the berserker wielding the broken blade was indeed Skyhawk. What powerful skills! Although Xianxia could not see the entire process of the battle clearly, he could, more or less, deduce the reason that Skyhawk's party had lost. Just who is that player? We're already doing our best to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, we can only glean a limited amount of information from the video. Although the Flower of Seven Sins should have access to more details, our spies in the organization are too low ranked to gain access to the information. The guild leader has already asked us to find this expert as quickly as possible, and he has stated that we cannot allow the Flower of Seven Sins to reach the player before we do. I understand. I'll do my best to look into the matter. After Xianxia finished with the video, he became interested in the mysterious expert who had killed Skyhawk's 3-man party. He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the battle video. Meanwhile, God's domain's other superpowers began their own investigations. At this point, Feng, who was wholly ignorant of the commotion he had caused, reached the World Summit's Epic Shrine area. Compared to the Dark Gold and Fine Gold areas, the Epic area was void of players. The majestic Epic Shrines in the area remained unoccupied. Feng didn't need to worry about any competition over the shrines. The God crystals aren't as valuable as epic items, but the shrine's difficulty increases with altitude. Correspondingly, the shrines should offer more treasures. I may be able to find God crystals in the lowermost shrines. After a quick inspection of the epic shrines dotting the mountainside, Feng began his mission. The lowermost region of the epic area had a total of 21 epic shrines. Feng did not put too much thought into the matter and approached the closest shrine. When he reached the shrine's entrance, Feng placed a hand on the doors before him. System: Inferior Legendary Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? Feng clicked, agree, without hesitation. Immediately, the shrine doors swung open, allowing Feng to enter. The moment Feng stepped into the shrine, he felt as if he had entered a different world. He stood on a platform above the clouds, and from time to time, Feng spotted flying beasts soaring by. These monsters were all frighteningly strong, and even the weakest among them was a level 150 Great Lord. Some of these flying beasts were even level 180 mythic monsters. Any one of these monsters could easily extinguish Feng's life. Multiple humanoid statues had been erected in the center of the platform, and dazzling items in translucent, crystal boxes had been placed before each statue. Even from this distance, Feng could tell that every one of these items was extraordinarily valuable. When Feng tried to approach one of the statues to inspect the items before it, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System: You may choose one item before the numerous statues. As long as you fulfill the requirements, you may obtain the item you desire. If you fail to complete the requirements within the given time limit, you will be teleported out of the shrine automatically. Sure enough, the system won't let players take these items easily. Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Although every shrine in the World Summit offered its own rewards, not every shrine granted players a reward upon entry. Some required players to pass certain tests. The Shrine of the Lord of Destruction, which Feng had previously visited, was one such example. If players did not choose the appropriate shrines based on their strength, they might walk away empty-handed. A total of 12 statues occupied the platform. Among the items before the statues, 4 were damaged items, and there were 5 pieces of intact epic equipment, 2 epic weapons, and 1 epic item. According to the acquisition difficulty in God's domain, the epic item would be the most difficult to obtain, while the damaged items would be the easiest. It was relatively easy to determine the various statues' difficulty levels. However, none of this mattered to Feng. After all, he was not here for practical items. The god crystals were his only goal. Please, let this be a god crystal. Feng then approached one of the statues with a damaged item. The moment he made his choice, the stone statue before him began to crack. The cracked stone fell to reveal a stalwart man wielding a 2-handed sword and wearing golden armor. Shrine Knight, High Human, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Level 100. HP 20,000,000/20,000,000. The moment the Shrine Knight appeared, Feng felt an unprecedented pressure bear down on him. Normally, NPCs' combat techniques were far stronger than monsters of the same level and tier. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a high human. High humans were unlike the current humans populating the God's Domain continent. High humans had long since gone extinct in God's domain. Long ago, the gods had blessed high humans, and their life rating was much higher than their ordinary, current cousins. They were bona fide humanoid monsters. In fact, the legends that spoke about humans who had slain dragons didn't refer to current humans, but high humans. Current humans' life rating was far lower than dragons, and not even a Tier 5 NPC would be a match for an ordinary Tier 5 dragon. However, high humans could fight and defeat dragons. As another example of how powerful high humans were, the Tier 4 Shrine Knight before Feng could easily kill mythic monsters of the same level as if they were ants. Chapter 1588, Bloodline Improves. Chapter 1588, Bloodline Improves. After the stone enveloping the Shrine Knight shattered on the platform, it started to move towards Feng. As the situation developed, the pressure Feng felt continued to build. Had Feng not known that the shrine's trials wouldn't kill the challengers, he would have likely used absolute domain to defend himself. Challenger, you have 2 choices. The first is to dodge all of my attacks, the second is to surpass me in combat standards. Your time limit is 3 hours. You have 3 minutes to consider. If you do not decide in 3 minutes, you'll be forced out of the shrine automatically. The Shrine Knight mechanically explained. Dodge all of his attacks or surpass him in combat standards. Feng took a closer look at the Shrine Knight before him. After a moment of consideration, he declared, I choose the second option. The Shrine Knight was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Even if the NPC were the same level as Feng, its attacks wouldn't be a trivial matter. Furthermore, Feng was still in a weakened state. That would make it even more difficult to dodge every one of the Sword Emperor's attacks. Competing against the Shrine Knight in combat standards was his only chance to clear the challenge. Normally, after NPCs reached Tier 3, their combat standards would be on par to ordinary expert players. Some powerful Tier 3 NPCs could even reach the refinement realm. Including NPC superior attributes, Tier 3 NPCs were generally far more powerful than Tier 3 players. Even the weakest Tier 4 NPCs' combat standards were at the refinement realm, and the more powerful ones could even reach the void realm. Not even Tier 4 peak experts would have dared to provoke Tier 4 NPCs in the pastas for the heroes who were summoned to protect towns and cities. Those capable of reaching Tier 4 had no issue reaching the void realm. This was precisely why they could summon towns and cities. Although Feng bore a weakened state, his combat standards weren't affected. Moreover, competing against a Tier 4 NPC via techniques was a rare opportunity. Unlike players, an NPC's combat techniques were far more refined. Their application could even stun players. Excellent. Let's start the battle, then. During this time, my basic attributes will drop to match yours. I will also be set at tier 2. Neither of us will be allowed to use any skills or spells during this fight. You're also prohibited from using any tools. You will only complete the trial after depleting my HP completely, the Shrine Knight said, nodding. His aura then began to weaken as the Shrine Knight fell from a level 100 Sword Emperor to a level 61 Sword Master. For a brief moment, Feng felt restricted. A notification then appeared, telling him that he was temporarily barred from using skills, spells, or tools. Shrine Knight now had 1 million HP remaining. It was entirely possible for Feng to end this battle quickly, even while relying on his combat techniques. Before Feng could prepare, the Shrine Knight appeared before him, its golden greatsword transforming into a streak of golden light that struck at Feng repeatedly in quick succession so fast. Feng promptly executed Sword's Orbit as the Shrine Knight's blade descended. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in the Shrine Knight's movements. It seemed as if the NPC moved on instinct rather than rational thought. He was unlike players, who usually thought before taking action. The near-instinctive movements allowed the Shrine Knight to execute attacks that were so fast that Feng couldn't preemptively defend himself. As a result, Feng had to rely on passive defense techniques like Sword's Orbit to protect himself from the incoming attacks. Dang! 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 Metallic clangs echoed across the platform as dazzling sparks lit the air. If other players saw this, they'd be dumbfounded. As time passed, both fighters' movements became faster and smoother, and any ordinary expert would be overwhelmed by the scene. Although Feng and the Shrine Knight's swings were incredibly fast, their speed wasn't a result of high attack speed. Rather, it was due to their instinctive execution. Even after exchanging blows for several minutes, neither side had dealt any damage. As expected of a Sword Emperor, if I don't rely on Sword's Orbit to block his attacks, he'll likely kill me very quickly. Feng could not help his bitter smile as he deflected the NPC's frenzied attacks. Fighting the Shrine Knight reminded Feng of how powerful NPCs were. Despite their equally high attack speeds, the Shrine Knight overwhelmed Feng due to the difference in their reaction speeds. This won't do. I can't allow this to drag on. Realizing that none of his attacks reached the Shrine Knight, Feng retreated to search for more favorable terrain. Although the Shrine Knight had the same basic attributes as Feng, NPCs had far more stamina and concentration. Feng did not doubt for a second that the Shrine Knight could outlast him in a battle of endurance. As Feng retreated, he soon discovered a small grove of tall trees near the edge of the platform that should work. Feng immediately made his way towards the small grove. Unlike players, NPCs weren't good at taking advantage of their surroundings. This fact even held true for Tier 4 NPCs. If he used the trees to block a portion of the Shrine Knight's attacks, he would have more opportunities to deal damage. However, as soon as Feng left the platform's central area, the Shrine Knight stopped his attacks and leaped backward, withdrawing from the battle. The NPC then turned and walked back to his original position. Crap. Is this for real? The system won't even give me a chance of winning? Feng was speechless when he saw the Shrine Knight recover to his original state. If he could not fight outside of the platform's central area, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of the terrain. If he continued to exchange blows mindlessly with the Shrine Knight, he would exhaust himself and die before his 3 hours were up. Why is this trial so difficult even though it's the lowermost epic shrine? Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he stared at the motionless Shrine Knight. Whether it was players or NPCs, as long as they reached the Void Realm, they would have a clear grasp of movement around them. In addition, the Shrine Knight could execute near-instinctive attacks. Aside from Domain Realm experts, Feng doubted that anyone was capable of beating the Shrine Knight's combat standards. Of course, there was one way that Void Realm players could defeat an NPC like the Shrine Knight: an advanced offensive combat technique. But even now, Feng had only learned basic offensive combat techniques. He had only learned 2 advanced combat techniques, one of which was Void Steps, while the other was Sword's Orbit. Void Steps was a footwork technique, and ineffective against Void Realm NPCs and players. As for Sword's Orbit, it was mainly a defensive combat technique. It could not be considered a true offensive combat technique. Is giving up my only choice? Feng took a moment to consider the situation. Without being able to use his skills and spells, he had lost one of his major advantages. He couldn't use the soul water or crystal of souls he had produced with the soul orb to enhance his focus either. Without these options, he had no hope of defeating the Shrine Guard. If this continued to drag on, he'd only waste his precious time. As Feng searched his bag for any items that might help him, he came across the Dark Iron Bloodline. The restriction period had already ended, and he could now use the Bloodline. Fortunately, this didn't count as a prohibited item. That's right. How could I forget about the Bloodline? Feng laughed as he gazed at the Dark Iron Bloodline in his bag. When consumed, Bloodlines improved a player's life rating. When a player's life rating in God's domain increased, every aspect of their being improved. Reaction speed, stamina, and concentration were just a few of these aspects. Feng retrieved the Dark Iron Bloodline from his bag. Removing the crystal bottle's lid, he consumed the pitch-black liquid contained within. Chapter 1589, Frightening Bloodline Power. Chapter 1589, Frightening Bloodline Power. As Feng consumed the Dark Iron Bloodline, the mana on and around the platform began to gather around his body. Suddenly, two threefold magic arrays appeared above and below him. It looked as if the magic arrays had formed a barrier, enveloping Feng. The surrounding mana then poured into the threefold array above Feng, and golden, divine runes began to surround his body. As more divine runes appeared around Feng, his aura intensified. When the divine runes covered Feng entirely, a pillar of golden light emerged from Feng's body and shot into the sky. The golden pillar radiated an aura that was even stronger than the Shrine Knight's. A few seconds later, the light pillar began to dissipate and calm returned to the platform. Once the platform returned to its original state, Feng slowly opened his eyes. His previously pitch-black pupils now contained a trace of silver. Meanwhile, his aura, which he usually suppressed, overflowed. If an ordinary player saw him now, they'd assume that Feng was an NPC, not a player. Not only did he radiate a domineering aura, but his gaze also carried an indescribable cold. It felt as if Feng could remain calm and rational, regardless of his situation. So, this is the power of the Dark Iron Bloodline? Feng was shocked as he tried to process the changes to his body. There was no doubt that he was extremely excited, but before this feeling could reach its peak, a wave of serenity assaulted his mind, giving him instant peace. Even his perception of his environment had changed. He had previously needed to allocate the majority of his mental power to monitor his surroundings if he wanted to grasp movement around him accurately. However, despite investing only a small fraction of his attention, he could now gain an acute understanding of his environment. This improvement had exceeded Feng's expectations. Every expert capable of reaching the Void Realm in God's domain was capable of holding a high rank in a super guild. Experts that had just reached the Void Realm still had to focus on observing their environment. Even veteran Void Realm experts had to allocate a considerable amount of their mental fortitude to do so. Yet, now, Feng did not even need to allocate half of his attention to achieve the same result. The boost from the Dark Iron Bloodline was truly terrifying. There was a limit to a person's mental power in both the real world and in God's domain. Not everyone could multitask. Experts, however, had this skill. Of course, they were limited to simple tasks when dividing their attention. If an expert encountered a complex problem, they would struggle to multitask. Needless to say, observing every movement in one's surroundings was a complex task. If a Void Realm expert only needed half of their focus to observe their surroundings and could allocate the other half to physical movement, their combat power would soar. Aside from the boost to his mental capacity, consuming the Dark Iron Bloodline had improved Feng's basic attributes. His strength had risen by 10%, agility by 7%, endurance, vitality, and intelligence by 5%. Although these were minor improvements, his total basic attributes would increase exponentially as he reached higher levels and tiers, following which, Feng executed a few slashes at the empty air. As he did, his swords drew soundless, beautiful arcs of light before him. Sure enough, not only had the Bloodline improved my basic attributes, but it's also improved my reaction speed. Before this, my reaction time had peaked at 0.1 seconds. Now, I should peak at 0.8 seconds. Bloodlines truly are amazing. It's no wonder why the various superpowers were so desperate for bloodlines in the past. Feng could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the lingering afterimages of his blade. Although it was only a 0.2 second improvement to his reaction time, to most expert players, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Normally, only incredibly talented experts could cross the 0.1 second limit. He had only been able to react, at most, 10 times in 1 second in the past, but he could now react 12 times. Assuming that his physical limit wasn't a factor and his opponents only had a peak reaction time of 0.1 seconds, the 2 extra reactions would allow him to outmaneuver his opponents, utterly overwhelming them. Had he obtained a basic bloodline in his previous life, he could have easily succeeded with his Tier 4 promotion, even if his early development had been lacking. Unfortunately, bloodlines were even rarer than fragmented legendary items in God's domain, following which, Feng spent the next 10 minutes or so getting used to the new changes. By the time he was satisfied, he was more than eager to resume his battle with the Shrine Knight. As soon as Feng re-entered the platform's central ring, the Shrine Knight awakened and charged at him with his great sword raised. Come. Let me test the Dark Iron bloodline's strength. Feng could not help but grin as the Shrine Knight ran towards him. He immediately advanced to meet the NPC in battle. This time, however, Feng did not execute Sword's Orbit to deflect the Shrine Knight's frenzied assault. Instead, he defended himself with normal swings of his blades. As the swords clashed, sparks and clangs filled the platform once more. Although Feng couldn't execute his attacks instinctively as the Shrine Knight did, he could make up for the missing attacks by relying on his superior reaction speed. As Feng exchanged blows with the Shrine Knight, he gradually became comfortable with his defense. After 3 minutes of battle, he had gone from a passive position to fighting the Shrine Knight on equal footing. Moreover, he had a lot more energy to spare than he had during the previous encounter, as he executed void steps to dodge a portion of the Shrine Knight's attacks. The Shrine Knight, who had worn an indifferent expression thus far, now revealed his astonishment. It seems that this is my current limit. Although I still have energy to spare, I haven't mastered enough combat techniques. I still can't exhibit the bloodline's full power. I'll have to find an opportunity to learn more techniques later. After fighting the Shrine Knight for some time, Feng fully understood what he still needed. Now that he had reviewed his strengths and weaknesses, he adjusted his swings and began to execute Sword's Orbit. Every attack with Sword's Orbit was nearly instinctive. As a result, the speed of Feng's slashes had reached its limit. Suddenly, a cut split the skin on the Shrine Knight's shoulder. The NPC's HP fell by roughly 3,000 after the first cut. It didn't take long for the second, third, and fourth to appear, as well as more cuts split the Shrine Knight's skin. His HP plummeted. Before 10 minutes had passed, the NPC's 1 million HP had fallen to 0. The NPC then collapsed, turned to stone, and shattered. In the blink of an eye, Feng was alone on the platform. Once the Shrine Knight was gone, Feng moved forward to collect his reward. Fortunately, the damaged item turned out to be a God Crystal. However, when Feng plucked the God Crystal from its crystalline prison, he noticed that the God Crystal radiated far more divine might than any he had obtained before. An advanced God Crystal? When Feng inspected the item, he realized why the trial had been so challenging. The power of God in an advanced God Crystal was far denser than in ordinary God Crystals. One advanced God Crystal was the equivalent of 2 ordinary God Crystals, and naturally, it wasn't any less valuable than a piece of ordinary epic equipment. Now, he only needed 1 more God Crystal to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. System, congratulations. You have completed the Shrine's trial. You now have 2 options. 1. Exit the Shrine. 2. Challenge another trial at the cost of 1,000 minutes. Feng chose option 2 without hesitation when he saw the system notification. After all, he needed another God Crystal this time. However, the trial was much less difficult. This Shrine Knight had only reached the Flowing Water realm, and as a result, he defeated the NPC very easily. After Feng secured his 3rd God Crystal from the epic shrine, he received a notification that he had reached his challenge limit for epic shrines and was teleported out of the shrine without having any say in the matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1590, Feng returns. Chapter 1590, Feng returns. Outside of the epic shrine Feng had previously entered, the space before the shrine's doors shattered. A figure began to emerge from the spatial tear, clumsily falling to the ground. 3 challenges is the limit? Feng gave the epic shrine's doors a bitter smile. This world summit is really stingy. He had thought that he could challenge the epic shrine's trials as long as he still had enough time remaining, but it seemed that that wasn't the case. Even if he had enough time, he could only enter 3 epic shrines per visit. In addition, there was a 10-day cooldown after he used his 3 changes, which would only decrease while he was in the World Summit and included all epic shrines. But after giving the matter some thought, Feng found it reasonable. The World Summit was a land of treasure. Even fragmented legendary items were available here, let alone epic items. As players reached higher levels, they'd grow stronger, and in turn, they'd be able to earn more time from the entrance test. If the system allowed players to visit the epic shrines without limit, they'd ruin God's domain's economy. It was only normal for the system to create limitations. These restrictions were particularly important when dealing with players who wielded special items. Take Feng's Moloch's Ring for example. While demon players had to complete a large number of rare and challenging quests to earn visitation rights to the World Summit, Feng could simply teleport here. With Moloch's Ring, Feng had to face far fewer challenges to obtain the World Summit's treasures. Forget it. In any case, I've achieved my goal. It's about time that I return, Feng thought as he gazed at the 3 god crystals in his bag. He then took out a White River City return scroll and activated it. Although he still had more than enough time to visit a few dark gold shrines, he had spent quite a bit of time away from the God's Domain continent already. Now that he had achieved his goal, and gained an unexpected windfall, he had no reason to linger in the World Summit. It was far more important for him to complete the Recast the Disintegration Armor quest. Otherwise, he'd have to deal with the constant annoyance of the mutated orcs that would target him in the fields, restricting his movement. With a flash of light, Feng vanished from the World Summit. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. When Feng opened his eyes, he stood in White River City's teleportation hall. As Feng moved along the city streets, he noticed that White River City had far more players than several days ago. Many of the new arrivals were merchant players, and plenty of well-known adventurer teams had traveled here from other kingdoms and empires. Players' average level had also visibly increased. Now, many of the players exploring White River City had reached level 45. Feng even spotted level 46 and 47 independent players. In addition, the sight of players atop mounts had become more common in the city. During his last visit, only expert players had owned mounts, but now, many elite players had mounts of their own. However, with the increase of White River City's player population, Feng discovered quite a few cloaked players that stood out from the crowd. What made these players stand out in Feng's eyes was their interest in the players that wore Zero Wings Guild emblem. Killing intent would flash in their eyes whenever they spotted a Zero Wing member. By the looks of it, Zero Wings members were just as wary of these cloaked players. It felt as if a fight would break out between them at any moment. As Feng pondered the city's new, strange atmosphere, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, you've finally returned. Aqua Rose was visibly excited when she saw Feng's face. What's going on in White River City? Why do I feel like the city is polluted with killing intent? Feng asked as he glanced around him. It's all because of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Roughly 10 hours ago, they doubled the bounty on our guild members. It's tempted many dark and independent players from other kingdoms and empires to take action against us. Now, everyone's hunting our guild members. Some have even found opportunities to strike while in White River City. At this point, other players have ambushed and killed dozens of our core members. Aqua Rose helplessly explained. While Feng had been gone, Zero Wing's expenditures had grown massively due to the war with Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing City's construction costs. Zero Wing had spent practically every coin it earned from the Candlelight trading firm, Stone Forest Town, and Zero Wing City in one way or another. The guild had no way to keep up with the increased bounty. How generous of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Feng was astonished by doubling the bounty. Each of Zero Wing's normal members was worth 40 silver, while elite members were worth 2 gold, and killing a core member could earn a player 20 gold. Not even the majority of God's Domain's experts earn 20 gold per day, yet now, one could earn that many coins by killing one of Zero Wing's core members. In addition, players would earn a piece of top-tier equipment when they killed one of these core members. It was no wonder why other kingdoms and empires' dark players had set their sights on White River City. After all, White River City housed the highest number of Zero Wing members. Besides, these dark players wouldn't have an opportunity to strike in Stone Forest Town or Zero Wing City without the ruling guild's approval. Players couldn't wear black cloaks in guild towns and cities. The ruling guild usually killed anyone who wore a black cloak without any repercussions. The only places in which these players could strike were the fields and White River City. Of the two options, it was easier to find Zero Wing members in the city. Although it was risky to attack another player in an NPC city, the potential profits were just as high. Countless dark and independent players would be willing to take the risk. Guild leader, we've almost run out of guild funds. We are also running out of top-tier weapons and equipment for trade. The situation had disheartened many of our guildmates. We really cannot afford to allow this situation to continue. Why don't we change the direction of our guild's development a little and send more members to the Black Dragon and Apocalypse Empires? Aqua Rose suggested. Although Zero Wing made a lot of coins from Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City, there was a limit to how much top-tier equipment they could purchase. Furthermore, due to the constant fighting with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts, Zero Wing's ability to gather top-tier equipment and rare materials from team dungeons had weakened. If this persisted, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. No. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater want to increase their bounty, we'll increase ours as well. We'll see who will remain standing in the end. Feng said, shaking his head. Also, notify Melancholic and have her prepare these materials for me. Gather every advanced forger we have, as well. But we have very little spare capital remaining. If we increase our bounty, we'll run out of funds very quickly, Aqua Rose said worriedly. Currently, Zero Wing's emergency funds only amounted to 22,000 gold. This even included the rent they had received from merchant players in Zero Wing City. If they increased the bounty on Heaven's Burial's members, that might not even last them one more day. If Zero Wing couldn't pay the bounties, its reputation would suffer. Relax. I have a way to deal with the money problem. Just make the announcement. Feng simply smiled in response to Aqua Rose's question. He then disconnected the call and made his way towards the Candlelight trading firm. Chapter 1591, Producing the Conqueror's Armor. Chapter 1591, Producing the Conqueror's Armor. After Feng disconnected the call, Aqua Rose stared at the dark screen before her in stunned silence. Increasing their bounty on Heaven's Burial's members was easier said than done. The additional expenditure would easily reach tens of thousands of gold. The guild did rake in quite a bit of money from Zero Wing City. Currently, it earned more than 5,000 gold through the entrance fees alone. However, due to the war of attrition with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing struggled to make ends meet. Unless the guild gained an additional 100,000 gold, it couldn't feasibly afford to double the bounty on Heaven's Burial. Where, exactly, were they supposed to get another 100,000 gold? Big Sis Aqua, are we really going to double the bounty? Yaya asked carefully from beside Aqua Rose. Zero Wing only had a little over 20,000 gold set aside for emergencies. If they used these funds, the guild would be in an even more precarious situation should something unexpected occur. Make the announcement, Aqua Rose said, releasing a deep, powerless sigh. Even if we don't raise the bounty, our remaining stock of top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse won't last long. If we don't increase the bounty, we'll only burn through our stock. If we're doomed either way, we might as well duke it out with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Following which, Yaya posted the increased bounty on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Yaya's post quickly garnered over 1 million views. Is Zero Wing is really trying to fight it out with Heaven's Burial? It actually followed Heaven's Burial's lead and doubled its bounty. It seems that Zero Wing is finally getting serious. Heaven's Burial has Blackwater's support, so it's expected that the guild has a massive amount of funding. But how has Zero Wing secured so much money? Maybe Zero Wing's putting up a final struggle, trying to scare Heaven's Burial into backing off? Based on what I've heard, Blackwater mobilized a bunch of experts to help Heaven's Burial and offered the guild an additional 200,000 gold. With the income from Ancient Rock City, how can Zero Wing possibly beat Heaven's Burial in wealth? Indeed. I've heard that Ancient Rock City's player population has already exceeded 6 million. Although Heaven's Burial isn't charging entrance fees, it's still making a ton of money through repair and accommodation fees. Let them raise their bounties on each other. The higher, the better. That way, I can earn enough money to buy my mount. In the public eye, Zero Wing was at an overwhelming disadvantage in its war with Heaven's Burial. And yet, everyone celebrated the war. It wasn't every day that players had such a golden opportunity to make money. Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's residence in Ancient Rock City. Guild leader singular, it seems that Zero Wing has quite the budget as well. Are you sure that you won't have any issues? Lei Jingyang could not help his frown as he read the latest forum post from Zero Wing to whittle down Zero Wing's strength as quickly as possible. Heaven's Burial had doubled its bounty on the other guild's members. This increased the number of bounties they had to pay by several times. Each day, they had to shell out roughly 60,000 gold in bounties. That was the equivalent of several days of Ancient Rock City's income. Despite what the public thought, Heaven's Burial wasn't as secure as it seemed. Young Master Lei, rest assured, I am very familiar with what Zero Wing is capable of. Based on the reports from my spies in the guild, Zero Wing doesn't have much money left. It's already struggling to maintain its current expenditures. This is merely Zero Wing's final act of defiance, Singular Burial said, not particularly surprised to hear that Zero Wing had doubled its bounty. I've also reached an agreement with Blackwater. Not only have they invested 200,000 gold in Heaven's Burial, but they also intend to send another 300,000 gold later. 500,000 gold coins is more than enough to crush Zero Wing. Besides, we've also located a new mine in the Orc Empire. That mine has a magic iron vein and a certain chance of producing magic crystals. As long as we capture the mine, Zero Wing has no hope of outlasting us, even if it gains the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full support. Magic iron veins were one of the few ore veins that produced magic crystals, and the vein Heaven's Burial had discovered was only a dozen or so hours walk away from Ancient Rock City. Although other superpowers had discovered the vein as well, their guild towns were much farther away. As a result, these superpowers couldn't compete with Heaven's Burial. I guess you're right. But as a precaution, we should move up our timetable. The other superpowers have already shown interest in the magic iron vein, and although we have the terrain advantage, securing the vein won't be easy. Lei Jingyang nodded his agreement. He was starting to think that he may have overestimated Zero Wing a little. Although Zero Wing was powerful, the guild lacked the support of a major corporation. It relied on its own power. Meanwhile, in White River City's candlelight trading firm, as Feng entered one of the special forging rooms on the building's top floor, he noticed Melancholic Smile and nearly 100 other advanced forgers waiting for him. Guild leader, I've withdrawn all of the materials you've requested from the warehouse. The candlelight trading firm is also purchasing the materials in bulk, Melancholic Smile reported as she approached Feng, gesturing to the various materials piled around the special forging room. The materials Melancholic had gathered in the special forging room were none other than the required materials for crafting the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor's production process was intensely complex. Among the various processes, the most time-consuming were the smelting and material refinement. Fortunately, these tasks could be completed by forgers who hadn't learned the Conqueror's armor forging design, which was precisely why Feng had called upon these forgers to assist. With this, he could focus on forging the Conqueror's armor, saving plenty of time. However, when Feng considered the material's purity, he decided that it'd be best if he left the smelting and refinement to advanced forgers. Good. Put whatever tasks you're currently working on hold for now. I need all of you to smelt these materials, Feng addressed the advanced forgers. He then turned to Melancholic Smile and asked, "How is the market for lunar potions right now?" Lunar potions? Shaking her head, Melancholic Smile said, "Although the lunar potion is common, demand has skyrocketed due to the increase in players exploring ruins, yet the Moonlight Flower, the lunar potion's main material, is quite rare. As a result, the Moonlight Flower's market price has increased drastically. Now, each flower sells for 6 silver. As for the lunar potion, it's sold for 12 silver. Although we've tried to purchase the flowers to produce lunar potions, we've only crafted a little over 2,000 bottles thus far. The various large guilds urgently needed lunar potions, but due to the Moonlight Flower's rarity, it was impossible to acquire in large quantities. The fact that the Candlelight trading firm had accumulated a stock of over 2,000 lunar potions was impressive, so it's finally begun." Feng smiled. The Moonlight Flower's price was already higher than he had expected. Following which, he retrieved the Moonlight Flowers he had stored in his epic spatial bag and spacetime herb garden. "Use these to brew lunar potions and sell them for now. Send all of the money to Aqua to cope with our current predicament." Feng had used the spacetime herb garden to grow Moonlight Flowers ever since he obtained it. With the herb garden's increased survival rates, the Moonlight Flowers he planted had a 25% survival rate. As a result, each harvest netted around 15,000 Moonlight Flowers. He had already collected over 350,000 in total. Since each stack consisted of 100 flowers, he had 3,521 stacks of Moonlight Flowers. When Melancholic Smile saw the stacks of Moonlight Flowers Feng had revealed, her jaw dropped. It was difficult enough to purchase a few dozen Moonlight Flowers from the market, yet Feng had pulled over 3,000 stacks from his bag, almost filling hers. If they used all of these Moonlight Flowers to brew lunar potions, they'd definitely make a fortune. Chapter 1592, Frantic Purchase. Chapter 1592, Frantic Purchase. After receiving Feng's instructions, Melancholic Smile promptly left the special forging room and contacted every advanced alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm, passing on the order to begin the lunar potions mass production at the same time. Melancholic Smile retrieved the stockpiled lunar potions from the trading firm's warehouse and had her subordinates sell them in Zero Wing's advanced auction house and White River City's auction house. In addition, she sent a few other players to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms to sell the potions. Not only could they sell the lunar potions quickly by doing so, but they could also maintain the market value. Meanwhile, in another of the Candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms, Feng took out the Philosopher's Stone, which he had retrieved from his private warehouse earlier, and began to synthesize mana barrier crystals from the mana barrier crystal fragments. Feng had obtained a total of 45 mana barrier crystal fragments from his latest trip to the World Summit. If he had NPC alchemists help synthesize the mana barrier crystals for him, they'd only have a 40% success rate, and each attempt required 10 crystal fragments. He'd be lucky to end up with 2 mana barrier crystals. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone provided a 100% synthesis success rate. However, something unexpected and shocking happened when Feng synthesized the first batch of crystal fragments. After placing only 5 crystal fragments into the Philosopher's Stone, a complete mana barrier crystal had appeared on the table before him. What? I only need 5 crystal fragments to form a complete crystal. Feng was astounded as he stared at the mana barrier crystal on the table. If he only needed 5 crystal fragments, he could synthesize 9 complete mana barrier crystals. Meanwhile, teleportation arrays like those in White River City's teleportation hall needed 5 magic crystals for each activation. Hence, they would also need 5 mana barrier crystals to operate normally. As for the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, it only needed 3 magic crystals. Originally, Feng had planned to activate the teleportation function only after he had gathered enough mana barrier crystals. After all, it was simply impossible to sustain the teleportation array's consumption with Zero Wing's current magic crystal income. Now, however, it would seem that was no longer necessary. Fortunately, he could use 9 mana barrier crystals interchangeably. Moreover, in addition to the mana barrier crystal's self-recovery ability, each mana barrier crystal contained as much mana as 100 magic crystals. Feng immediately contacted Melancholic Smile and had her send Aqua Rose the synthesized crystals and a message to activate the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation functions. Once he finished with the mana barrier crystals, Feng took out the Conqueror's armor forging design and began to study. Unlike basic forging designs, players couldn't learn advanced forging designs with the click of a button. Advanced forging designs also contained special forging techniques and magic arrays. Players needed to learn all of these details themselves. This thing is really complex. After looking through the Conqueror's armor's production process, Feng was astonished. It's no wonder why players struggled so hard to produce equipment with battle arrays in the past. So, the process of creating the battle arrays involves advanced magic arrays. Fortunately, I didn't leave the Conqueror's armor's production to Coco and the others. Otherwise, it'd take even longer to craft the armor. Basic magic arrays in God's domain were quite complex, and even experts needed a considerable amount of time to grasp the skills required to craft them. Needless to say, intermediate magic arrays were even more complex. Otherwise, Feng wouldn't have left the secret silver-ranked secret technique tablet in the guild's warehouse instead of putting it to use. Even now, Zero Wing didn't have enough players who could draw the intermediate magic arrays throughout Zero Wing. Only Feng knew how to draw advanced magic arrays thus far. Everyone else was still a long distance away from being able to draw them effectively. Fortunately, the required advanced magic array isn't too difficult to draw. I should be able to learn it in a few hours. Feng breathed a sigh of relief after examining the necessary advanced magic array. Although he could already draw advanced magic arrays, there were simple and complex versions. Feng could draw the simple arrays in a handful of hours, but he might not be able to learn a complex advanced magic array yet with his current standards. If he couldn't draw the required advanced magic array, he wouldn't be able to forge the Conqueror's armor. Although it appeared as though Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial were competing via wealth, in reality, that wasn't the case. The true competition still lay among the guild's experts. Due to Lei Jingyang's partnership with Heaven's Burial, the guild had recruited a lot of expert players. Now, Heaven's Burial also had the assistance of a large number of Blackwater's experts. As a result, the gap between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's strengths had grown. Unfortunately, Zero Wing didn't have enough Tier 2 experts to deal with the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Even if Feng took up arms personally, there was very little he could do to change the situation. But it would be a different story if Zero Wing had the Conqueror's armor. If 5 elite players wore the armor, they would immediately rise to expert status. They might even become more powerful than ordinary expert players. If Zero Wing equipped their ordinary expert players with the armor and activated the basic strength battle array, they'd be as strong as the guild's first-rate experts. If all 5 worked together, they might even display more overall combat power than 5 Refinement Realm experts working together. Refinement Realm experts. Even in super guilds, experts of such caliber were invaluable. In current first-rate guilds, such experts would rank among the top in strength. While Feng studied the Conqueror's armor's advanced magic array, Melancholic Smile posted every lunar potion she had on hand for sale in the various empires and kingdoms' auction houses. She only sold 100 bottles in each location, setting the minimum bid at 10 silver per bottle, slightly cheaper than market value. When these potions went public in the various auction houses, they attracted many guilds and teams' attention. Someone's actually selling so many lunar potions? So cheap. This is wonderful. With these potions, our team can finally explore the ancient ruin we found. Excited, players furiously began to bid on the lunar potions to the current adventurer teams and guilds. Ruin exploration had become a golden opportunity to make a fortune, but without the lunar potion or something similar, exploring the dark ruins was troublesome. Every ruin had its own traps, and locating these traps in the dark was dangerous. If players triggered these traps, even an expert-led team could suffer severe damage or be annihilated. Compared to the risk of triggering these traps, the lunar potion's cost was nothing. After all, players would need several days to recover a lost level at this stage of the game. As players discovered the lunar potions in the auction houses, the potions' prices quickly skyrocketed: 10 silver, 40 copper. 10 silver, 70 copper. 11 silver, 20 copper. After a few short minutes, the average price had reached 12 silver, 50 copper. Meanwhile, this increase was just the beginning. In the end, players only stopped contesting for the lunar potions after the prices reached 17 silver, 50 copper. This was already far beyond the current market value. Although not every lunar potion had sold for 17 silver, 50 copper, on average, they had sold for 16 silver, 40 copper or more. After deducting the processing fees, Zero Wing still earned a considerable profit. In the end, Melancholic Smile had made a massive 262 gold from the 2,000 lunar potions she had sold. Fortunately, she had barely dented the market's demand for the lunar potions. 2,000 potions weren't nearly enough to quench players' thirst in a single kingdom, much less multiple kingdoms and empires. Chapter 1593, Zero Wing City's True Power. Chapter 1593, Zero Wing City's True Power. After the first batch of lunar potions had sold, none were available in the various auction houses. Because of this, regret ravaged the players who had failed to win the potions crap. The lunar potions have sold out already? I just got here. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have waited. If I had just bought 2 or 3 bottles, our team would have had enough for an expedition. Many players had assumed that the lunar potions had come from some guild or trading firm. After all, no single player would be able to sell 100 bottles at a time. If that were the case, there was a high likelihood that another batch would show up in the auction houses sooner or later. However, even after over half an hour, no one had posted any new lunar potions. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who was currently in the Candlelight trading firm, was elated. The speed at which players are buying the potions is really frightening. With this, we won't need to worry about not being able to sell the potions in bulk. When Melancholic Smile received the proceeds from her subordinates, she brimmed with confidence regarding the large number of moonlight flowers in her possession. Although the Candlelight trading firm produced a large number of items each day, not all of these items sold the moment they were put up for sale. They needed to let the market slowly digest some of these items. In fact, some items might never sell, collecting dust in the trading firm. However, the lunar potion was a different story. This first round of sales had proven that, as long as the Candlelight trading firm crafted lunar potions, the market would devour their stock. Meanwhile, the Candlelight trading firm had almost 100 advanced alchemists. With enough materials, mass-producing the lunar potions would be a piece of cake for these alchemists. In fact, while the first batch of lunar potions had sold, Silent Wonder and the others had brewed over 2,000 new bottles. With this production speed, the Candlelight trading firm should earn around 200 or 300 gold per hour. With 48 hours per day in God's domain, the firm could make over 10,000 gold per day with the lunar potions alone. Although this amount of money couldn't change the war's overall situation, it was enough to resolve Zero Wing's current predicament. When Melancholic Smile gave the command to sell the second batch of lunar potions, an intense competition raged in the various kingdoms and empires' auction houses. The players that had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude discarded the notion. They did everything in their power to get their hands on the potions for fear that they'd miss this opportunity. The lunar potions' prices soared once again. The highest price during the first batch had climbed to 17 silver, 50 copper, but now it rose to 19 silver per bottle. By the time the 2,000 lunar potions sold out, Melancholic Smile had earned an additional 300 plus gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was swamped with work in Zero Wing City. Big Sis Aqua, we've paid out over 1,300 gold since we've updated the bounty. Including the remaining funds we have set aside, we won't last another 2 days, Yaya worriedly reported as she examined the bounty claims summary in her handsets increased by so much. Aqua Rose could not help but frown. The increased bounty claims were far higher than she had expected. She had hoped that they would last a few more days in this war with the income from Zero Wing City and the guild's remaining funds, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Even if Heaven's Burial didn't mobilize its army, Zero Wing would crumble if it ran out of money. The guild's reputation would be in tatters. To make matters worse, Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city became more popular as time passed. Not only could players level up in the area, but they could also earn contribution points to purchase valuable items. In contrast, Zero Wing City's location was only suitable for leisure right now. Big Sis Aqua, under the guild leader's orders, the Candlelight trading firm has sent a representative with coins and items. Apparently, these should help us hold out for a little while longer, Yaya suddenly announced. They've sent funds? Good. I'll head over to meet them immediately. Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Feng had sent additional funds. She ran to the guild hall's lobby to receive the coins and items. Although she didn't know how Feng had obtained the additional funding, another 40 or 50,000 gold would help Zero Wing endure this war for a few more days. During that time, they could organize an auction to sell some of Zero Wing City's private housing. That might allow them to continue this fight with Heaven's Burial. They might even be able to put an end to this war. Heaven's Burial invested quite a bit of money each day as well, and no one wanted to see this drag on. However, when Aqua Rose saw the coins melancholic smile subordinate had traded to her, she was dumbfounded. For a moment, she wondered if she had misread the total 500 gold. To a small guild or adventurer team, 500 gold might be a considerable amount of money, but to Zero Wing, this was nothing more than pocket change. It was far from enough to pull Zero Wing from its current predicament. Is this supposed to help me hold out for another half an hour? Aqua Rose was speechless as she stared at the 500 gold. But when Aqua Rose noticed the 9 mana barrier crystals in her bag and inspected their attribute panels, her eyes began to glow. Everlasting magic crystals. Aqua Rose couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately contacted Feng and asked, "Guild leader, just where did you get these mana barrier crystals? Do you have more of them?" God's Domain's various guilds and players were all in desperate need of magic crystals, and Zero Wing was certainly no exception. Yet not only were these mana barrier crystals the equivalent of 100 magic crystals, but they could also be used repeatedly. This was akin to having a miniature magic crystal vein. Furthermore, these mana barrier crystals only needed 48 hours to replenish their energy. They basically gave Zero Wing a stable income of 900 magic crystals per day. If they stored the mana barrier crystals in a location with sufficient mana density, their cooldowns would be even shorter. Although the mana barrier crystals could not be used in places like the Divine Colosseum, they were extremely valuable. You've already received them? Seeing Aqua Rose's excitement, Feng smiled bitterly as he said, "Mana barrier crystals are extremely rare items. Obtaining more is impossible at the moment." Naturally, Aqua Rose was a little disappointed to hear this. If they had 50 or 60 mana barrier crystals, Zero Wing would be set for life. However, after giving the matter some thought, she found it reasonable. If it were possible to obtain something as valuable as mana barrier crystals in large quantities, it would throw God's Domain's market into chaos. Use the 9 mana barrier crystals to operate the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation array for now. With the mana barrier crystals and some additional magic crystals, we should be able to sustain the teleportation array's consumption easily. Feng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's desire for the mana barrier crystals, but they simply weren't that easy to obtain. Let the public know that Zero Wing City will activate a teleportation function that can transport players anywhere within 4 million yards of the city. The cost will be 5 silver coins per 1 million yards per person. At the same time, set up a membership system for the teleportation function. Those who wish to become members can pay a one-time membership fee of 20 magic crystals. In return, they'll get a 20% discount when using the teleportation function. Currently, Stone Forest Town and Team Dungeons were Zero Wing's main income source for magic crystals, but both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City needed a lot of magic crystals to operate. Furthermore, the guild had to sustain the daily magic crystal allocation for its members. It was practically impossible to sustain the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function with the guild's current magic crystal income. Although not every player would pay 20 magic crystals to become a member, Zero Wing would be fine as long as it earned enough magic crystals to sustain the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function. Alright, I'll get it done right away. Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. She had waited to launch of the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function for a long time. Unfortunately, Zero Wing hadn't had enough magic crystals to sustain the teleportation array until now. Now that they had the mana barrier crystals, they could finally show off Zero Wing City's true power. Chapter 1594, Surging Towards Zero Wing City. Chapter 1594, Surging Towards Zero Wing City. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Light flashed in the teleportation hall as a team of 20 players arrived in the lively Starmoon City. When these players appeared, many players in the hall turned to look. All of these 20 players' levels were impressively high, and they were well equipped. The lowest level among them was level 47, while the most inferior equipment was level 45 fine gold rank. The pair leading the team, a man and a woman, were even more awe-inspiring. Both were level 49 and wore nothing but level 45 dark gold equipment. Not even first-rate guilds experts could compare to this team. Most surprisingly, none of these experts wore a guild emblem, showing that they were all independent players. What a powerful team. Who are they? Don't you see the Flaming Fox logo sewn on their cloaks? They're members of Firecloud Fox, one of the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. That shield warrior in the lead is Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander. He is one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 100 shield warriors. I've heard that several first-rate guilds in the Empire have offered high prices to recruit him, but he's refused every one. Since they're from an adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, why are they here in Starmoon Kingdom? Because of Stone Forest Town. The town's battle arena is a perfect place for experts like them to train. I've also heard that Firecloud Fox plans to move its headquarters to Zero Wing City. Although Zero Wing City's battle arena isn't as effective as the one in Stone Forest Town, the city's mana density is much higher. When the players in the hall saw Firecloud Fox's members, they all fell into heated discussions. Some players, members of other adventurer teams, gazed at Firecloud Fox's members with envy and admiration. Even first-rate guilds fought to recruit these experts. It was an honor that few adventurer teams received. It really is annoying to travel to and from the Orc Empire every time. Commander, can't we grind somewhere else next time? Graceful Moon, Firecloud Fox's vice-commander, suggested, paying no attention to the gossip around her. Turning to Remnant Cloud, she continued, the Orcs' invasion is getting worse, and over the past few days, we've come across more and higher quality Orcs. It'll definitely affect our leveling speed. In your dreams. If we don't continue questing in the Orc Empire and kill Heaven's Burial's members, how are we supposed to earn the money for our mounts? Remnant Cloud snapped. Although the Orcs' upgrade had affected our leveling speed, opportunities like this don't happen often. Alright, enough complaining. Let's head to Zero Wing City to claim our bounties. I get what you're trying to say, but you've seen the difference for yourself. Those Orcs are growing more powerful. At first, we usually only encountered elite-ranked Orcs, but now, we've run into chieftains left and right. Their combat standards have improved, as well. I'm willing to bet that we'll need to waste several more hours to cross the border the next time we try to enter the Orc Empire, Graceful Moon grumbled. Despite the short distance between Starmoon Kingdom's border towns and the Orc Empire's border, their adventurer team had spent a significant amount of time crossing the border due to Orc patrol squads. To make matters worse, the quantity and quality of patrol squads continued to increase as well. Now, they spent half of their travel time on fighting the Orc patrol squads. Alright, if they've grown stronger by the time we try to cross the border again, we'll find another location to grind and quest. In any case, our adventurer team has earned quite a bit. With today's haul, we should have enough to purchase a private house in Zero Wing City, Remnant Cloud said. After giving the matter some more thought, he saw the logic in Graceful Moon's concerns. While earning money was important, it wouldn't do them any good if it came at the cost of their leveling speed. If the orcs guarding the border grew even stronger, leveling in the Orc Empire would no longer be worth it. In fact, based on what information he had, several adventurer teams, which were only slightly weaker than Firecloud Fox, had already given up on the Orc Empire and opted to grind in other maps. These other adventurer teams' level speed was now slightly faster than his own team. As Remnant Cloud and his companions prepared to head to Zero Wing City, they overheard nearby players discussing their destination. Is Zero Wing for real? Zero Wing City can actually do that? It can't be true. How could a city possibly teleport players to any location within 4 million yards? If that were possible, wouldn't players be able to teleport to their desired leveling areas instantly? Zero Wing made the announcement personally. Why wouldn't it be true? Players would see through it immediately if this were some kind of ruse. Besides, didn't you see it? The teleportation fee is absurd. Ordinary players barely earn anything each day. If we want to use the teleportation function, we'll have to hand over a whole day's earnings to Zero Wing. Zero Wing is too strong. It actually secured something like this, too. As expected of our kingdom's #1 guild. The players on Star Moon City streets debated Zero Wing's latest announcement. Meanwhile, the numerous adventurer teams in the city burned with excitement over the news. Zero Wing City's location was no longer news to Star Moon Kingdom's players. The city wasn't far from the front lines of this war between the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. For the most part, only a large forest separated the city from the front lines. Being able to teleport to any location within 4 million yards of the city would allow players to travel beyond the kingdom's border, bypassing many of the Orc patrol squads. This would save players plenty of travel time and allow them to avoid quite a bit of danger. The teleportation's cost was the only downside. If players teleported across the maximum range, one trip would cost 20 silver per person. However, the price was definitely worth the trip for capable adventurer teams. They could easily earn back several times the money they had spent with the time they saved. After all, Zero Wing had placed a bounty on Heaven's Burial's members. They could earn back the teleportation fees by killing a bunch of the guild's members easily. Moreover, the Orc Empire's maps had far more resources than most of Star Moon Kingdom's. They'd also be able to increase their leveling speed. Commander, it seems that we'll have to save a bit more coins to buy a private house in Zero Wing City, Graceful Moon said, chuckling after she read Zero Wing's announcement. Zero Wing isn't giving us a chance. How wonderful would it have been if they had sold their private housing before this announcement? While Remnant Cloud celebrated the news, he also felt a sting in his pocket. Zero Wing City had already offered amazing benefits, but now it also informed the public of its teleportation function. Needless to say, adventurer teams and experts who wanted to level in the Orc Empire would flood Zero Wing City. To players like them, the teleportation function was a major resource, and 20 silver coins wasn't a significant expenditure. As long as they obtained 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to sell, they would easily earn back what they spent. Furthermore, players could purchase a membership to receive a 20% discount. In fact, Star Moon Kingdom's players wouldn't be the only ones interested in Zero Wing City's teleportation function. Players from other kingdoms and empires would likely visit Zero Wing City to travel to the Orc Empire. As it was, the orcs guarding all of the Empire's borders were growing stronger as Remnant Cloud fussed over how to earn enough money to purchase a private house in Zero Wing City. The adventurer teams and players in said city were in an uproar. These players, who had initially planned to walk to the Orc Empire, changed their minds immediately and made their way to the nearest 4 Towers of Elements. They then spent 20 silver to travel across Star Moon Kingdom's border. As more players proved the power of the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, more adventurer teams and expert players applied for the teleportation membership. 1 short hour after Zero Wing announced the teleportation function, 1,042 players had become members, contributing over 20,000 magic crystals. In total, over 2,000 players had used the teleportation function. Naturally, not everyone wanted to pay a portion of their teleportation fees in magic crystals. After subtracting the maintenance and energy costs, Zero Wing had earned 12 silver coins off of every player that had teleported over the maximum distance. In a single hour, Zero Wing had made over 240 gold in pure profit. However, the truly frightening result of Zero Wing's latest announcement was the number of players who visited Zero Wing City. In just 1 hour, Zero Wing City's player population had shot past the 2 million threshold. Many of these players belonged to adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires, and in the end, Zero Wing had also earned a fortune from the entrance fees. Chapter 1595, Upgrading the Blacksteel Insignia. Chapter 1595, Upgrading the Blacksteel Insignia. The moment Zero Wing City revealed its teleportation function, the city attracted many major powers' attention. A large number of merchant players also considered conducting their business in Zero Wing City. Some of the guilds in the several kingdoms and 2 empires bordering the Orc Empire even tried to ally with Zero Wing in secret. The situation had completely exceeded Aqua Rose's expectations. All of these guilds offered to sell Zero Wing level 45. Top-tier equipment at below market price in exchange for the right to establish a guild residence in Zero Wing City and a 20% discount on the teleportation fees. These guilds were also willing to pay a portion of the teleportation fees with magic crystals. Although mainstream players had already reached level 40, they were still some time from reaching level 45. Only the various guilds' elite members had reached such a high level, and because of this, level 45 fine gold equipment and above was still extremely rare. Although the equipment was available on the market, these pieces usually cost far more than market value. Moreover, there weren't many pieces available. Even if Zero Wing were willing to purchase the overpriced equipment, it wouldn't secure many pieces yet. These large guilds had offered level 45, top-tier equipment as payment. Aqua Rose had never expected this. If she accepted their offers, she'd solve the guild's shortage of funds and top-tier equipment. Furthermore, even after giving these guilds a 20% discount on teleportation fees, Zero Wing would still make quite a bit of profit. Guild leader, 3 first-rate guilds and 11 second-rate guilds have expressed interest in partnering with us thus far. If we agree, replenishing our top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse won't be an issue anymore, Aqua Rose said excitedly as she read the report in her hands. Rather than coins, Zero Wing urgently needed top-tier equipment for its war against Heaven's Burial. Every time their players died, they'd lose a piece of equipment. Occasionally, Heaven's Burial's members even used some special methods to force players to drop more than one piece when they died. Generally, Zero Wing compensated its members with GCPs, and these members would then trade their points for replacement weapons and equipment from the warehouse. Because of this, Zero Wing's members were rapidly depleting the guild's stock of weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing's guild warehouse ran out of top-tier weapons and equipment for its members, Zero Wing's GCPs would lose their value. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the guild crumbled. However, if Zero Wing could replenish its stock, Aqua Rose was confident that the guild could continue to duke it out with Heaven's Burial. There are so many guilds seeking an alliance. Aqua Rose's report surprised Feng. He hadn't thought that the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function would be such an effective advertisement. Alright. However, they have to pay 25% of their teleportation fees with magic crystals. Otherwise, no deal. While the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function was powerful, its operation cost a lot of magic crystals. If he allowed these guilds to mass teleport their members, the 9 mana barrier crystals would drain in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing did not have many magic crystals to spare. If these guilds paid a quarter of their teleportation fees in magic crystals, they'd offset the additional cost. Zero Wing might even earn some magic crystal profit. I understand. I'll begin the negotiations right away. After Feng agreed, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and contacted the various large guilds' guild leaders. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Zero Wing's members had lightened considerably due to the city's sudden popularity. Everyone's confidence of defeating Heaven's Burial renewed. They could easily imagine the future that awaited their guild city, and there was no way it would lose to Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city in any aspect. Similarly, Star Moon Kingdom's players had begun to change their minds about Zero Wing falling prey to Heaven's Burial. They now thought that Zero Wing had some hope of victory. While Aqua Rose negotiated the contract's terms with the various guild leaders, Feng had finally learned how to craft the new advanced magic array and had begun to forge the Conqueror's armor. Although Zero Wing had solved its money and equipment problems, it still wouldn't be easy to defeat Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Feng didn't even think that his current guild could do anything to the two guilds. The difference between their expert counts was just too massive, not to mention financial strength. If Zero Wing wanted to end this war of attrition, it would have to rely on the strength of its guild members. In fact, this was God's domain's infallible truth. Otherwise, guilds wouldn't pay so much attention to nurturing their experts. Now that I've learned how to draw the magic array, I need to find a way to improve my success rate. Although it is somewhat wasteful, I'll have to upgrade the Blacksteel Insignia. When Feng had tried to forge the Conqueror's armor and saw his theoretical success rate, he steeled himself and made his way to White River City's bank. Forging the level 50 fine gold ranked Conqueror's armor would be even more challenging than forging level 50 dark gold equipment. Despite his status as a master forger, he only had a theoretical success rate of 18%. Even with his various support tools, he only increased that success rate to around 28%. Although it seemed relatively high, he'd be fortunate to succeed once out of every 5 attempts to produce the armor. This was due to the Conqueror's armor's complex forging process. Unfortunately, the required materials weren't cheap, and each attempt would cost around 50 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a piece of level 45 fine gold equipment. Because the required materials were also rare and difficult to obtain, he also had a limited number of attempts. Feng simply couldn't bear to forge the Conqueror's armor with such a low success rate. If he had to craft the armor, he'd have to reach a 30% success rate at the very least. His only solution was the Holy Grail's power of evolution, which he could only use once every 10 days. Feng quickly arrived in his own large private warehouse and carefully retrieved Zero Wing's greatest secret weapon, the Holy Grail. He had planned to save the power of evolution to upgrade items with special abilities to epic rank, but he couldn't care less right now. He immediately retrieved the Blacksteel Insignia and scanned it with the Holy Grail. Suddenly, purple fog leaked from the Holy Grail and enveloped the Blacksteel Insignia. The system soon notified Feng of the evolution cost. System, are you willing to permanently lose 1000 HP to evolve the Blacksteel Insignia? What? This thing actually requires 1000 HP? Feng was astonished. The Blacksteel Insignia was currently fine gold rank. Even if he evolved the item, it would only become dark gold rank, yet the evolution cost was as high as the cost of evolving the Holy City's emblem. Losing 1000 HP was no trivial matter. It was the equivalent of losing 50 endurance permanently. Even a tier 2 player would have to level a few times to make up for this loss. Moreover, the evolution's success wasn't guaranteed. There was still a chance of failure, but Feng did not hesitate long before he clicked agree. He might have decided against evolving the Blacksteel Insignia in the past, but now that he had the Dark Iron Bloodline, things had changed. The Bloodline provided some additional basic attribute points with each level up. Moreover, the bonus would grow as he reached higher levels. He could recover the lost 50 endurance very quickly. After Feng agreed to the evolution, the Holy Grail's purple fog wrapped around him. Immediately, Feng's maximum HP fell by 1000. Meanwhile, the Holy Grail radiated a purple glow as it absorbed the life force. Following which, plumes of purple fog seeped into the Blacksteel Insignia. Suddenly, the Blacksteel Insignia released a blinding glow that enveloped the private warehouse. This should mean it succeeded, right? Feng's heart pounded as he stared at the Blacksteel Insignia in his hand. Chapter 1596, Budding Threat. Chapter 1596, Budding Threat. The Holy Grail's power of evolution did not have a 100% success rate. Moreover, the success rate would drop as Feng chose higher-ranked items. The cost would also increase. Even if the evolution failed, the the Holy Grail would still have a 10-day cooldown. Although the Blacksteel Insignia was only fine gold rank, it was an extremely precious support tool for forgers. It was far more valuable than ordinary dark gold items. Hence, in Feng's opinion, the success rate for evolving the Blacksteel Insignia would be on par with evolving a dark gold item to epic rank. If the evolution failed, not only would he permanently lose 1000 HP, but he'd also have to wait another 10 days before he could attempt to evolve the Blacksteel Insignia again. This was not a desired outcome, following which, Feng took a deep breath as he clicked to inspect the Blacksteel Insignia's attribute panel. Blacksteel Insignia, dark gold rank. Unique equipment. User restriction, Feng. The Blacksteel Insignia is the highest medal of honor amongst the Blacksteel dwarves. After equipping it, forging success rate increased by 10%, proficiency has a 15% chance to increase by 1 extra point. When forging, there is a 3% chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Blacksteel Insignia's attributes. Ecstasy then gripped his heart. The dark gold ranked Blacksteel Insignia is amazing. No wonder the evolution required so much HP. The Blacksteel Insignia's upgraded attributes shocked Feng. Not only had the bonus forging success rate risen from 5% to 10%, but the chances of increasing a forged item's attributes had also increased from 1% to 3%. Now, he'd have a considerably higher chance of improving his crafted items' attributes in God's domain. Producing higher rank items would become exponentially more difficult. Although it wouldn't be a direct rank increase, the Blacksteel Insignia could raise a fine gold item's attributes to be only slightly inferior to a piece of dark gold equipment of the same level. This meant that the Blacksteel Insignia's wielder could forge items 1 rank stronger than their intended rank. After dealing with the Blacksteel Insignia, Feng returned to the candlelight trading firm to forge the Conqueror's armor. Meanwhile, an army of over 3,000 players, all level 46 or higher, assaulted an orc fortress within the Orc Empires. Although the orcs defending the fortress were around level 60 and ranked between Elite and Grand Lord, they fell, one after another, under the players' fierce assault. Unfortunately, the players also suffered casualties. Focus on dodging the boss's skills. Ranged players, destroy the fortress's defense turrets. Singular burial commanded from the rear of the army. As the orcs worked to strengthen their empire's defenses, they had constructed temporary fortresses as resting points for the armies. Because of this, more orcs operated around these temporary fortresses, troubling the players in the area. Meanwhile, the orcs' mines were usually surrounded by several temporary fortresses. If players wanted to secure an orc mine, they'd have to deal with the fortress's first. Singular burial was confident that he could secure the orc mine, which many of God's domain superpowers drooled over, once Heaven's Burial dealt with the temporary fortresses. Once they succeeded, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have to worry about coins or magic crystals. Daybreak Fog, who wore a cyan mage robe, suddenly approached Singular Burial and quietly reported, "Guild leader, our spies in Zero Wing have reported that the guild has somehow obtained a teleportation function that allows players to teleport from Zero Wing City to the border between the Orc Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. With this teleportation function, players can save a massive amount of time. In fact, many players have already used the service, contributing to Zero Wing's wealth. Moreover, we've received news that plenty of guilds have begun negotiations to ally with Zero Wing. By the looks of it, they plan to sell level 45 top-tier equipment to the guild. I'm afraid this will affect our plans severely at this rate." According to previous reports, Zero Wing should have been on its last leg, yet due to Zero Wing City's teleportation function, Zero Wing had pulled itself out of its predicament. In fact, the teleportation service had become so profitable that Zero Wing was now able to continue its war of attrition against them. This was not good news. The long-term attrition war was a painful burden on Heaven's Burial's finances and development. They had already suffered significant casualties thanks to Zero Wing's bounty. This had impacted the guild members' leveling speed. Moreover, guild members had to stay alert for ambushes in the fields. Many players who had originally wanted to join Heaven's Burial had begun to change their mind. If they did not deal with Zero Wing quickly, their guild's development would stagnate, and they wouldn't be able to keep up with God's domain's other superpowers. Even with ancient Rock City, Zero Wing is a tenacious cockroach. Singular Burial could not help but frown. Immediately, he commanded, "Notify young Master Lei and tell him that it's time for his Thunder Legion to take action. Contact Blackwater as well, tell them that if they still want a share of the Orc mine, they should send more top-tier experts and help us finish off Zero Wing quickly. We're taking action now?" Daybreak Fog was stunned. She hadn't expected Singular Burial to switch tactics so soon. Until now, their experts usually attacked in small groups, fleeing the moment they killed Zero Wing's members and minimizing their casualties. However, if they started team battles in the fields, they would suffer more casualties even if they dealt greater damage to their enemy. That was why they had avoided doing so thus far. Now that Singular Burial had approved team battles, he had proven that Zero Wing was a major threat to their guild. Thus, he decided to put a swift end to this war, regardless of cost, and exterminate the budding threat before it did permanent damage. I want to see how long Zero Wing can hold on. Singular Burial nodded. Zero Wing's sudden transformation had exceeded his expectations and left him with no other choice, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to show Zero Wing how wide the gap was between their expert counts. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City, in a special forging room located on the Candlelight Trading Firm's top floor. Feng sat alone beside a furnace, repeatedly swinging a hammer as he forged the Conqueror's armor. To sharpen his focus, he had even used the precious soul water. The Conqueror's armor required a lot of materials, including over 10 main materials and over 20 support materials. Every material needed to be smelted carefully. Just the smelting and refining all of the involved materials took more than half an hour. If Feng had gone through the entire forging process alone, he would have only had time to forge a few pieces of the Conqueror's armor each day. Fortunately, he could rely on Candlelight's advanced forgers to help him with the smelting and refining processes, saving him plenty of time. Fortunately, with the improved Blacksteel Insignia, Feng's forging success rate had broken past the 30% threshold. Fusing, stacking, fusing, stacking. As he continued to fuse and shape the extracted materials, the Conqueror's armor began to take shape. Once the armor was perfect, Feng released a deep sigh of relief and began to draw the advanced magic array. Due to the soul water's effects, Feng was able to complete the advanced magic array naturally and without pause. The instant he completed the advanced magic array, the Conqueror's armor released a mesmerizing, crimson glow. This is the first Conqueror's armor I've forged, and I've already triggered the strengthening effect. Feng's excitement grew as he watched the crimson light, completely different from the usual glow on fine gold equipment. Chapter 1597, Improved Conqueror's Armor. Chapter 1597, Improved Conqueror's Armor. Despite being a master forger, Feng didn't have a particularly high success rate with forging the Conqueror's armor. Although God's domain had plenty of support tools, these tools would become less effective with more complex items. In fact, most support tools were nullified when producing an epic item. Only a small number of support tools could help a player craft an epic item. Feng hadn't expected, despite having barely over a 30% success rate, he would actually forge a successful Conqueror's armor on his first try. Moreover, he had triggered the Blacksteel Insignia strengthening effect. After gazing at the armor for a moment, Feng clicked to inspect its attributes. Immediately, the system analyzed the Conqueror's armor's statistics. System: Blacksteel Insignia's effect triggered. Attributes increased. System: Conqueror's armor has been forged successfully. Forging proficiency increased by 4 points. Obtained 3 million EXP. Conqueror's armor, chest piece, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 50. Equipment requirement: Strength 730 and Agility 730. Defense plus 2350. Strength plus 75. Endurance plus 84, Agility plus 72. Additional passive skill dash. Life sacrifice: the wearer will receive more power as their HP decreases to a maximum of 15% strength and 25% attack speed. Additional active skill dash. Basic strength battle array: activation requires 5 or more players wearing the Conqueror's armor. Upon activation, wearer's strength increases by 25%, agility by 15%, endurance by 15% and physique by 10%. Grants basic perception sharing buff. Stamina and concentration consumption rates increase by 400%. Maintaining the battle array costs 1 magic crystal every 5 minutes. The Blacksteel Insignia is really quite amazing. Not only did it improve the armor's basic attributes, but it also boosted one of the armor's skills slightly. Although this Conqueror's armor still is not a match for level 50 dark equipment individually, it is not far from it. Feng was delighted as he read the Conqueror's armor's attributes. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. Top-tier equipment past this level would become incredibly difficult to obtain. Even level 50, 100-man team dungeons only dropped level 50 fine gold equipment and set equipment at best. Generally, players could only obtain level 50 dark gold equipment from super large-scale team dungeons on its own. The improved Conqueror's armor was only slightly less valuable than a piece of epic equipment of the same level, but if he had 5 pieces of the improved version of this armor, each piece would be worth as much as a piece of ordinary epic equipment. Unlike the improved Conqueror's armor, epic equipment only provided powerful boosts to basic attributes and a few powerful skills. On the other hand, the Conqueror's armor's basic strength battle array could improve players' combat standards as well as basic attributes and physique. The only flaw was the armor's level limit. At best, players could use the armor until level 60. Most epic equipment, in contrast, could be used past level 100. Gazing at the improved Conqueror's armor before him, Feng's passion to forge the armor ignited. If he could mass-produce the Conqueror's armor and equip a 1,000-man legion, the result would be mind-blowing. If he geared a legion of 1,000 expert players in the Conqueror's armor, he'd have a legion of refinement realm experts instantly. Such a legion would be unstoppable on the battlefield. It'd even dare to challenge a true super first-rate guild head-on with such a force, not to mention Heaven's Burial. Dreaming of such a powerful legion, Feng continued to forge one Conqueror's armor after another, not resting for a moment since Feng had nearly 100 advanced forgers to handle the most time-consuming process, smelting and refining. He could complete each forging attempt in roughly 10 minutes. As he became more familiar with the process, he was even able to work faster than that. Perhaps he had used all of his luck during the first attempt because unfortunately, the next 4 attempts all failed. In the blink of an eye, he had wasted over 200 gold in materials. If any other trading firm suffered such a loss, they'd likely halt production immediately, but Feng was unfazed. If equipment with basic battle arrays were that easy to produce, the various super guilds wouldn't have struggled so much in the past. Mass-producing such equipment, however, as Feng continued his forging attempts, he became increasingly familiar with drawing the crucial advanced magic array. He'd even used divine providence to improve his success rate later. Although luck was insubstantial, it could, more or less, affect production success rate. Before Feng had realized it, he had already gone through 300 material sets. In the end, he had successfully forged 96 pieces of Conqueror's armor. His overall success rate was slightly higher than the theoretical success rate the system had given him, and among the 96 chest pieces, Feng had forged another 3 pieces of improved Conqueror's armor, securing a total of 4 improved chest pieces. Meanwhile, Feng's experience bar had risen steadily due to his diligent work to craft the Conqueror's armor. His leveling speed was 3 to 4 times faster than God's domain's other peak experts. Although his leveling speed was impressive, there likely wasn't another player in God's domain who would dare to replicate Feng's leveling method. The 300 material sets Feng had used were worth 15,000 gold in total, and this was only the current market value. Players would likely have to pay far more than that if they tried to purchase the materials in bulk. As Feng was about to use up the remaining 24 or so material sets, Aqua contacted guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater have suddenly increased the force they've mobilized against us. They've organized 100-man teams to ambush our dungeon raiding teams. Our casualty count is rising rapidly. We've already lost over 5,000 lives since they bolstered their forces. Although we've tried to retaliate, we're too outnumbered. We simply can't keep up with all of the attacks. Should I recall our guild members from the dungeon raids and grinding in the high-resource maps for now and concentrate on leveling up in a few safe maps? Due to Zero Wing City's rise in popularity, Aqua Rose was relatively confident that Zero Wing would survive the war with Heaven's Burial, but now Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched more experts to ambush their players in the various high-resource maps they occupied. The two guilds even targeted their 100-man elite and expert teams. This had never happened before. The wisest move right now would be to gather their members in a few, specific leveling maps close to each other. Although this would limit their members' leveling speed, it would provide more security. Zero Wing could also send their limited number of experts as reinforcements far faster. They finally done sitting by, huh? Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that Heaven's Burial would attempt to end this war so soon. Immediately, he commanded, I like your suggestion. We need to concentrate our forces, but move them to the targeted, high-resource maps, instead. But the level 40 and 50 high-resource maps are too far apart. If a battle breaks out, our reinforcements will need some time to get there. Aqua Rose had also considered the idea, but it wasn't a wise move. Zero Wing had a limited number of experts, and they weren't enough to cover multiple maps that were so far apart. It's fine. Just do as I say. Leave the rest to me. Feng simply smiled, not bothering to offer any further explanation. Select 100 skilled plate armor classes from the Dark God's Legion and send them my way. They have to be level 50 or higher. 100 people? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Feng intended to do. Currently, only a few of Zero Wing's players were capable of standing against Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts. If they wanted to suppress the enemy's teams, they'd have to form a team of the guild's Tier 2 players. Even a 100-man expert team's ability to turn the tide of battle would be limited, but since Feng had given the command, she had no choice but to follow it. Chapter 1598, Exterminate Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1598, Exterminate Heaven's Burial. Starmoon Kingdom, Paroxene Hills. As one of the many level 50 maps in Starmoon Kingdom, it housed plenty of ancient ruins, even if it weren't particularly resource-rich. Hence, many guilds and adventurer teams in the kingdom loved to explore the map and its ruins. The Pyroxene Hills was also home to some rare herbs and ores. Many independent players came to harvest these materials while grinding. Currently, two groups of players clashed outside one of the Pyroxene Hills' dilapidated ruins. All of the players were high-leveled, with the lowest at level 50, and the strongest players at level 52. One of the two groups wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, while the other players wore Zero Wing's amazing. So, this is a team battle between guilds? The players passing by could not help but pause to watch the battle. They were captivated. Compared to the PvP battles between independent players they had seen before, this battle was on a level of its own. When independent teams clashed, the fight usually involved a dozen players or so, most of which focused on their own fights. It was more apt to call these battles free-for-alls, rather than team battles. There was no coordination between any of the players. Normally, a single expert could change the course of the skirmish. However, battles between guild teams were a different story. These battles were akin to wars on ancient battlefields. Each team had clear leadership, and guild teams focused on coordination among team members, seeking the enemy's weak points to strike. In such battles, individual experts had very little effect on the outcome. For a time, Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing's members fought. Spells and arrows flew across the battlefield as the healers in the back desperately cast one healing spell after another. However, as the battle drug on, Zero Wing's frontline melee players began to fall. Despite starting with the same number of players, Heaven's Burial clearly had the advantage due to its frightening number of experts. Generally, 5 or 6 expert players would lead a 100-man guild elite team, yet Heaven's Burial's elite team had more than 30 experts. In contrast, Zero Wing's team only had 15. Not only were expert players stronger than elites individually, but they also had better coordination, and they could easily find their opponent's weak points. As one player from Zero Wing fell after another, the battle became more one-sided. In the end, Zero Wing's team was forced to retreat. Unfortunately, Heaven's Burial's players clearly had no intention of letting their enemies get away as they chased after the fleeing players. Although Heaven's Burial suffered around 20 casualties, the team had annihilated the players from Zero Wing leader. Zero Wing's members are a bunch of weaklings. Had the guild leader given the command to attack earlier, Heaven's Burial would have long since dominated Star Moon Kingdom. That's right. Even if Zero Wing is powerful, it can only strut before first-rate guilds. It's nothing to Heaven's Burial. The players from Heaven's Burial laughed as they admired the weapons and equipment scattered across the ground. Zero Wing's time as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord was over, and Heaven's Burial wasn't the guild it had been in the past. Now, every aspect of the guild was formidable. In total, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched over 8,000 experts and spread them across multiple teams to ambush Zero Wing's members. They had even dispatched top-tier and peak experts with so many expert-led teams on the hunt, they would kill any Zero Wing member that dared to show up in the various leveling maps. Shortly after the team from Heaven's Burial left, another 20-man team from Zero Wing arrived on the battlefield. Damn it. We are too late again. Shadow Sword cursed as he surveyed the tattered battlefield. The leveling map he had been tasked to secure was simply too large, and Heaven's Burial had too many teams in the map. There was a limit to how many players he could save. Sometimes, the enemy ambushed faraway teams, and by the time he arrived, the fight would be over. He couldn't help but feel powerless. Moreover, his leveling speed had sharply decreased since he had focused on hunting down Heaven's Burial's team's commander Shadow Sword. We just received a message from Vice Guild leader Aqua. She wants all members who want to level to gather in these 4 high-resource maps. She's also ordered these specific Dark Gods Legion members to gather in White River City's guild residence immediately, a level 50 ranger reported as he handed Shadow Sword a list. Gather in these 4 maps. Is this a joke? Shadow Sword gaped at the 4 specified maps. While it would make defense and reinforcement easier if they gathered their guild members in a few select areas, the 4 maps were spread out. Sending their members to these maps was the equivalent of splitting the guild's power, making it easier for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to slaughter them. The Vice Guild leader has said that this is an order from our guild leader. The ranger nodded solemnly. An order from the guild leader? Hearing this, Shadow Sword was even more confused. I understand. We'll head to our assigned map right away. Any Dark Gods Legion members on the list should return to the guild residence immediately. While Shadow Sword's team prepared for the trip to another map, Zero Wing's guild members, who were scattered across Star Moon Kingdom, followed the same orders. Naturally, such a massive shift attracted the attention of the kingdom's various large guilds. What is Zero Wing trying to do? Daybreak Fog was baffled as she read the latest report a subordinate had sent her. Ha. Truly foolish. Do they think this will scare us? Singular Burial chuckled at the report. Notify our generals and dispatch our forces to these 4 maps. Tell them to move in 100-man units or less. Do not start any large-scale fights with Zero Wing. I want to see how Black Flame intends to cope with so many teams. He had discovered Black Flame's capabilities long ago. Not only did the man wield large-scale destruction spells, but he also possessed a large-scale silencing skill. In battles involving thousands of players, these abilities worked wonders. Even if Heaven's Burial won due to its numeric advantage, the guild would suffer drastically, and that wasn't something he wished to see. Had Zero Wing gathered its members in a single map, he wouldn't have dared to send his guild members. Of course, he'd be more than happy to see Zero Wing do just that since only so many resources were available in a single map. If every Zero Wing member cowered in one area, even if it were a high-resource map, there wouldn't be enough resources to go around. Ultimately, it would damage the guild members' leveling speed. However, to ensure that its members could level normally, Zero Wing had split its players across 4 high-resource maps that were fairly far from each other. With Zero Wing's limited number of experts, it could only dispatch a few to protect each area. As long as Heaven's Burial continued to start small-scale battles, Zero Wing would fail to keep up with the enemy guild's numeric advantage. If this drug on, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's residence in White River City, 100 players wearing the core members' guild emblem sat in the residence's meeting room. The lowest level among the crowd was level 50, while the highest had reached level 52. All of these players could rank among the top regarding levels in any guild. As for their combat standards, the weakest among them had reached the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and the most powerful had reached the 7th floor. None of these players dared to utter a word as they watched the cloaked man before them, reverence and admiration filling their gazes. This cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader and an expert of his own legend. Since everyone's here, let's get straight to business, Feng said as he glanced at the players in the room. Once he verified that there were enough players, he continued, "From now on, I have an extremely important task for you, but before carrying it out, you'll have to sign a confidentiality contract. If you don't wish to sign, you may leave, and I'll find a replacement. If you have any questions, ask now." A confidentiality contract? Guild leader, can you tell us what kind of task we'll be doing? Everyone stirred for a moment when they heard Feng mention a confidentiality contract. They were all profoundly curious about what Feng had in store for them, and not a single player among the crowd showed any signs of abstaining from the challenge. I am sure you are all aware that Heaven's Burial has caused our guild quite a bit of trouble lately. The task I have for you is very simple: you'll annihilate Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1599, Count Your Deaths on Me. Chapter 1599, Count Your Deaths on Me. When Feng finished speaking, silence descended on the meeting room. Heaven's Burial shone like the midday sun in several kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Not only had it annexed many workshops and adventurer teams, but it had also captured ancient Rock City. Now, the guild had nearly as much overall strength as a super first-rate guild. Although Zero Wing was also powerful and had great growth potential, it wasn't as powerful as Heaven's Burial, which had both its own strength and the support of major corporations. In fact, as members of Zero Wing, they had prepared themselves for a long, arduous battle against their rival guild. Yet, Feng wanted them to exterminate Heaven's Burial. He had also made the declaration as if it were a matter of course. For a moment, they wondered if Feng had gone mad. However, they couldn't help but burn with fighting spirit, knowing that Feng had chosen them for this task. Those bastards from Heaven's Burial have always been an eyesore. Guild leader, just tell us what we need to do. We finally get to start a real fight with Heaven's Burial? I've been waiting to duke it out with Heaven's Burial for a long time. Those cowards only know how to hit and run. If given the chance, I'll beat them until not even their mothers recognize them. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement as they looked at Feng. Their hatred for Heaven's Burial was nothing new. In fact, that hatred had only increased due to the guild's shameless tactics. All right, since none of you have any issues, sign these confidentiality contracts. Feng nodded in satisfaction before handing out a contract. When players signed confidentiality contracts, they wouldn't be able to discuss the relevant information while logged into God's domain. Although the main God system could not regulate information in the real world, if one found evidence of someone violating their contract in the real world, they could hand the evidence over to the main God system. If the evidence were valid, the player would receive their deserved punishment, the severity of which would depend on the terms of the contract. Feng wanted to keep the Conqueror's armor's battle array a secret. Although God's domain's various powers and players were bound to discover battle arrays eventually, he wanted to reserve the armor as one of the guild's trump cards. The later the various major powers discovered battle arrays, the better the penalty Feng had set for breaking the confidentiality contract wasn't unusual. Any player who violated it would have their account permanently suspended. In general, guilds chose a consequence that would bar players from God's domain permanently if they violated a confidentiality contract regarding extremely important secrets. It would not even matter if players deleted their accounts, they'd never be able to log back in. Hence, guilds' core secrets hadn't often leaked in the past. The consequences of doing so would be devastating to players who had grown comfortable with God's domain's lifestyle. Permanently losing access to the game was more of a punishment than death itself. This was especially true for players who earned access to their guild's core secrets. Of course, there were bound to be players who would take the risk when offered an astronomical price. Once the 100 plate armor players from the Dark God's Legion signed the contracts, Feng pulled one Conqueror's armor after another from his bag while Aqua Rose had gathered the necessary players. Feng had successfully forged another 4 pieces of the Conqueror's armor. Among these 4 pieces, one was even an improved Conqueror's armor. This increased the count to 5 improved pieces, just enough for a 5-man party to activate the basic strength battle array. What? There's so much level 50 fine gold equipment here. Wait, look at the attributes. They're insane. This basic strength battle array is amazing. It's basically a mini berserk skill. Moreover, it doesn't have a cooldown and only costs 1 magic crystal per 5 minutes. It can last until players run out of stamina. Everyone was flabbergasted over the 100 chest pieces Feng had revealed. They frequently grinded in level 50 plus maps, so they knew just how difficult it was to obtain level 50 equipment. Even mysterious iron equipment was incredibly rare, let alone secret silver rank. Level 50 mysterious iron equipment's basic attributes could easily rival those of level 45 fine gold equipment, and level 50 equipment provided higher defense than lower level equipment. However, the superior defense wasn't displayed in numerical value. Rather, it came in the form of impact mitigation. When players were attacked in God's domain, the impact oftentimes disrupted their stance, revealing flaws in their defense. Aside from damage reduction, a player's defense could also mitigate some, if not all, of the impact from an attack. Thus, when deciding between level 45 fine gold equipment and level 50 mysterious iron equipment, players usually chose the latter, even if the former had stronger skills. Needless to say, not even level 45, top-tier, dark gold equipment could compare to level 50 fine gold equipment. Unfortunately, such equipment was extremely challenging to obtain. Even when raiding level 50, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, the armor only had a chance of dropping. It wasn't guaranteed yet. Feng had just set 100 pieces of such equipment before them. Moreover, the Conqueror's armor had a superb skill for large-scale combat. Every one of these players from the Dark God's Legion felt as if they were dreaming. Only a few of them had level 50 dark gold equipment, while most of them still used level 45 dark gold equipment or a combination of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. Even in a first-rate guild, their equipment would only be second to those who wore epic equipment. In response to these players' elation, Feng simply chuckled and shook his head. All of these players only had eyes for the Conqueror's armor's basic attributes. They had no idea that the fine gold-ranked Conqueror's armor was even more valuable than level 60 dark gold equipment. I want each of you to select one of the chest pieces. Then, I'll split you into 20 parties of 5. Each party will take a healer and head to the 4 high-resource maps where we've sent our guild members to grind. I need all of you to continue the search for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. If you find a group of 100 or fewer, kill them all. If the enemy overwhelms your team with numbers or peak experts are among their teams, notify the commanders responsible for the region, then send you reinforcements. If that is the case, you just need to keep an eye on the enemy. If they chase after you, try to kite them and regroup with the reinforcements. Feng strictly explained the details of their task as he eyes the players before him. By having the Dark God's Legion members move in 6-man parties, they could move swiftly and stealthily. Although splitting these Dark God's Legion members into 6-man parties, rather than 100-man teams, would limit the Legion's combat power, the smaller parties would seem like less of a threat to their enemies. This would make it easier for the Dark God's Legion members to evade the enemy's detection. When Feng fell silent, everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. Feng actually wanted them to form 6-man parties to take on Heaven's Burial's 100-man teams. If they targeted ordinary 100-man teams, they'd be confident of their victory, but Heaven's Burial's teams were anything but ordinary. Each team was normally led by dozens of experts. If they assaulted such a force, they'd be attempting suicide, not starting a battle. Relax. I'll take responsibility for any of your deaths. Feng could see these players' confusion regarding his decision. However, he simply chuckled and said, or don't you have the courage for a task like this? So what if these 100-man teams are from Heaven's Burial? Guild leader, just you wait. Even if we don't kill them all, we'll definitely make them suffer. Initially, worry had gripped everyone's hearts, but after Feng had told them off in such a way, their fighting spirit began to burn anew. As Feng had implied, if they weren't even brave enough to do this, they might as well stop calling themselves experts. Good. Also, the 3 parties with the highest kill counts will receive a large number of GCPs and gain 1 opportunity to learn an advanced combat technique. Whether or not you earn the opportunity will depend on your effort, Feng said, nodding in approval at everyone's high spirits. Immediately, he organized his players into parties before sending them off to the 4 high-resource maps. When they had heard that they might be able to learn an advanced combat technique, these players couldn't help their growing excitement. Advanced combat techniques were the guild's core secrets. It was extremely difficult to earn the opportunity to learn one. Normally, they'd only have the chance to earn the opportunity if they achieved some impressive feat or were selected by the guild for training, yet all they needed to do was rank among the top 3 for kill counts. Why wouldn't they be excited? After Feng finished with the Conqueror's armor and the 20 teams, he made his way towards Xianxia's smithy in White River City to repair the Disintegration armor. Chapter 1600, Legendary Armor's Power. Chapter 1600, Legendary Armor's Power. The Disintegration armor's existence was giving Feng a huge headache right now. As he was no longer at the World Summit, the Disintegration armor's disintegration power was not being suppressed anymore. Meanwhile, with the dispelling of a portion of the evil power, the disintegration power leaking from the Disintegration armor had intensified. As a result, the disintegration power, which initially suppressed his basic attributes by only 50%, now suppressed them by 60%. He didn't dare to recklessly remove the evil power suppressing the Disintegration armor any further. After all, if he removed the evil power entirely, the suppression on him might become even stronger. If that happened, he would definitely be doomed. Hence, as a precaution, he decided to meet with Xianxia first before doing anything else to the Disintegration armor. Upon arriving at Xianxia's smithy, things were just as usual. There were no guests before the cozy wooden house. Only the clangor of hammering came from it. There was nothing unusual about this place whatsoever. However, when Feng stepped into the smithy, it was as if he had entered an entirely different world. The mana density inside the smithy was far superior to even that of Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, at this moment, Xianxia stood before a furnace smelting materials. Upon seeing Xianxia's actions, Feng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was indeed different from a Master Forger. Master Forgers would normally use only flames when smelting and refining materials. However, Xianxia was actually controlling a threefold magic array to imbue an oceanic amount of mana into her materials first before refining them using flames, which boosted the quality of her materials. Meanwhile, upon sensing Feng's entry into the smithy, Xianxia sent him a glance. Although Xianxia herself was not a combat-specialized NPC, Feng still felt as if Xianxia saw through his soul when she looked at him. It seems you managed to find some god's power to remove that evil power while you were gone. It's a pity that the god's power you acquired was too little to completely remove that evil power, Xianxia said, shaking her head as she looked at Feng. She then demanded, well, out with it. What are you here for? If you're looking for a method to suppress that disintegration power of yours, I don't have any solutions. Right now, the only thing you can do is gather enough god's power and remove that evil power as soon as possible. Otherwise, the disintegration armor will only lure even more orcs to you. Soon, it won't even matter if you're hiding inside a city, as those orcs would do anything to satisfy their greed for the disintegration power. If things drag on for too long, even NPC cities won't be able to stop the orcs. Feng could not help but be shocked when he heard Xianxia's words. He had never thought that removing a portion of the evil power suppressing the disintegration armor would have such frightening effects. If what Xianxia said was true, then he really wouldn't have any place he could hide in the future. Lady Xianxia, do you mean that if I manage to gather sufficient god's power, I'll be able to break free of my current predicament? Feng asked curiously. Previously, the reason why he chose to deal with the problem regarding the disintegration armor quickly was the armor serving as a beacon that lured mutated orcs to him. This situation prevented him from taking action out in the fields freely. If he could not deal with this problem, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all in the future. That should be the case. After all, the only reason the disintegration armor is leaking disintegration power is the loss of its channeling abilities. If the materials making up the disintegration armor recover, they should be able to control this disintegration power, Xianxia said, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Upon hearing Xianxia's explanation, Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. He then took out the disintegration armor and had it absorb the god crystals inside his bag. The advanced god crystal and the basic god crystal there shattered and transformed into streams of golden mist that flowed into the disintegration armor. When the golden mist suffused the disintegration armor, streams of pitch-black energy started flowing out of the armor. When Xianxia saw this pitch-black energy corroding its surroundings, she could not help but be surprised and hurriedly activated the magic array set up inside her house. The magic array immediately started suppressing the pitch-black energy, nullifying its corrosive capabilities. Although the pitch-black energy's corrosive capabilities were suppressed, the energy itself showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, it actually started condensing. After 5 seconds passed, the mist-like energy transformed into a pitch-black energy bead that hovered quietly in midair, releasing a terrifying aura. What is this thing? Feng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the pitch-black energy bead before him. The aura the bead radiated made him feel as if a gigantic beast had just opened its bloody maw before him. At this moment, he could not even move his body in the slightest and could only look helplessly at the energy bead. Aside from the pitch-black energy bead, a change had also occurred to the disintegration armor, which he had placed on the table. As if the armor itself had gained life, Feng could clearly feel a surge of vitality from it. Rather than an inanimate object, the disintegration armor before him felt like it was some kind of life form. Instead, as the evil power no longer tainted the disintegration armor, the magic circuits covering the surface of the armor released a dazzling glow. Aside from the house becoming brightly lit, the mana inside the house had also frozen. Feng could not sense the slightest flow of mana whatsoever right now. However, this situation persisted for only a few short seconds, after which the entire house returned to its normal state. As for the disintegration armor, it was as if the armor had just received a complete makeover. Both the armor's external appearance and aura had changed significantly. Despite the armor merely sitting atop the stone table, it radiated a power that made even Feng's soul shudder in fear. In fact, the stone table the disintegration armor sat on had even started disintegrating, unable to withstand the armor's power. So, this is the disintegration armor's original power? Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at the stone table decomposing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be known that Xianxia was a bona fide grandmaster forger. Although the furniture placed inside her house appeared normal, in reality, that was far from the case. In fact, even the stone table before him had an extraordinary origin. From what Feng could tell, the table should be made of fire essence stone. Not only was fire essence stone incomparably tough, but it was also one of the top-tier magic resistance materials in God's domain. Yet, now, it actually couldn't withstand the disintegration armor's power despite the armor being in a passive state right now. This was simply inconceivable. However, before the stone table could fully disintegrate, Xianxia quickly made her move, line after line of divine runes appearing before her. A moment later, a fourfold magic array formed around the disintegration armor. With the appearance of the magic array, the stone table stopped disintegrating. However, the magic array continuously produced crackling sounds, a sign that it couldn't withstand the disintegration armor's power. Either amazing. Truly amazing. Even a fourfold void magic array isn't able to contain this thing. As expected of a mythical artifact created by the great Orc Emperor. Xianxia's eyes glowed as she looked at her crumbling magic array. At this moment, it was as if her eyes had just been opened to a whole new world. Meanwhile, Feng was quite shocked as he looked at the disintegrating fourfold magic array. A fourfold magic array. That was a magic array that even mythic monsters could not destroy. Yet, a piece of equipment in its passive state was destroying such a magic array. It was no wonder the Disintegration set was considered as one of the 9 great legendary sets in God's domain. Despite the Disintegration armor being damaged, it still possessed such frightening capabilities. One could just imagine how powerful the founding emperor of the Orc Empire was when he wore the complete Disintegration set. Based on this, the legends of the founding emperor fighting against gods were not exaggerations. At Ali don't have the ability to suppress the power this Disintegration armor is releasing. Do you wish to take this armor away, or let me recast it for you right now? Xianxia asked, smiling as she looked at Feng. Take it away. Feng smiled bitterly. If Xianxia couldn't suppress the Disintegration armor's power, he would be a fool if he thought even for a second that he could. He immediately replied, I'll have to trouble Lady Xianxia, then. Chapter 1601, Recasting the Disintegration Armor. Chapter 1601, Recasting the Disintegration Armor. With Feng's permission, Xianxia looked at the Disintegration armor before her and smiled. She then stretched out her hand and grabbed the armor directly. The Disintegration armor's frightening disintegration power could destroy even a table made out of fire essence stone. Yet, now, the armor had no effect on Xianxia's gloved hand whatsoever. Amazing. Sure enough, a Grandmaster Forger really is an extraordinary existence. Feng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the leather gloves Xianxia wore. The fact that the gloves remained unaffected by the Disintegration power the Disintegration armor radiated could only mean that the pair of gloves was legendary equipment. In God's domain, legendary items were likewise items that NPCs could obtain only by chance. Even among Tier 4 NPCs, very few of them would have a legendary item. Meanwhile, those who did were no doubt powerful individuals in kingdoms and empires. Moreover, Xianxia did not have just one legendary item. When the Disintegration power tried spreading to Xianxia's body, a layer of invisible power blocked it abruptly. Meanwhile, the only possibility Feng could think of to explain such a phenomenon was that the leather armor Xianxia wore was also legendary rank 2 legendary items. In the past, even players who obtained only one legendary item could challenge opponents of a higher tier. Meanwhile, players that managed to acquire 2 legendary items had been as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain, and every one of them was a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Just as Feng was admiring the legendary items on Xianxia, the latter picked up the Disintegration armor and placed it in the heart of the magic array protecting the smithy. She then began drawing runes and chanting an incantation, following which, line after line of divine runes flew rapidly to surround the Disintegration armor. After just a short moment, hundreds of lines of divine runes encircled the Disintegration armor. These runes then transformed into magic arrays. In the blink of an eye, a 5-fold magic array formed around the Disintegration armor. The frightening pressure that the 5-fold magic array radiated made even Feng extremely uncomfortable. When the 5-fold magic array's formation was complete, the magic array thoroughly suppressed the Disintegration power the Disintegration armor was leaking. Seeing this, Xianxia took out a crystal, which glowed with a golden hue, and inserted it into the 5-fold magic array. Boom. The moment the golden crystal came into contact with the magic array, the entire magic array ignited with dazzling, golden flames. Unlike ordinary flames, these golden flames gave off a sacred and gentle feeling. Meanwhile, the Disintegration armor trapped inside the magic array started transforming. The incomparably tough materials making up the armor turned bright red and even showed signs of melting. What? This is sacred fire. Feng could not help but gape in shock when he saw the golden flame. Sacred fire was something he had only seen depicted in the ancient texts of God's domain. This kind of flame was known as a refining treasure. However, sacred fire did not exist naturally in the continent of God's domain. It only occurred in certain special spaces. Aside from ancient gods, nobody else could truly control it. Meanwhile, the sacred fires that could be found in God's domain were all sealed in special crystals left behind by the ancient gods and could be used only once. Even so, sacred fire was still a flame countless forgers dreamed of obtaining. It was fervently sought after because this flame was the best flame for forging legendary items. In Feng's previous life, a crystal-encased sacred fire had appeared in the Blackwing auction house. Back then, many wealthy players and NPCs had contested over the item. In the end, though, the the Super Guild Battle Wolves had purchased it for an astronomical price of 310,000 gold, shocking the entire God's domain back then. Many superpowers had ridiculed the Battle Wolves for being foolish. After all, the Super Guild had spent 310,000 gold for a one-time use item, which was a massive expenditure even for a Super Guild. However, in the end, one had to admit that it had been money well spent. Using the Sacred Fire, the Grandmaster Forger working for the Battle Wolves had created a legendary item. Although its performance was below average, it was still a legendary item at the very least. Fragmented legendary items could not compare to it. This outcome had also further whetted the various superpowers' desire for Sacred Fire. Feng had never imagined that Xianxia had actually managed to get her hands on a Sacred Fire. Moreover, she even used it on the Disintegration armor without asking for payment. If he was required to cover the cost, even if he sold himself now, he wouldn't be able to gather enough money. While Feng was lost in his thoughts, the Disintegration armor inside the five-fold magic array had turned white-hot. Meanwhile, Xianxia started writing another series of divine runes and merging them into the Disintegration armor. Despite Feng having a certain level of understanding of divine runes, his mind was a complete blank when he looked at the divine runes Xianxia wrote. 5 minutes later, the white-hot Disintegration armor was covered entirely in golden runes. At this moment, Xianxia stopped writing divine runes and breathed out a sigh of relief. Although her face was visibly tired, her eyes glowed with excitement. Good. Now is the time. Use your blood to establish a contract. Xianxia suddenly shouted to Feng. As soon as Xianxia said these words, a system notification entered his ears. System. Do you wish to establish a blood contract and permanently contribute 200 points of every basic attribute to the Disintegration armor? 200 points of every basic attribute. Feng could not help being shocked as he looked at the system notification. Permanently losing 200 points in every basic attribute was equivalent to losing 1,000 attribute points. Losing so many attribute points was no laughing matter. If an ordinary expert were placed in such a situation, their accounts would be crippled instantly. Even Feng would have great difficulty making up for such a loss. Feng had never expected the price of the Disintegration armor to be so huge. System, you have 5 seconds remaining to make a decision. If you refuse, you will not have another chance in the future. Alright, I agree. Feng declared while clicking agree. Just like the system had stated, this was an opportunity for him. If he rejected it, who knew when he would gain another chance to obtain a legendary item in the future? Moreover, the Disintegration armor was top-notch even among legendary items in comparison. 1,000 attribute points was indeed an insignificant price to pay. Only some of the advantages he had accumulated thus far would disappear as a result of this decision. After Feng clicked agree, a blood-red magic array appeared before him. He then placed both his hands on the magic array. Without hesitation he felt power leaving his body right away. At the same time, blood-red magic circuits appeared on the surface of the Disintegration armor. Once these magic circuits covered the entire Disintegration armor, the armor released a pulse, as if it had just gained life. This pulse of power instantly shattered the five-fold magic array. In the next moment, Feng felt an even more frightening aura coming from the Disintegration armor. However, unlike before, the aura the Disintegration armor exuded this time did not affect Feng whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a sense of intimacy in this aura, as if the Disintegration armor was an extension of himself. Meanwhile, as the Disintegration armor's aura calmed down, another system notification entered Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have completed the Recast the Disintegration armor quest. Rewarding 20 legacy skill points, 100,000 free skill proficiency points, 100 free mastery points, 50 humanity reputation points, 2 level increases, and the Disintegration user title. Chapter 1602, Legendary Reward. Chapter 1602, Legendary Reward. When the system notification ended, Feng's experience bar started increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he went from level 61 to level 63. Meanwhile, his legacy skill point count, which had stagnated for a long time now, also increased by 20 points. What a bountiful reward. Feng could not help getting a little excited as he looked at the quest reward. Normally, aside from completing special quests, players would receive only one legacy skill point for every 3 level-ups. To put it simply, legacy skill points were extremely rare. Yet, now, he had obtained 20 points from a single quest, enough for him to exchange for 1 or 2 Tier 2 legacy skills in God's domain. Skill books for the Tier 2 standard and higher were extremely rare. Normally, players could obtain skills and spells at Tier 2 and above only by using legacy skill points. Hence, even after reaching Tier 2, players would not have a lot of Tier 2 skills. They would mostly use Tier 1 skills for combat and keep Tier 2 skills as trump cards. In other words, gaining an additional Tier 2 skill was equivalent to gaining another trump card. Moreover, aside from legacy skill points, the quest had also awarded him with 100,000 free skill proficiency points, which would allow him to fast-track leveling up his skills. Needless to say, as a skills level increased, its overall performance would improve as well. This, in turn, would enhance his combat power, following which, Feng spent all of his legacy skill points to learn Purgatory Pentaslash, a Tier 2 legacy skill with maximum explosive power. Purgatory Pentaslash, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 2, Level 1. Proficiency 0/30,000. Instantly execute 5 slashes, with each slash being stronger than the former. Each subsequent slash gains an additional 20% strength and 10% attack speed. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After learning the skill, Feng immediately invested 30,000 proficiency points to upgrade Purgatory Pentaslash to Tier 2, Level 2. Now, each subsequent attack gained an additional 21% strength and 11% attack speed. Although the improvement was small, to a Tier 2 player, an addition of 1% strength could mean an increase of 10 strength. Not to mention, this addition would be repeated 4 times in total. As for the remaining 70,000 proficiency points, Feng used them to upgrade the Tier 1 Chop. Chop was a skill that Swordsman players could learn at Tier 0. The skill could be upgraded only to the Tier 1 standard at maximum. However, it was a skill that players would frequently use in battle, as it had a very short cooldown. At the same time, the skill also dealt a relatively significant amount of damage. Hence, as long as Swordsman players upgraded their Chop skill, their overall DPS would improve as well. After Feng invested his remaining 70,000 proficiency points, his Chop skill leveled up twice, instantly going from Tier 1, Level 3 to Tier 1, Level 5. Chop, Action Type. Requires, Sword. Tier 1, Level 5, Proficiency 12, 612/30,000. Additional 1,600 base damage. Deals up to 3 consecutive hits in 1 second. If attacks land in the same location, damage is increased by 60%. Attack range, 7 yards. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Compared to when the skill was at Tier 1, Level 1, after it reached Tier 1, Level 5, not only did the additional base damage it dealt increase by 1,000 points, but the bonus damage multiplier provided, if all 3 attacks landed on the same spot, had also risen from 50% to 60%. There was a significant improvement in damage. Most importantly, the attack range had also extended from 6 yards to 7 yards, which made it even more difficult for enemies to dodge the skill. Feng felt very satisfied with this outcome. In the past, Level 60+ swordsmen normally managed to level up their Chop only to Tier 1, Level 2 or Level 3. Very few had been able to level up the skill to Tier 1, Level 4, much less Level 5. After distributing his free skill proficiency points, Feng set his eyes on the Disintegration User title. Disintegration User, Advanced Title. The proof of ownership for the Disintegration power. Endow Disintegration power to a maximum of 30 players within a 200-yard radius, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The magic damage and physical damage they receive will also be decreased by 30% and 15%, respectively. Reading the introduction for the Disintegration User title stunned Feng. Titles were different from domain skills. In the case of domain skills, the simultaneous use of multiple domain skills would weaken their effects slightly, there might even be a counter-reaction. However, it was a different story for titles. The effects of titles could be stacked with the effects of domain skills without them interfering with one another. Although he could only endow disintegration power to a maximum of 30 players, it was still plenty amazing. The disintegration user title would work wonders in team battles and dungeon raids. Meanwhile, although the disintegration user title's effects were wonderful, Feng had noticed an even more exciting matter, and that was the increase to his basic attributes due to the improvement of his life rating. Each time he leveled up, he would gain more basic attributes than he did before. After leveling up twice in a row, not only had he acquired a large number of free attribute points, but his basic attributes had also received a significant boost overall. He now gained 20 more attribute points each time he leveled up. So, this is the power of the Dark Iron Bloodline? Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at his improved basic attributes. Currently, he was still only a level 63, tier 2 player, yet the Dark Iron Bloodline was already providing him with an additional 20 attribute points with each level up. Moreover, this number would increase as he reached higher levels and tiers. He might even be able to recover the 1000 attribute points he lost today before he got to level 100. Just as Feng was feeling shocked by the power of his bloodline, Xianxia turned her gaze to him. "You're very lucky. The recasting this time was extremely successful. However, as you are too weak right now, despite having established a blood contract with the disintegration armor, you still cannot fully control the disintegration armor. Right now, all the blood contract is doing is preventing you from being affected by the armor's power. If you wish to fully control the armor, you'll need to become stronger," Xianxia said as she turned her gaze back to the disintegration armor, which was still sitting in the center of her smithy's magic array. "However, you don't need to feel dejected. Although you cannot use the disintegration armor now, since you've already established a blood contract with it, you can utilize a small portion of its power." Although she had managed to recast the disintegration armor, at the end of the day, she was not the armor's creator. She only managed to shoddily re-establish the armor's magic circuits using her limited knowledge of divine runes. The divine runes she drew simply could not compare with those of the disintegration armor's creator. The final magic circuit she ended up forming still had many problems. The flow of energy in the armor also wasn't perfect. Without a considerable amount of power, one would not be able to control the armor at all. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Feng could not help but take a look at the disintegration armor's attributes. Indeed, just like Xianxia had said, the disintegration armor was still considerably unstable after being recast. It needed him to reach tier 3 before he could equip it. Aside from that, there was no other information stated in the armor's attribute panel. However, the disintegration field skill granted to him had strengthened considerably. Disintegration field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above tier 2 will be weakened by 60%. All entities within range of the disintegration field will sustain a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina, in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. This is the real disintegration field? After looking at the new disintegration field, Feng finally understood why legendary items could allow players to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Currently, he could use only a small portion of the disintegration armor's power, yet the armor was already providing him with such great benefits. If he could equip the armor now, he would simply be invincible among the current players of God's domain. However, Feng only toyed with this thought. Legendary equipment was not that easy to equip, all the more top-notch legendary equipment like the disintegration armor. He should just be grateful that the disintegration armor no longer suppressed him and provided a stronger disintegration field. After storing the disintegration armor, Feng finally shifted his sights to the pitch-black energy bead floating in midair. Although the energy bead's aura had already disappeared, the energy bead had also formed a zone completely void of mana around itself. Just by entering this void zone, Feng felt his entire body becoming incomparably heavy. At the same time, his mind also became sluggish like never before. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. What is this thing? The closer Feng got to the hovering energy bead, the heavier his body felt. He even felt somewhat dizzy, his mind growing fuzzy. He felt as if his control over his own body had dulled, as if it no longer belonged to him. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation in God's domain, both in this life and the previous one. If players merely lost some attributes, they'd, at most, feel physically powerless, but their mind wouldn't be affected yet, despite his unchanged basic attributes. His overall combat power had decreased by at least 80%. At this point, even an ordinary Tier 2 player could easily kill him. It's best if you don't get too close to this thing. When Feng was less than a yard from the energy bead, Xianxia raised her hand to stop him. Hearing Xianxia's warning, Feng obediently retreated from the energy bead. He only regained control of his body after he had left the void zone. He couldn't help but stare at the energy bead in shock. It was too strong. If he could wield this power, using it on the battlefield against other players, he'd become truly invincible. While the energy bead didn't suppress basic attributes, it significantly reduced players' control of their bodies, and regardless of how high a player's attributes were, they'd become a helpless child when subjected to the energy bead's mental suppression. This isn't something you can withstand at your current power. If you try to touch it, you'll lose your life on the spot. Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, it'll still be some time before you can resurrect, Xianxia explained when she noticed Feng's dumbfounded expression. Death upon touch? And the resurrection time is so long? Feng couldn't help his growing curiosity over the bead's identity. Lady Xianxia, what is this item? He had heard of many items that could kill players upon contact, but he had never heard of items increasing players' resurrection time. As far as he knew, only certain skills and high-tiered NPCs could do such a thing. The ability to absorb a player's soul was one such example. Yet, even after using omniscient eyes on the energy bead, the bead's inscription still said, unknown. He couldn't even get a name. This is a destruction crystal, formed from the power of destruction. Not only can it destroy physical material, but it can also destroy souls. If even a strand of this power of destruction taints an immortal soul, it will need a long time to recover, Xianxia explained as she watched the hovering, black bead. Although the destruction crystal is currently inactive, even the weak energy it's radiating is dangerous to you. After her explanation, Xianxia began to chant an incantation, writing several lines of divine runes in the air. As she did so, in seconds, the divine runes encased the destruction crystal. With a wave of her hand, Xianxia sent the hovering crystal to Feng. You can consider this destruction crystal as an unexpected reward. Use it during a crucial moment to save your life, but be careful when you do. If not handled properly, you might sacrifice your own life during the process, Xianxia gravely warned Feng. Alright, you can leave now. I've gained a significant boon from recasting the disintegration armor, so I need to rest and process the information. Since I don't wish to be disturbed, I'll be leaving White River City for some time. Feng stored the destruction crystal and nodded to Xianxia before taking his leave. Although it seemed as if Xianxia hadn't done much, as a master forger, Feng was familiar with the delicacy of re-establishing the disintegration armor's magic circuits. The process would even exhaust a grandmaster forger like Xianxia. After leaving Xianxia's smithy, Feng could no longer bottle his curiosity as he inspected the destruction crystal in his bag. Destruction crystal, consumable. Sealed by Xianxia. When unsealed, unleashes the power of destruction in a 1,000-yard radius. A 1,000-yard AoE? Feng's jaw dropped when he read the introduction text. The destruction crystal's AoE was even stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, but unlike these spells, which could be cast from a distance, the disintegration crystal would explode the moment the seal was lifted. Even if a player threw the thing when they activated it, they'd be lucky to get it 100 yards away and would still get caught in the AoE. Meanwhile, the power of destruction would damage both the physical body and the soul. If this power killed a player, the consequences would be even more severe than if their immortal soul were absorbed. It was no wonder why Xianxia warned him to take care when using the destruction crystal. I mustn't use this unless it's absolutely necessary. When Feng recalled the feeling of standing too close to the power of destruction, his heart skipped a beat. However, now that he had dealt with the disintegration armor, his basic attributes were free of its suppression. Moreover, he no longer had to worry about mutated orcs targeting him out in the fields. He could now execute his plans without worry as Feng prepared to visit Zero Wing City to check on its situation. His system communicator rang Phoenix Rain. Feng could not help his curiosity when he saw the caller ID. Phoenix Rain had been very busy lately. After gaining control of a portion of Thunder Island, she had quickly taken advantage of the opportunity to grow her faction's strength. In addition, she still had to keep an eye on Nine Dragons Emperor. She should be busy as hell, without a minute to spare, yet she was contacting him naturally. Feng picked up the call. Feng, I've just received some important information. You should be very careful of Heaven's Burial, Phoenix Rain said somberly. Since Nine Dragons Emperor gained nothing on Thunder Island due to our partnership, he's secretly colluded with Beast Emperor. From what my subordinates discovered, Nine Dragons Emperor has only made one demand of Beast Emperor: Zero Wing's destruction. Furthermore, Beast Emperor has deep ties with Heaven's Burial. Now that your two guilds are at war, Beast Emperor won't miss this opportunity. Beast Emperor? Feng frowned. Previously, due to his focus on the war with Heaven's Burial, he had temporarily set aside the issue of Beast Emperor and the Black Dragon Empire's Evil God's Temple. If Beast Emperor really got involved in this guild war, Zero Wing would be at a disadvantage, yet Feng didn't know the Evil God's Temple's exact whereabouts in the Black Dragon Empire and Starmoon Kingdom. Beast Emperor also moved like a ghost, and right now, Feng had no way of dealing with the man. You should also be careful of Heaven's Burial's Lei Jingyang. Although Lei Jingyang only leads a workshop, the Thunder Legion under his command has quite a few refinement realm experts. Moreover, the Thunder Legion's members are extremely adept in field combat. When Crimson Emperor tried to contest Lei Jingyang's group over an ancient ruin, the guild actually lost. Even Cuttlefish, the commander of Crimson Emperor's trump card legion, died. It's best if you avoid small-scale field battle with Lei Jingyang's people, Phoenix Rain warned. Even Cuttlefish lost? Feng was surprised. Crimson Emperor was a super first-rate guild and in no way weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, Cuttlefish, who commanded the guild's trump card legion, was a powerful individual. Although he was not a domain realm expert, he had a wealth of combat experience. He was also the Guardian Knight and ranked 77th on the God's Domain Experts list, earning the nickname Iron Wall. In a one-on-one fight, even domain realm experts would struggle to kill him. Furthermore, Cuttlefish was constantly surrounded by his own experts. Feng found it hard to believe that Lei Jingyang had actually killed the main. In any case, just be careful, Phoenix Rain reiterated. If you lack manpower, I'll send Blue and a group of experts to help. I'm sure that Heaven's Burial will hold back from doing anything drastic with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around. Thank you for the offer, but we'll handle this ourselves. After all, I'm sure that you have your own issues to deal with. I've heard that Nine Dragons Emperor has been causing quite a bit of trouble for you lately, Feng said, smiling as he rejected Phoenix Rain's offer. While Heaven's Burial wasn't an easy foe, Zero Wing was no pushover either. All right. Phoenix Rain sighed. She felt that Zero Wing was too stubborn. Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong, it still wasn't a match for Heaven's Burial. Moreover, its enemy had the support of Blackwater and Beast Emperor. If this war weren't dealt with properly, it might mean the fall of Zero Wing. After Feng disconnected the call, he contacted Aqua Rose and instructed her to gather the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo in White River City's guild residence. He had been preoccupied with his own matters, but now that he was free, it was time to introduce some new blood to the guild. Chapter 1604, Raising Levels. Chapter 1604, Raising Levels. Guild Leader, do you intend to include them in the guild's war of attrition? When Aqua Rose received the order to gather the experts the guild still nurtured, she could only assume that Feng wanted to use them in the war against Heaven's Burial. Currently, Zero Wing severely lacked expert players. Moreover, both the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo had improved their standards considerably. Some of the more powerful players had already reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Even in a super guild, these players would be considered experts. If they could send these players to the field, they could help make up for Zero Wing's lack of experts MHM. In any case, they need training to improve their techniques. They'll grow much faster in live combat. Feng nodded. Although that is true, their levels aren't high enough. The highest leveled among them is only level 39, while most of them aren't even level 35 yet. With such a huge gap in equipment and levels, their techniques won't add to the guild's combat power regardless of how good they are, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. The various large guilds' elite members were, on average, level 45. There was easily a 10-level gap between these elite players and Zero Wing's internal members. Meanwhile, every 5 levels was a minor turning point when it came to weapons and equipment in God's domain. Techniques couldn't make up for such a massive difference that easily. I know. That's why I'm taking them out to level, Feng said, smiling. He still wasn't satisfied with these internal members' standards, and since he had been busy with his own matters, he had set aside the issue of helping them level. But now that their combat standards had reached a sufficient level, he had to help them level up, transforming them into usable combat power for the guild. Zero Wing had nearly 200 internal members, and the White Tiger Dojo had sent him 500 disciples. Although the White Tiger Dojo's disciples weren't Zero Wing members, they were under his command while they trained with the guild. It'd be a waste not to put them to good use with this. He could add nearly 700 experts to the guild's forces as they fought Heaven's Burial. Thus far, Zero Wing had only accumulated a little over 2,000 experts who had reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor or beyond. Another 700 experts would increase the guild's overall combat power by a massive 1/3, taking them out to level. Aqua Rose's eyes lit up when she heard Feng's plan. She was very familiar with Feng's leveling capabilities, knowing that his leveling speed was at least 2 or 3 times faster than other peak experts. He was also more than capable of helping others level up as quickly as he did. If he took command, it wouldn't be long before Zero Wing had another 700 experts, which would make it much easier to defend the 4 high-resource maps. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Aqua Rose shook her head and said, "Guild leader, I'm afraid helping them level up will be difficult right now. Heaven's Burial is constantly watching our people. If we send our internal members to the fields to level, Heaven's Burial will certainly ambush the group. They might lose levels, rather than gain them." "Relax. That is only true if Heaven's Burial can follow us," Feng said, chuckling when he had decided to take Zero Wing's internal members out to level. In truth, it had been a passing thought. Obtaining mana ore was his true goal. Although the Boneless land was rich with ores, it was also a good leveling area. Plenty of low HP and defense demonic creatures roamed the map, and their respawn rate was fairly fast. These demonic creatures' high magic resistance and combat standards were the only issues, making them difficult to deal with for magical class players. To Feng, however, these monsters were not a problem after all. He had the Bible of Darkness, and in that map, he'd be in his element, following which, Aqua Rose notified Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples to gather in White River City's guild residence. While he waited, Feng made a trip to the candlelight trading firm to grab pickaxes before heading to the residence himself. When Feng arrived, the gathered crowd stirred. They had never expected their guild leader to take them out to level, and for a moment, they were all immensely excited. Every player who had played God's Domain for some time knew of the title, Sword King. Feng's battle records were also listed on the God's Domain experts list, and many swordsman players had long since analyzed these records, using them as reference. Feng didn't bother to waste time with words. Instead, he had everyone head to the teleportation hall and travel to one of Star Moon Kingdom's border towns. He then found a relatively deserted location and activated Spatial Gate to get to the Boneless land. One had to cross more than 10 high-level maps. If players tried to do so on their mounts, they'd have to ride for several days and would encounter many level 100+ monsters during the trip. Not even Feng would dare to take on such a high-level monster right now, not to mention other players. After ensuring that everyone had made it through the spatial gate, Feng stepped through and closed it. Shortly after Feng's group had disappeared into the spatial gate, a few assassins, who had hidden in the distance, revealed themselves. All of these assassins wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem and were level 47. They were also fully equipped in level 45 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Boss, what should we do? They left using a teleportation gate. How are we supposed to track them? Forget it. This is outside our abilities. Let's just report this to the higher-ups. After the several assassins discussed the situation amongst themselves, they returned to Singular Burial and told him of the teleportation gate. Teleportation gates did not reveal players' destinations, and players would only discover where the gate led to after they entered. However, Feng was the last person to step through, and once he had, the gate had disappeared. They had no way of tracking the group from Zero Wing. It seems we've backed Black Flame into a corner. At such a crucial moment, a guild leader like him is taking a bunch of level 30+ players out to level. Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report. He then turned to Daybreak Fog and asked, have Lei Jingyang and Blackwater's men gathered in their designated locations? Most of their forces have arrived. They can take action at any time, Daybreak Fog replied. Good. Have them activate the war barriers to lock down the maps. It's about time we give Zero Wing a taste of hell. Singular Burial said, laughing madly. To crush Zero Wing swiftly, they had dispatched 8,000 experts to hunt down the enemy guild's members in the 4 high-resource maps and utilize the war barriers to trap them within. In addition, they had dispatched 40,000 elite members to guard the map's entrances. Understood. Daybreak Fog immediately commanded the guild members to spread out across the 4 maps. With Daybreak Fog's command, Heaven's Burial's members went into action, activating the war barriers and preventing every player in the 4 maps from using return scrolls. If players wished to leave the maps, they'd have to do so through the map's entrances. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts scoured the maps for Zero Wing's members in 100-man teams. Boss Flo, there's a 6-man party from Zero Wing ahead, but they're all wearing cloaks, so we can't see their levels. Should we attack? A level 47 assassin reported through his team chat as he watched the small party walk through the forest ahead. A 6-man party? Are there any important players among them? Broken Flow, who wore level 45 dark gold set equipment, asked quietly. They knew just how powerful Zero Wing's experts were. This was especially true for Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Cola, Flying Shadow, and the guild's other core members. Singular Burial had already warned them to stay as far away from these individuals as possible. Although Broken Flow wasn't pleased with the decision, he had no choice but to follow his guild leader's orders. No. None of the 6 players are on the list, but they seem to have pretty good equipment. They're likely an expert party from Zero Wing, the assassin reported after taking a closer look. Good. It seems that we've gotten lucky and come across one of Zero Wing's expert parties. Keep an eye on them. We'll head over right away. Broken Flow said as he licked his lips in anticipation. Immediately, he led his team towards the assassin's current position. Chapter 1605, Battle Array Activate. Chapter 1605, Battle Array Activate. In less than 2 minutes, Broken Flow's team found a 6-man party of cloaked players walking along a small forest path. All 6 players wore Zero Wing's guild emblem. Go. Don't let any of them escape. Broken Flow shouted in the team chat as soon as he laid eyes on the 6 Zero Wing members. Immediately, Broken Flow's 100-man team spread out, swiftly encircling Zero Wing's party and cutting off any escape route. Heaven's Burial. The 6 Zero Wing members readied their weapons as they were surrounded. You guys sure are unlucky to attract my attention. Broken Flow grinned at the 6 cloaked players. Immediately, he removed the level 45 dark gold greatsword from his back and approached the 6 at a leisurely pace. At the same time, he pulled a potion from his bag and drank it. He then commanded, everyone, guard the area. Make sure no one escapes. I want to take proper care of these Zero Wing members. When Heaven's Burial's members heard Broken Flow's command, they couldn't help their growing excitement and anticipation. These players sure are unlucky. It seems like the commander wants to finish them off personally. The last time the commander took action, he even gave an expert party from a first-rate guild a miserable beating. Not only were those experts powerless to fight back, but the commander also forced them to lose multiple pieces of equipment. I wonder if we'll get to witness the commander's trademark combat technique again. Hopefully these Zero-Wing members aren't too weak and can put up a good fight. Otherwise, we won't get a share of the loot. Heaven's Burial's members laughed as they ridiculed the trapped Zero-Wing members. The guild had already declared that, during this hunt, not only would they earn GCPs for killing Zero-Wing members, but they also got to keep whatever loot dropped from their kills. Although Zero-Wing's members had been ambushed countless times, the guild's experts had suffered minimal losses. Most of these experts still had their top-tier equipment. Even if the equipment they obtained wasn't suitable for their class, they could still sell the items and make a fortune. Despite the high demand for top-tier equipment, there was practically no supply. When ordinary players obtained a piece of top-tier equipment, they usually didn't sell it for coins even if they couldn't use it themselves. Rather, most players tried to trade one piece of equipment for another that they could use. Now that they had come across 6 Zero-Wing experts, this was a golden opportunity to walk away with massive profit. Of course, Broken Flow didn't care about the equipment. Rather, he wanted to relieve some stress. Broken Flow had previously been defeated in a fight with Zero-Wing's top-tier experts, and he had been waiting to restore his reputation for some time. Now, however, the guild had forbidden its members from fighting Zero-Wing's top-tier experts. Naturally, Broken Flow was annoyed. However, killing Zero-Wing's elite members was boring. Only Zero-Wing's experts could pique Broken Flow's interest. You don't have to worry. Without my command, they won't move, Broken Flow told the 6 players from Zero-Wing, who watched their surroundings warily. With a calm smile, he continued, "If you want to leave this place alive, there's only one way to do it: defeat me. I don't mind if you come at me one by one or all together, but I advise you not to attempt an escape. My team includes over 60 experts from Heaven's Burial. If we attack as one, none of you will survive. If you don't have any problems, let's begin." After saying so, Broken Flow continued towards the 6-man party before him. His lax attitude proved that he didn't view the 6 experts before him as proper opponents whatsoever. "Tiger, what should we do?" the cleric from Zero-Wing asked the robust youth in front of the party in a hushed tone. "We're too outnumbered. There's no way we can break through this encirclement. It seems we have no choice but to fight this Broken Flow fellow." Infant Tiger, the party's leader, realized their situation had taken a turn for the worst. They might not have had an issue if they'd come across an ordinary expert team, but he hadn't expected them to encounter a team led by one of Heaven's Burial's top-tier experts. "In a moment, I'll distract him while you guys find an opportunity to strike. Don't worry about hitting me." When the other members heard Infant Tiger's plan, they nodded silently. Their leader's decision didn't surprise any of them. Although they were strong, there was a considerable gap in strength between them and Broken Flow. Only the guild's core members, like Yi Wumian and Minor Wind, could go toe-to-toe with such an expert. However, Broken Flow did not give Zero-Wing's party much time to consider their options. Once he was within 30 yards of the party, he abruptly accelerated and pounced like a ferocious tiger as it was freed from its cage. Broken Flow saw no value in Zero-Wing's ordinary experts. He currently wore level 45 dark gold set equipment and wielded a level 45 dark gold greatsword. With his equipment standards, he'd even rank among the top in a super guild. As for his techniques, he had reached the refinement realm some time ago. He'd be a mainstay in any major guild if not for Singular Burial's prohibition. He'd even challenge Zero-Wing's peak experts like Fire Dance and Aqua rose so fast. Broken Flow's speed caught Zero-Wing's members off guard. By the time they reacted, Broken Flow was already within 10 yards. In the blink of an eye, Broken Flow circled around Infant Tiger, who stood at the forefront of the party, and swung his great sword. As his greatsword soared towards the enemy berserker, it split into 3 copies that struck from different angles. Combat technique, Trishadao interception. just as Broken Flow's 3 sword lights were about to bite into Infant Tiger. Infant Tiger, who was at his wit's end, decisively activated the basic strength battle array. Immediately, the mana around Infant Tiger and the other 4 melee players in the Conqueror's armor went berserk. The 5 melee players felt as if their minds connected, their senses expanding in a way they had never before experienced. Despite Broken Flow's sword lights targeting his blind spots, Infant Tiger saw all 3 clearly. Suddenly, Infant Tiger turned and sidestepped, miraculously evading all 3 attacks without even turning to look at Broken Flow. Infant Tiger swung his own blade, sending an arc of silver slicing through Broken Flow's side. Broken Flow panicked. Since his attacks had missed, his stance was off balance, and his defense was riddled with holes. Instinctively, he activated Whirlwind Slash and rotated his body despite his awkward stance. Boom. When the 2 greatswords collided, brilliant sparks surrounded the fighters. Due to the impact, Broken Flow was forced back 2 steps. Infant Tiger, however, hadn't moved. The difference between the Berserker's strengths was obvious when Heaven's Burial's members saw this. They were dumbfounded. They had never thought that their commander would be at a disadvantage against an ordinary expert. As for Broken Flow himself, he stared at Infant Tiger with a grim expression. Although he had only exchanged 2 moves with the enemy Berserker, he realized that not only was Infant Tiger's strength higher than his, but the enemy's combat standards were also extraordinary. No ordinary expert could evade his 3 accurate and fast attacks. However, the situation also confused Broken Flow. When did Zero Wing obtain an expert Berserker as powerful as he was? Who are you? Broken Flow shouted at Infant Tiger. Chapter 1606, Might of a Battle Array. Chapter 1606, Might of a Battle Array. As Broken Flow questioned Infant Tiger's identity, he took a huge step backward. Star Moon Kingdom's general masses were no strangers to Zero Wing's top-tier experts, not to mention Heaven's Burial. In fact, Heaven's Burial was very familiar with the standards of the internal experts Zero Wing nurtured. However, Broken Flow had no recollection of Infant Tiger among Zero Wing's top-tier experts. The only possibility was that Zero Wing's top-tier experts had used disguise tools, playing the pig to eat the tiger and wound Heaven's Burial's expert teams. But before Broken Flow could listen to Infant Tiger's reply, the other 4 melee players from Zero Wing appeared beside him, launching their attacks. 2 Berserkers executed the Tier 1 Cross Slash and Flame Slash, the Guardian Knight used the Tier 1 Justice Roar and Holy Slash, and the Shield Warrior raised his shield and used the Tier 1 Crumbling Mountain. When the 4 melee players attacked Broken Flow, they moved like a single entity. Their various skill flew towards Broken Flow's blind spots almost simultaneously. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. What? Broken Flow was shocked yet again. When he sensed the 4 melee players' combination attack, he felt the threat of death looming over him. On instinct, he activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill, Hurricane's Descent, and created a powerful hurricane around himself using his great sword. The Taboo skill incorporated both offense and defense in a perfect balance. Peng. 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 A series of clangs echoed around the fight. The 4 melee players that had attacked Broken Flow were forced to retreat 2 or 3 steps, but once they stabilized, they launched another uniform assault, not giving the Berserker a moment to catch his breath. This time, the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior rushed at Broken Flow from the front, whereas the 2 Zero Wing Berserkers approached from Broken Flow's sides. For a time, Broken Flow had to retreat as he desperately defended himself. While he did so, his HP continued to drain. What? The commander is actually... Heaven's Burial's members were utterly shocked as they watched Zero Wing's party suppress Broken Flow. Their previously playful expressions had vanished. None of these players were amateurs. They knew just how powerful their commander was, and even if they formed a 6-man party to challenge him, they wouldn't come close to killing Broken Flow. This wasn't due to the difference between their basic attributes, but the difference in their combat standards. If they tried to fight Broken Flow, he'd easily find and target their weak points. By the time they realized that they were under attack, it'd be too late to react. Moreover, Broken Flow could easily dodge and block their attacks. In the end, the Berserker commander would whittle down their HP and kill them. At most, Broken Flow would lose some HP when he blocked attacks or received a few hits that he couldn't dodge, but that'd be rare since he could use his positioning to prevent such situations. Yet, now, regardless of how Broken Flow shifted his stance, he couldn't avoid the 4 melee players' pincer attacks as they continued to shave away his HP. However, this wasn't the most frightening aspect of this fight. What Heaven's Burial's members found truly shocking was the fact that Broken Flow couldn't force his way out of the encirclement. No matter how he tried to counter the 4 melee players, the outcome was the same. His targets would either deflect or block his attacks, refusing to budge an inch. Broken Flow looked like some beast trapped in a steel cage. The spectating Heaven's Burial members weren't the only ones shocked. Broken Flow, who desperately fought for his life, was flabbergasted of the 4 melee players assaulting him. One had combat standards to rival Infant Tiger. This Zero-Wing party actually had 5 Refinement Realm experts. Even super guilds valued Refinement Realm experts, and they'd be top-ranked fighters in first-rate guilds. Yet, this 6-man party had 5 of these experts. If he weren't familiar with the combat styles of Kola, Shadow Sword, Turtledove, Yiwumian, and Zero-Wing's other top-tier melee experts, he'd suspect that these 4 players were those experts in disguise. As Broken Flow continued to fend off the 4 Refinement Realm experts, whose basic attributes were even higher than his, a bitter taste filled his mouth. Although he had invited Zero-Wing's party to attack him as one, he hadn't expected 4 Refinement Realm experts to gang up on him shamelessly. Even Infant Tiger danced around him, looking for the opportunity to land a fatal blow. What Broken Flow did not know, however, was that Infant Tiger and the others were just as shocked. They had never thought that the basic strength battle array would be this powerful. Not only did the battle array provide basic attributes akin to a miniature berserk skill, but their combat standards had also improved. Meanwhile, Infant Tiger wasn't moving around Broken Flow to land a fatal blow. Rather, he was helping his 4 companions by providing an additional view of the battle. By doing so, he gave his companions an accurate view of the enemy berserkers' movements. Regardless of how Broken Flow retaliated when Broken Flow noticed that his HP had fallen by 2/3, he dismissed his previous promise as he shouted, "Everyone, attack! Do not let any of these people escape." At the same time, Broken Flow activated his berserk skill to break away from the enemy encirclement. If he didn't escape now, Infant Tiger and the other experts from Zero-Wing would kill him before reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, Heaven's Burial's other members were still dazed even after Broken Flow issued the command. Their minds only reacted a short moment later, commanding their bodies to move as expected of Heaven's Burial. Its members' word is nothing more than a fart. Infant Tiger ridiculed Broken Flow. Hearing the insult, Broken Flow's expression twisted into something dark. Could Infant Tiger have any less shame? Although he had challenged Zero-Wing's entire party by himself, how could he have known that 5 of the 6 party members were Refinement Realm experts? Moreover, their coordination was so seamless that they moved as if they shared one body. Against such coordinated attacks, this team could even defeat a Flowing Water Realm expert, much less Broken Flow. However, Broken Flow's call for help prompted Infant Tiger and the others to activate Power of Darkness. Once their basic attribute soared, they launched another ruthless assault against the Berserker. This time, however, they held nothing back. After Feng had upgraded the Bible of Darkness, the power of darkness he granted his allies had grown stronger as well. Although Broken Flow's berserk skill was powerful, it was subpar compared to the improved power of darkness. In addition, Broken Flow's basic attributes were already lower than Infant Tiger and his companions. When both sides had activated their berserk skills, the gap between them only widened. Before the healers from Heaven's Burial could get within range, Zero-Wing's Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior slammed their shields into Broken Flow, forcing the Berserker off balance. Infant Tiger and the other 2 Berserkers then appeared behind their target, launching a joint assault chop. Flame Slash. Cross Slash. Even under normal circumstances, Broken Flow would struggle to cope with these 3 simultaneous attacks. In the end, all 3 attacks landed squarely, draining his remaining HP. As his body collapsed, he dropped 3 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment. Commander? How is this possible? Heaven's Burial's members were dazed when they watched their commander die. They had never dreamed that a peak expert like Broken Flow could be killed so easily. Moreover, Broken Flow had been slain by a bunch of Zero Wing members they had never even heard of. Chapter 1607, Difference in Teams. Chapter 1607, Difference in Teams. For a time after Broken Flow's death, Heaven's Burial's members were at a loss of what to do. However, Infant Tiger and his party members had no intentions of giving their enemies time to react. They immediately charged into the enemy ranks. They crossed the 30 yards to their targets in a few short seconds. Upon reaching the enemy frontline, the Shield Warrior and Guardian Knight slammed their shields into the enemy melee players, crumbling the battle formation. Meanwhile, Infant Tiger and the other 2 berserkers nimbly weaved their way into the enemy lines before executing Whirlwind/3 powerful tornadoes instantly engulfed Heaven's Burial's members. Not only did the attacks push these players back, but they also lost a significant chunk of their HPs. Following which, the Berserker trio approached the nearest enemies and finished off their weakened foes in the blink of an eye. Several members of Heaven's Burial's team died there trying to break out of the encirclement. Kill them. Finally, some of Heaven's Burial's members reacted, moving to intercept Infant Tiger and his friends. Those with berserk skills promptly activated them as the healers and ranged DPS channeled and executed one spell and skill after another. However, Infant Tiger and the others paid the healers and ranged DPS no mind as they ruthlessly targeted players without berserk skills. With an overwhelming advantage in basic attributes and superior combat standards, they finished their targets off easily. Even half HP MTs fell after 2 or 3 attacks. By the time Heaven's Burial's healers had launched their healing spells, their team had suffered over a dozen casualties. Moreover, the majority of the players that had died were MTs. In contrast, Zero Wing's 5 melee players were mostly unharmed despite being surrounded by so many melee players. They only suffered superficial damage when the ranged DPS's attacks finally reached them. Not only did Infant Tiger and his companions seamlessly evade the attacks as if they had long predicted the trajectories, but they also used some of Heaven's Burial's members as human shields. Although Heaven's Burial's healers did their best to keep their allies alive, Infant Tiger and the other 2 berserkers' attack power was simply overwhelming. Every one of the 5 melee players' attacks dealt over -10,000 damage if not blocked in time. Furthermore, the 3 berserkers were capable of launching multiple attacks per second elsewhere on the battlefield. Although Heaven's Burial's members attempted to kill Zero Wing's lone healer, Zero Wing's 2 MTs had already moved to protect their comrade. Even when over a dozen melee players tried to corner the healer, Zero Wing's MTs easily repelled them all. In the end, they could only watch as the healer maintained Infant Tiger and the other Zero Wing berserkers' HP as the human meat grinders slaughtered their allies. As time passed, Heaven's Burial's 100-man team continued to lose members. In the face of Infant Tiger and the other 4 melee players from Zero Wing, Heaven's Burial's numerous experts were a joke. Just who are these people? When did Zero Wing find such experts? The more Heaven's Burial's members fought, the more frightened they became. At this point, the difference in both sides' strength was clear for all to see. No matter what kind of attacks they used, Infant Tiger and his companions effortlessly dodged or blocked them. In contrast, the Zero Wing berserkers' attacks always slipped past their defenses, landing direct hits and causing significant amounts of damage. And the more Infant Tiger and the others fought, the more familiar they became with the battle array. The battle array was too strong. Once they activated the battle array, they basically had a 360-degree view of their surroundings as long as they maintained proper positioning. Moreover, their improved physiques made it easy to cope with incoming attacks. In their eyes, Heaven's Burial's members were little more than children waving toy weapons. They had no problems predicting their enemies' attacks. They finally understood how God's domain's peak experts were so powerful. They hadn't understood where the difference lay between them and these experts in the past, but now, they saw it clearly. They had to admit that being able to see everything around them and having control of their environment was intoxicating. It was no wonder why Feng had taken responsibility for their deaths. With this improved perception and control, they would be utter fools if they let a bunch of ordinary experts kill them. Only top-tier experts and peak experts with superior strength and techniques had any hope of defeating them. After 3 short minutes, only 20 players remained of Heaven's Burial's 100-man team. The survivors were fear-stricken as they stared at Infant Tiger and the other Zero-Wing members. They felt as if these people before them were demons that had crawled up from hell, not players. Despite the cooperation of over 60 of their guild's experts, they had done nothing to Infant Tiger's 6-man party. In fact, they hadn't even dropped their enemies' HPs to below 50% throughout this fight. Meanwhile, when Infant Tiger and the others saw the corpses strewn across the ground, they couldn't help but feel a little proud. They had dreamed of defeating a 20-man expert team from Heaven's Burial, yet they had slain several times that retreat. Run away. Suddenly, the only thought Heaven's Burial's members had was of escape. Without hesitation, they turned and fled. Even with over 60 guild experts, they hadn't been able to do anything to Infant Tiger and his team. Now that they only had a bunch of elite members remaining, they were even less of a match for Zero-Wing's party. They'd only throw themselves into the jaws of death if they continued to fight. If they died, they lose a level and a piece of equipment. Although the guild would offer compensation, it'd be far from enough to cover their losses. Don't think that you can get away so easily. Infant Tiger and the others chased after their fleeing enemies. With the massive difference in basic attributes, Heaven's Burial's members couldn't escape Infant Tiger and his companions' pursuit even if they spread out as they ran. After another short moment, Heaven's Burial's 100-man team had been utterly annihilated. Meanwhile, as war barriers activated in the 4 high-resource maps Zero-Wing's members occupied, panic ensued among the unrelated players in the maps. They all pulled up the official forums to discuss the matter. What's going on? Why aren't return scrolls working in the Grieving Swamp all of a sudden? This must be Heaven's Burial's doing. I've heard that Heaven's Burial is going all out to hunt Zero-Wing's members. The guild has already dispatched over 8,000 expert members, not to mention the elites. It seems Heaven's Burial is finally getting serious. With 8,000 experts, they'll have no issues eliminating Zero-Wing. Crap. They're really fighting each other. There's a fight between Heaven's Burial and Zero-Wing's teams not too far from me right now. Heaven's Burial's 100-man team is amazing. It's completely overwhelming Zero-Wing's 100-man team. The public had become interested in Heaven's Burial's hunt. No one had expected the guild to dispatch 8,000 experts to slaughter Zero-Wing's members. Even a first-rate guild could, at most, field 3,000 experts. After all, the requirements to be considered an expert player in God's domain had become stricter than ever before. In the past, players would be considered experts once they reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor, but now, players had to reach the 5th floor. Some stricter guilds even required their experts to reach the 5th floor's middle stage. Yet, Heaven's Burial had nearly 3 times more experts than a first-rate guild. Guild leader, we've received a casualty report from Starmoon Kingdom. Daybreak Fog suddenly approached Singular Burial, who commanded the battle before them. Quietly, she said, thus far, we've killed 1,809 Zero-Wing members. That many? Didn't the battle start less than half an hour ago? Singular Burial nodded, satisfied, upon hearing the report. What about our casualties? Although the direct attacks were far more costly, they could deal a more severe blow to their enemy. Hearing Singular Burial's question, Daybreak Fog's expression darkened as she hesitated. Has something happened? When Singular Burial saw Daybreak Fog's reaction, apprehension welled within him. We've lost 3,237 members thus far. Among them, 923 are expert players, Daybreak Fog said. How is that possible? Singular Burial was dumbfounded when he heard these numbers. Immediately, he demanded, what happened over there? They had sent over 8,000 experts over to Starmoon Kingdom, and Zero-Wing only had around 2,000 experts. Even if Fire Dance and Zero-Wing's other peak and top-tier experts took action, they could never make up for the massive difference. Chapter 1608, Indiscernible Zero Wing. Chapter 1608, Indiscernible Zero Wing. Daybreak Fog could only shake her head helplessly in response to Singular Burial's question. Even she had been confused when she received the statistics report, wondering if someone had made a mistake when compiling the information. However, although someone could have miscounted the enemy's casualties, how could they do so with their own death counts? In other words, Zero Wing had indeed killed 3,237 of their members in less than half an hour. Moreover, nearly one-third were the guild's experts. Has no one discovered the reason behind this yet? Singular Burial growled, his brows twitching slightly in anger. Over 10% of their 8,000 experts had died in less than half an hour. If the other major powers learned that they didn't even know the cause of this grievous loss, they'd become a laughingstock. Unlike guild elites, a guild expended all of its precious resources into nurturing its experts. They were incomparably more valuable than the guild's elite members. A loss of one expert was a much larger impact than losing 10 elites. If a first-rate guild suddenly suffered nearly 1,000 expert deaths, the loss would be severe enough to hamper the guild's development. After all, experts were a guild's main combat power when obtaining top-tier equipment and contesting for resource maps. They were also the foundation when competing with other guilds. We still don't have any information, but I've sent people to investigate the matter, Daybreak Fog said as she expressed her frustration over the situation. Just as Singular Burial was about to say something more, he received a call. The caller was none other than Broken Flow, one of the commanders tasked with hunting Zero Wing's members. Has something happened? Singular Burial asked, curious about Broken Flow's anxiety. When Singular Burial noticed Broken Flow's current level, he asked in surprise, how did you lose a level? Singular Burial clearly remembered Broken Flow being level 50 before they embarked on the mission, yet now, the Berserker was only level 49. Broken Flow was one of Heaven's Burial's top-ranked experts, and with the level 45 Dark Gold set equipment he wore, he could contend with any of the Super Guild's top-tier experts, yet he had lost a level. Why wouldn't Singular Burial be surprised? I died. Although Broken Flow hesitated, he revealed the truth, and he did so with an incredibly grim expression. You died? Singular Burial was even more shocked. Did you encounter Black Flame or the other experts I warned you about? He had planted over 30 spies in Zero Wing, and although they didn't have access to the guild's core secrets, they could discover its experts' identities. Hence, he knew that only a few people in Zero Wing were capable of killing an expert of Broken Flow's caliber. No. Broken Flow's expression darkened further. No? Then who killed you? Singular Burial demanded. Has Zero Wing received reinforcements from somewhere else? That shouldn't be possible. I haven't heard of any powers lending the guild aid. Zero Wing had formed a close relationship with both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain and the Secret Pavilion's Xianxia. If these two superpowers helped Zero Wing, he doubted that he could do anything to threaten the guild. The difference between Heaven's Burial's background and the two superpowers was just too massive. Moreover, Heaven's Burial lacked the home ground advantage in Star Moon Kingdom. He had paid close attention to the two superpowers, waiting to see if they would aid Zero Wing or not. However, he hadn't heard any news of either organization helping his enemy. This was one of the reasons that he had dared to hunt down Zero Wing's members. One of Zero Wing's expert parties killed me, Broken Flow explained after taking a deep breath. Zero Wing's expert parties? Realization dawned on Singular Burial. There were some capable players among Zero Wing's experts, and if Broken Flow were careless and underestimated them, he might get himself killed. Sighing and shaking his head disapprovingly, he continued, you are too careless. Well? Don't tell me that you only contacted me to tell me this? Emicham. Broken Flow nodded silently. Seeing Broken Flow's response, Singular Burial felt wrathful flames burn within him. Meanwhile, when Daybreak Fog heard Broken Flow's response from beside her guild leader, she noticed something odd about the Berserker's behavior. He had contacted the guild leader about such a small matter. Did he think that leading a guild was a leisurely job? But before Singular Burial could reprimand Broken Flow, the Berserker shared a battle video in the video chat. Guild leader, I was killed by an expert party from Zero Wing. I don't know how it's possible, but 5 of the 6 party members were Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, their basic attributes are extremely high. They were even higher than mine. Broken Flow explained. Zero Wing still has 5 Refinement Realm experts we don't know about. How? Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog denied Broken Flow's claims almost simultaneously. Only one out of several hundred players in God's domain could reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor. Among these experts, very few could overcome their limits, achieving extreme control of their bodies and entering the Refinement Realm. Refinement Realm experts were practically VIPs in first-rate guilds right now. Even super guilds struggled to nurture such experts. Whenever a new player reached the Refinement Realm, the various superpowers rushed to recruit them. Yet, Zero Wing had introduced 5 such Refinement Realm experts to the battlefield. No matter how Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog looked at it, Broken Flow's claims sounded more like fantasy than reality. However, by the time they finished watching the battle video, their expressions had turned grim indeed. As Broken Flow had said, every one of the 5 melee players from Zero Wing was slightly stronger than the Berserker. If 5 such expert formed a party, said party would wield terrifying killing power. Throughout Heaven's Burial, only Lei Jingyang's forces could likely stand against such a party. As Singular Burial was about to say something, Lightning Blade, the chief MT of Heaven's Burial's main force, contacted him as well. Guild leader, look at this video. Not long ago, I encountered an expert party from Zero Wing with 5 Refinement Realm experts. My team was no match for them, and in the end, only a few of my brothers and I managed to escape. We need to notify everyone right away and tell them to be careful of this 6-man party. Lightning Blade urgently reported. As they listened to Lightning Blade's report, Singular Burial and Daybreak Fog's expressions darkened further. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. What is going on? Singular Burial was even more confused after watching the battle video Lightning Blade had sent. Daybreak Fog struggled to comprehend the situation, as well. Both Broken Flow and Lightning Blade led 100-man expert teams, but their teams operated in different maps. Although the Refinement Realm experts Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered wore black cloaks, they hadn't bothered to hide their appearances. The Refinement Realm experts in each party were also different classes. It was certain that Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered different Zero Wing parties. This proved that Zero Wing had gained an additional 10 Refinement Realm experts. If these experts were split and assigned to 100-man teams, they would pose a huge threat to Heaven's Burial's teams. But as Singular Burial tried to think of a countermeasure for these new Refinement Realm experts, the other commanders began to report back. All of these commanders reported the same situation that Broken Flow and Lightning Blade had encountered. Every one of these commanders mentioned a 6-man party from Zero Wing consisting of 5 Refinement Realm experts. Chapter 1609, Heaven's Burial retreats in defeat. Chapter 1609, Heaven's Burial retreats in defeat. Singular Burial's expression when he finished watching the battle videos a subordinate had sent was indescribably grim. It wouldn't be a major issue if Zero Wing had simply acquired a few more Refinement Realm experts with Zero Wing's capabilities. It wasn't entirely impossible, but based on the latest reports, Zero Wing had collected 100 new Refinement Realm experts. For a moment, Singular Burial wondered if he were in a dream. He couldn't find it in himself to believe this was true. Yet with the battle videos and the large number of casualties Heaven's Burial had suffered thus far, he had all the proof he needed. If Zero Wing had unexpectedly acquired 10 additional Refinement Realm experts, while it would give Singular Burial a headache, he could mitigate the problem by warning his subordinates to be careful during their hunt. However, 100 new Refinement Realm experts was a nightmare, not just a headache. Even now, veteran first-rate guilds only had a handful of Refinement Realm experts. Even Heaven's Burial only had 20 Refinement Realm experts right now. Moreover, this was after recruiting a large number of well-known workshops and expert players and allying with Lei Jingyang's workshop. It was also the reason he dared to hunt down Zero Wing's members. Yet, now, 100 Refinement Realm experts, whom he had never heard of before, had suddenly emerged in Zero Wing. Why wouldn't he be terrified? Guild leader, what should we do now? Daybreak Fog asked, pale. After watching the battle videos they had previously considered the possibility that some superpower would dispatch experts to aid Zero Wing. However, they had never expected Zero Wing to obtain 100 Refinement Realm experts on its own. 100 Refinement Realm experts. Only super guilds and super first-rate guilds could dispatch such a force. She truly couldn't figure out how Zero Wing managed to recruit so many Refinement Realm experts. Or did some hidden superpower they didn't know about back Zero Wing? Regardless of the cause, there was no changing the fact that Heaven's Burial's situation was dire. If the 8,000-plus experts from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater clashed with Zero Wing's 100 Refinement Realm experts, there was no doubt that the former would emerge victorious, but this war focused on guerrilla tactics. The Refinement Realm experts definitely had the advantage. Issue a retreat order immediately. After some hesitation, Singular Burial decided to withdraw his forces and send someone to investigate which superpower is supporting Zero Wing from the shadows. He refused to believe that Zero Wing had nurtured 100 Refinement Realm experts on its own. The only possibility was that Zero Wing had the secret support of some superpower. Understood. Daybreak Fog went into action and began to notify the teams in the hunting operation to withdraw. Shortly after she issued the command, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members in the 4 high-resource maps began to pull out. Meanwhile, news of Heaven's Burial's retreat quickly spread throughout Star Moon Kingdom. What's going on with Heaven's Burial? Why are they retreating so soon after starting the war? Hee. I have some insider information. From what I've heard, it seems that Heaven's Burial has suffered severe casualties and had no choice but to order a retreat. How is that possible? Heaven's Burial has over 8,000 experts. Zero Wing would even struggle to cope with such a force, much less defeat it. Heaven's Burial's sudden retreat baffled everyone. In fact, the public wasn't alone in its confusion. Star Moon Kingdom's various powers were just as confused. They had planned to take advantage of the situation to strike at Zero Wing as well, yet Heaven's Burial had been defeated. Look into this matter immediately. I want to know exactly what happened. The various major powers simply could not fathom what had transpired between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing. Heaven's Burial had dispatched over 8,000 experts and several tens of thousands of elites. It was even enough of a force to threaten a superpower, yet this force had lost. Moreover, it had been a decisive defeat. Meanwhile, far from Star Moon Kingdom, in a guild town surrounded by mountains. Uncle Yuan, your guess was wrong. We've just received news that Heaven's Burial's hunt has failed. Moreover, it seems that Heaven's Burial has suffered significant losses. Nearly 1,000 of its experts were killed, Purple Jade said, smiling as she entered the room. Heaven's Burial has been defeated? How is this possible? Yuan Tianxin, who dealt with all sorts of documents on his desk, was astonished when he heard Purple Jade's announcements. Did Phoenix Rain send help? He was very familiar with the force Heaven's Burial had dispatched to deal with Zero Wing. The force had as many as 18 refinement realms, and Lei Jingyang led his legion of battle maniacs personally. Heaven's Burial shouldn't have any fewer top-tier experts than Zero Wing. Furthermore, the guild surpassed Zero Wing by leaps and bounds in the number of its ordinary experts. Even if Black Flame and Zero Wing's peak experts joined the fray, they shouldn't be able to affect the outcome over much in the end. Heaven's Burial would wear down Zero Wing until it crumbled. No. Phoenix Rain hasn't sent them any reinforcements, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Based on what we've learned from Heaven's Burial's internal department, the guild has retreated due to Zero Wing's sudden dispatch of an additional 100 Refinement Realm experts. Not only do these Refinement Realm experts have incredible basic attributes, but their coordination is seamless. These Zero Wing experts have claimed the lives of many of Heaven's Burial's own Refinement Realm experts. 100 Refinement Realm experts? Yuan Tianxin abruptly stood. For a moment, he even thought he had heard wrong. Are you sure Zero Wing has obtained 100 Refinement Realm experts? Very sure. I even have a few battle videos to prove it. Purple Jade then sent the battle videos she had received to Yuan Tianxin. I've already watched all of them. These Zero Wing Refinement Realm experts are quite powerful. When they work together, they don't even have an issue defeating Flowing Water Realm experts. Have you found out which super guild or super first-rate guild has helped Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin asked after looking through the battle videos. He could tell that these experts were extraordinary. They had no blind spots whatsoever. They could even block ranged attacks, which was difficult for ordinary Refinement Realm experts. When they cooperated, they moved as if they shared a single body. Ordinary Refinement Realm experts couldn't compare to these players. I did. We haven't found any news of a super guild or super first-rate guild mobilizing so many Refinement Realm experts. It's almost as if these experts had just joined God's domain, Purple Jade reported seriously. I've also had some of our people compare these Refinement Realm experts' appearances to the images we have of Zero Wing's members. And? Yuan Tiexin asked hurriedly. 100 Refinement Realm experts were no trivial matter. Even superpowers like the Secret Pavilion would have to take such a force seriously. There's no doubt, these Refinement Realm experts were already Zero Wing members, Purple Jade said, her voice softening as even she struggled to believe it. They were all Zero Wing's members? How is that possible? Yuan Tiexin stared at Purple Jade incredulously. Have we made some mistake? Chapter 1610, Shock. Chapter 1610, Shock. Yuan Tiexin couldn't believe what Purple Jade had just told him. Even the Secret Pavilion struggled to nurture Refinement Realm experts. Before becoming a Refinement Realm expert in the Secret Pavilion, the guild's experts had to pass a series of stringent tests and a significant amount of training. Most people in the virtual gaming world couldn't even fathom the effort, talent, and resources required to become a Refinement Realm expert. Although God's domain's unique nature made it easier for players to reach the Refinement Realm, these players were still exceedingly rare. They were also considerably famous in God's domain. Zero Wing had only established a few months ago, and even if it had the support of some super guild or major corporation, it wasn't capable of nurturing so many Refinement Realm experts. There are no mistakes. All of those players are members of the Dark Gods Legion. I also read through the information we have on these players before I came here. Their combat standards were average at best before today. But for some reason, they've become frighteningly powerful, Purple Jade said, shaking her head. Honestly, she couldn't believe this either. However, she had no choice but to acknowledge that Zero Wing had more than 100 Refinement Realm experts. After facing the facts before her, to think Zero Wing has hidden so much of its strength. Suddenly, Yuan Tiexin realized why Feng's reaction had been so calm when he learned that the Black Dragon Empire's evil god's temple had activated. Jade, notify our subordinates and tell them to learn everything they can about this situation. We must learn who has backed Zero Wing. Any superpower that could nurture 100 Refinement Realm experts so quickly was definitely extraordinary. Not even most ordinary super guilds were capable of such a feat, and the Secret Pavilion hadn't heard of a superpower that could. When Yuan Tiexin thought about it, a sliver of fear penetrated his heart. Although he knew that God's domain's waters were deep, he didn't realize how deep. They had already learned of quite a few guilds, which had only established after God's domain had launched, that had the support of powerful corporations. And now, there was even an organization like Zero Wing. God's domain was practically a bottomless swamp, with various powers hiding in its muck. The Secret Pavilion wasn't the only superpower to discover this. Many of God's domain's superpowers had learned about Zero Wing's sudden development. After this, they all started to see Zero Wing in a new light. Although Zero Wing still had a low member count and lacked in many aspects compared to first-rate guilds, the fact that it had nurtured over 100 Refinement Realm experts made it far more powerful than first-rate guilds. Zero Wing had a high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild and one of God's domain's overlords in the future. Meanwhile, in the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, Galaxy Past read the report he had just received from the Secret Pavilion in his spacious guild leader's office. When he finished with the report, his mind went blank. Guild leader, has something happened? Purple Eye asked, curious about Galaxy Past's strange expression. Zero Wing truly is an endless abyss. If Heaven's Burial hadn't mobilized such a large force, Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds would still be clueless about Zero Wing's true strength, Galaxy Past said, smiling bitterly as he forwarded the Secret Pavilion's report to Purple Eye. 100 Refinement Realm Experts. Zero Wing must have been laughing at us while we made fools of ourselves. This 100 Refinement Realm Experts? Purple Eye's jaw dropped as she read the report. She wasn't as ignorant as she had been in the past, and she was very familiar with the power of a Refinement Realm Expert. Although she acknowledged her own talent, she still couldn't cross the final threshold and reach the Refinement Realm, even with the Secret Pavilion's help yet. Zero Wing had just revealed 100 Refinement Realm Experts. And to think that the Star Alliance had actually worked with other guilds to take down Zero Wing in the past. Had Zero Wing utilized its true power back then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Purple Eye finally realized why her rival, Gentle Snow, had chosen to join an upstart guild like Zero Wing. Sea of Death, Thunder Island. 100 Refinement Realm Experts? Just how many secrets does Zero Wing have? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words after reading the report. The fact that Feng and Zero Wing's experts had helped her secure a portion of Thunder Island's control was already incredible, and now, the guild had just revealed that it had over 100 Refinement Realm Experts. Although Zero Wing had nowhere near as many Refinement Realm Experts as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a contingent of 100 Refinement Realm Experts could still pose a threat to her and Nine Dragons Emperor. If Nine Dragons Emperor had known that this upstart guild had such a background, he would never have tried to stop it out. Black Dragon Empire, Lakeheart City. What? Heaven's Burial retreated? What happened? Curiosity ravaged Gentle Snow when she heard Zhao Yueru's report. If Feng hadn't assured her that her people weren't necessary for the situation in Star Moon Kingdom, she would have returned with all of her spare forces long ago. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched over 8,000 experts, including a few Refinement Realm Experts. Without utilizing the guild's full power, defeating such a force would be nearly impossible. Yet, less than an hour after Heaven's Burial had attacked directly, the guild had ordered a retreat. I've heard that it's due to various six-man parties from the Dark Gods Legion. These Dark Gods parties slaughtered Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's 100-man expert teams. In less than half an hour, they killed nearly 1,000 guild experts. In contrast, none of our party members have died, Zhao Yueru explained. They've even killed quite a few of Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's Refinement Realm experts. A six-man party of Dark Gods Legion members defeated a 100-man expert team from Heaven's Burial? For a time, Gentle Snow couldn't process the information. She knew just how powerful the Dark Gods Legion members were. Even the strongest among them had only reached the half-step Refinement Realm standard. Even 6 of these players would be lucky to defeat a 20-man expert team from Heaven's Burial. After all, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts were no noobs. They were all experts that had experienced numerous life-or-death battles. Yet, these Dark Gods Legion members had defeated 100-man expert teams with as few as 6 players. To Gentle Snow, this sounded like a fantasy. That's right. Everyone in the guild has been talking about it. I've watched the battle videos, as well. Those Dark Gods parties are quite powerful. If not for my promotion to Tier 2, they might even be able to defeat me. Zhao Yueru nodded. I never realized that our guild had hidden such strength all this time. The Black Dragon Empire's first-rate guilds will have to think twice before turning against us. Zero Wing had lacked experts that could turn the tide of battle in the past, and because of that, the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds hadn't been afraid of striking against their guild. This was especially true for the guild's 9 Dragons Emperor secretly backed. However, now that the public knew that the Dark Gods Legion had such powerful members, even the Empire's various first-rate guilds would have to tread lightly when dealing with Zero Wing. While everyone raised a commotion over the defeat of Heaven's Burial's army, Aqua Rose relayed the shocking news to Feng, who had long since left Star Moon Kingdom guild leader. What kind of magic did you use? How did you make all of these people so strong? Every one of them feels like they can take on a Refinement Realm expert of the same level right now, Aqua Rose asked curiously. She was quite familiar with the prowess of the Dark Gods members she had sent Feng, yet these players had grown so much stronger in the several hours since she had last seen them. If Feng claimed that he had nothing to do with it, she wouldn't believe him. Chapter 1611, Counterattack. Chapter 1611, Counterattack. Magic? When Feng saw Aqua Rose's excitement, he smiled and said, "I don't know any magic. I merely gave each of them a piece of equipment." A piece of equipment? Aqua Rose could not help her confusion. How has a piece of equipment made such a huge difference? Weapons and equipment only improved a player's basic attributes. While the Dark Gods party's basic attributes had risen since she had seen them last, the improvement to their combat standards was the key difference. They never would have been able to defeat a 100-man expert team with just a boost to their basic attributes. Here, you'll understand once you take a look. Feng then shared the Conqueror's armor's attributes with Aqua Rosius. Aqua Rose was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. He had no reason to hide the armor from her. Besides, as players reached higher levels, it'd only be a matter of time before the various large guilds learned about battle arrays. He had only had the Dark Gods members sign a confidentiality contract to hide the information from the various large guilds for as long as he could, but it was impossible to hide the battle arrays from the public forever. When Aqua Rose read the armor's information, she was dazed. She had never thought that God's domain had equipment like this. Not only did the Conqueror's armor improve its wearer's basic attributes, but it also allowed them to share their perception with other players wearing the armor. It could basically enhance players' perception range by a large margin, allowing these players to reach a simplified version of the Void Realm. Although ordinary experts wearing the Conqueror's armor still wouldn't be able to control their bodies as well as Refinement Realm experts, their overall combat standards wouldn't be any weaker than an actual Refinement Realm expert with the Enhanced Perception Guild leader. "Where did you obtain so many pieces of this armor?" Aqua Rose inquired. How could ordinary equipment possibly compare to such powerful battle array equipment? The Conqueror's armor offered even greater benefits than ordinary epic equipment. It had to be incredibly rare, yet Feng had given these chest pieces to 100 Dark Gods Legion members. "I made them," Feng answered truthfully. Seeing Feng's calm expression, Aqua Rose was at a loss. If Feng had said that he had been grinding and collected the armor during his long disappearance, she might be able to believe him, yet Feng claimed to have made all of the chest pieces. Her mind simply could not process the statement. With 5 pieces of Conqueror's armor, one could nurture 5 Refinement Realm experts. If they produced 1,000 pieces of the Conqueror's armor, they would have a 1,000-man army of Refinement Realm experts. Not even super guilds had such an army. Don't overthink it. I had to deplete the guild's stock of rare materials just to craft the 100 pieces. It won't be possible to mass-produce the armor in a short amount of time, Feng said, shaking his head. Naturally, he knew what Aqua Rose must have thought. The Conqueror's armor's material cost was only secondary. The crucial issue was acquiring the materials. Although the materials weren't super rare, the various large guilds frequently purchased them. Even if Zero Wing spent a fortune to obtain these items, it could only acquire a limited amount. It definitely wasn't possible to gear an invincible legion with the Conqueror's armor. What a pity. If we had a few hundred more, we could flatten Heaven's Burial, Aqua Rose said, clicking her tongue. She had no idea how greedy she sounded. Several hundred? Feng's smile turned bitter. "I'll give you a list of the necessary materials, so try to purchase as many as you can in secret. Once we have the materials, I'll try to forge as many as I can." "I understand." Aqua Rose nodded eagerly, her eyes glowing with excitement. "But Guild Leader, what should we do next? Although Heaven's Burial has retreated, the bounty is still in place. We really can't afford to let this situation continue." Although Heaven's Burial's forces had retreated, the high bounty it had offered still tempted many unrelated players to attack Zero Wing's members. Even though Zero Wing now had the Dark Gods parties, there was a limit to how much area 20 parties could cover. They couldn't limit the Dark Gods parties to patrols either, as it would severely impact their leveling speed. Heaven's Burial sure gave up quickly. Feng was slightly disappointed when he read the statistics report Aqua Rose had sent. He had assumed that Heaven's Burial and Blackwater would continue to clash with Zero Wing, relying on their numeric advantage. He hadn't expected Heaven's Burial to retreat so decisively. He had only managed to wear the enemy guild down slightly. However, Feng could understand their decision after giving the matter some thought. If one had sufficient understanding of refinement realm experts, they'd realize what kind of prowess 100 refinement realm experts could wield in guerrilla warfare. Moreover, these 100 experts were concentrated in a few maps. This was also why the various large guilds were so afraid of super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Ordinary players, elite players, and ordinary expert players. With enough money, a guild could recruit and nurture as many of these players as they wanted, but it was a slightly different story when it came to refinement realm experts and those who were stronger. Guilds couldn't necessarily recruit such experts just because it had the money to throw at them. Moreover, there was a qualitative difference between the power of a refinement realm expert and the power of an ordinary expert. Even in equipment with similar attributes, there would be a massive difference between the combat power refinement realm experts could display and that of ordinary experts without an overwhelming basic attribute advantage. Several, maybe more than a dozen, ordinary experts would need to work together to take down a refinement realm expert. This granted refinement realm experts a massive advantage in field battles. Normally, guilds could only cope with these experts' ambushes by dispatching their own refinement realm experts or organizing their players into large groups. However, it wasn't feasible to send its members out in teams of hundreds or thousands, as it would negatively impact their acquisition of EXP and equipment. Not even well-funded guilds would survive long if 100 experts interfered with thousands of its members' development. This was precisely why super first-rate and super guilds had maintained a solid footing in the virtual gaming world for so many years, finding it beneath them to bully first-rate and below guilds. Their strength was simply on a different level. Of course, refinement realm experts weren't enough to help a guild become an overlord in the virtual gaming world. Guilds also needed a large number of members to help with other tasks, such as occupying territory and harvesting resources. Since Heaven's Burial has retreated, we'll take the fight to them. It's about time we show Heaven's Burial that it's not the only power that can hunt players, Feng decided after giving the matter some thought. Notify Fire Dance and the others. Have them lead the Dark Gods parties to the Orc Empire and teach Heaven's Burial's members what it feels like to be prey. I want to see which of our guilds lasts until the very end. Due to its lack of experts, Zero Wing had only been able to defend against Heaven's Burial's brutal assaults, but now that it had the Dark Gods parties, it had no reason to hold back against its enemy. In his previous life, many super guilds and super first-rate guilds had often used this tactic, hindering a large group's development by sending small parties of refinement realm experts, when they wanted to avoid wasting resources to deal with troublesome guilds. He didn't mind testing this tactic on Heaven's Burial. Alright, I'll let them know. Aqua Rose's excitement built when she heard Feng's order. They had taken a one-sided beating from Heaven's Burial and Blackwater for too long now. They hadn't been able to counterattack, which made them all feel powerless. They simply hadn't had enough experts to put up a fight. If they had sent ordinary experts into Heaven's Burial's territory, they'd send their people to the slaughter, rather than damage their enemy. Now that they had an additional 100 refinement realm experts, their ability to retaliate had increased several-fold, even if they couldn't deal any lasting damage to Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1612, Insane Guild. Chapter 1612, Insane Guild. After Feng had given Aqua Rose his commands, he disconnected the call and contacted Melancholic Smile. He had Melancholic Smile post an announcement on the official forums for Zero Wing, stating that the guild had doubled the bounty on Heaven's Burial's members. Once more, the bounty for killing a normal member had already risen to 40 silver, but they had just raised it to 80 silver. The bounty on elite members had also risen from 2 gold to 4 gold per kill, while the bounty on Heaven's Burial's expert players had risen from 20 gold to 40 gold. Moreover, Feng had Melancholic Smile use a provocative title for the forum post. Heaven's Burial, do you dare to face us? Now, players could instantly earn enough money to purchase a common mount from NPCs just by killing one of Heaven's Burial's experts. Even if they already had their own mount, they could afford an ordinary piece of level 45 fine gold equipment. Even expert players found the remuneration incredibly tempting. Even the expert players that broke their back to earn money couldn't earn 20 gold in a single day. Moreover, as long as they killed one of Heaven's Burial's experts, even their death would be a worthwhile exchange. Guild leader, have you lost your mind? Melancholic Smile's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when Feng told her to double their bounties on Heaven's Burial. Where is our guild supposed to find that much money? If they posted this new bounty, it would definitely inspire a lot of expert players to kill Heaven's Burial's members, and the number of bounties Zero Wing would have to pay out would be no laughing matter. With Zero Wing's current income, it simply couldn't support such a high bounty. Doubling the bounty was a self-destructive move, and Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Relax. I'll figure out a source. If we really can't afford to pay, sell a portion of the weapons and equipment the Dark Gods party obtained. Feng said the current bounty was quite a burden on Zero Wing, but it was only a small annoyance to Heaven's Burial. At this rate, Zero Wing's situation would only become more disadvantageous. Unfortunately, since there were too few of them, the Dark Gods parties weren't enough to deal a severe blow to Heaven's Burial, regardless of how many members they hunted down. Fortunately, the Dark Gods parties had reaped quite a harvest for the guild during its hunt. They had collected over 400 pieces of level 45 dark gold equipment, over 700 pieces of level 45 fine gold equipment, and over 2,000 pieces of level 45 secret silver equipment. All of the equipment should be enough to help Zero Wing hold on for quite some time. Moreover, he had already dispatched the Dark Gods parties to the Orc Empire. If a large number of players joined the hunt for Heaven's Burial members, it would ease the burden on the Dark Gods parties. In turn, the Dark Gods parties could obtain more weapons and equipment. Aside from these factors, if they secured the mana ore vein, Zero Wing would have another massive revenue source. All of the various large guilds urgently needed mana ore, and as a result, the market price had risen to a staggering 1 gold, 20 silver. Originally, the ore had only been worth around 40 silver. Meanwhile, the Boneless land was rich in mana Oregon. It would not be difficult to acquire a large amount of mana ore. I understand. Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly in response to Feng's command. Although she was confident in Feng's abilities, she still could not help but feel that his decision was a little too crazy. This time, following which, Melancholic Smile published the new bounties on Star Moon Kingdom's official forum. Star Moon Kingdom's players went mad over the news. All hail Zero Wing. How rich! Is this Zero Wing's true power? Crap! Is Zero Wing for real? 40 gold coins just for killing one of Heaven's Burial's experts? With this much money, Heaven's Burial's experts might kill themselves to claim their own bounties from Zero Wing. This is insane. Zero Wing has truly gone insane. Even top-tier experts would be tempted by this price. This won't do. I need to form a team to grind Heaven's Burial's members. Who wants to team up? Amazing. Zero Wing is really bold to pull such a stunt. Heaven's Burial is in for some pain. Heaven's Burial must have gone too far when it provoked Zero Wing this time. Even if the guild destroys Zero Wing, they're going to suffer for it. When everyone saw that Zero Wing had doubled its bounties, they couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Heaven's Burial's members. At the same time, they were shocked by Zero Wing's generosity. Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. As the only guild city in the Orc Empire's inner region, a constant stream of players visited the city each day. Not even Kingdom's major NPC cities could compete with Ancient Rock City's player population. Although the city was extremely lively, silence dominated the meeting room in Heaven's Burial's residence. Despite the guild's upper echelons filling the room, no one made a sound as they stared at Singular Burial with somber expressions. Due to the previous hunting war, Heaven's Burial had lost a significant amount of equipment, and a large number of their experts had been killed. However, that wasn't enough to warrant a meeting of this scale. They had gathered in this meeting room due to Zero Wing's latest announcement. Because of that announcement, Heaven's Burial had suffered more casualties than ever before. Lunatics. Everyone from Zero Wing is a lunatic. Singular Burial's brows twitched uncontrollably when he read Heaven's Burial's latest casualty report. Less than half an hour since Zero Wing had doubled its bounties, Heaven's Burial had suffered over 4,000 casualties, far more than it had during the hunting war. Thus far, the guild's loss was already worth roughly 8,000 gold. Of course, Zero Wing hadn't gotten off easy either, since it had to pay at least 10,000 gold in bounties if this continued. Heaven's Burial wouldn't last long even with Blackwater's investments and Ancient Rock City's income. Guild leader, based on our reports, part of the reason that our casualty count is so high is that Zero Wing's Dark Gods parties have begun to operate in the Orc Empire. Although we've sent our forces to hunt them down, they are moving too quickly. We haven't been able to catch them. Rather, the tables have turned on quite a few of the teams we sent out to hunt down these Dark Gods parties, Daybreak Fog reported. The guild's morale is incredibly low, and some elite members have begun to withdraw from the guild. Zero Wing. Black Flame. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth as he glared at the report in his hands. Since that is how you want to play it, I want to see which of us can last until the end. He truly hadn't thought that this war would develop to this point. Zero Wing's actions had also forced Heaven's Burial to raise its bounties correspondingly. The increased bounties added yet another significant expenditure for the guild. Now, they were forced to spend the funds they had saved for Ancient Rock City's development. However, Singular Burial was still confident that his guild's foundations were sturdier than Zero Wing's. He refused to believe that Heaven's Burial couldn't outcompete Zero Wing with the full support of Blackwater and the income from Ancient Rock City. Elsewhere, Feng had finally reached the Boneless land with Zero Wing's internal members and White Tiger Dojo's disciples. As the group arrived, they found themselves in a dusky, foggy area. They also felt an oppressive weight bear down on them, making their thoughts sluggish. Moreover, they felt an indescribably dangerous feeling from their surroundings, as if they'd die if they took a wrong step. Hidden among the fog, these players faintly saw the towering walls of a town some distance away. What's going on? Why is there a town here? Feng was confused when he noticed the distant town. He was very familiar with the Boneless land, clearly remembering that it was home to demonic creatures. No NPC town should be able to survive here. The map should be a barren wasteland. Other creatures shouldn't be able to survive in the Boneless land, not to mention human buildings. Chapter 1613, Mystery of the Boneless Land. Chapter 1613, Mystery of the Boneless Land. Naturally, Feng was curious about the mysterious town, and he immediately led his team towards it. This NPC town hadn't existed during his previous life. In fact, he had never even heard of an NPC town in the Boneless land. The various guilds would never have spent so much effort to construct guild towns here in the past had this map had an NPC town. After all, the Boneless land was not a high-resource map. Its only benefit was its high drop rate of mana ore. God's domain had quite a few high-resource maps that spawned large quantities of mana ore. The Boneless land wasn't unique in this aspect. Furthermore, due to the Boneless land's special environment, very few players had been willing to come here. Among the guilds that had set their sights on the Boneless land, none had been a superpower. The strongest guild had only been a first-rate guild. These guilds had only bothered to build a guild town to ensure that their members had somewhere to rest and recover their spent stamina and concentration. A mysterious fog shrouded the Boneless land all year round, and any player that entered the map would have to endure several times the normal stamina and concentration consumption rates. The consumption rates were so high that players' stamina and concentration would decrease even if they stood there and did nothing. Players simply couldn't survive in the Boneless land for long periods, and players could only recover their stamina and concentration by resting in a hotel or guild hall. Moreover, unlike in other locations where players would be immobilized if they ran out of stamina or concentration, players would die if they ran out in the Boneless land. Because of this, Feng had only intended to visit the Boneless land after he acquired the Guild Magic Car. The Guild Magic Car was like a mobile hotel. With it, players could stay and mine mana ore in the Boneless land as long as they needed to. If not for Zero Wing's urgent need for mana ore and its increasing prices, Feng wouldn't have bothered to visit this area. As Feng's group inched closer to the fog-shrouded town, the pressure they felt increased. Their movements became stiff and sluggish, and they could feel a horrific power radiating from the town, their instinct screaming at them to avoid it. What an amazing town! Feng was astonished when he finally got a clear view of the town. He was a level 63, tier 2 player, and very few things in the Boneless land could threaten his life. The Boneless land was, after all, a level 60 to level 80 map. It might be a dangerous map for other players at this stage of the game, but its difficulty was perfect for him. Moreover, the Boneless land was a barren wasteland, without forests or canyons. Despite the dense fog, visibility in the map was considerably good. One could easily spot roaming monsters from a long distance away. Guild leader, there are a lot of monsters moving outside the town ahead. It looks like there are several thousands of them. A level 32 ranger, who used eagle eyes to scout the town's surroundings, reported. The other team members couldn't help but tense when they heard the ranger. Although they had the combat standards of an expert, they were all still below level 40, yet the monsters here were all level 60 and above. With such a huge level difference, a handful of monsters would be more than enough to annihilate their team of several hundred. If not for Feng's presence, they would have likely turned tail and run by now. Why wouldn't they be worried after learning that thousands of level 60+ monsters awaited them ahead? Although their levels were low, they'd still need a considerable amount of time to recover the lost EXP if they died. Several thousand monsters? Feng was slightly surprised. Why are there so many? Monsters in the Boneless land generally moved in groups of dozens. Very rarely would more than 100 gather in a single location. Meanwhile, any group of over 100 demonic creatures would certainly be led by a great lord. Even Tier 2 expert players would try to avoid such a high-ranked monster as a demonic creature dwelling. All sorts of demonic creatures lived in the Boneless land. Unlike ordinary field monsters, demonic creatures had much higher combat standards. Even the weakest among them would be able to reach the late stage of the Trial Tower's second floor. Ordinary players could only reach the Trial Tower's second and third floor with their combat standards. Meanwhile, demonic creatures also had much higher basic attributes than players of the same level. In other words, a Tier 2 ordinary player would be no match for a Tier 2 Lord-ranked demonic creature of the same level. Only Tier 2 expert players had any hope, yet even these experts would flee from a Tier 3 Great Lord-ranked demonic creature. Tier 2 experts would have to form a party to take one down, and now, thousands of demonic creatures had gathered around the town ahead of them. Guild leader, are we still going to the town? Zipping, who had already reached level 37, asked worriedly when Zipping saw the screenshot the ranger had shared, littered with HP bars. Even he, who had reached the Trial Tower's 6th floor, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom why Feng had brought them here. If these demonic creatures accidentally discovered them, Feng might be able to get away, but the rest of them would be slaughtered. Let's head over and take a look, Feng said after giving the matter some more thought. He had found an NPC town he had never heard of in the Boneless land. It'd be a waste not to investigate. If they could use the town as a resting point, it would save him a lot of trouble, following which, Feng's team members had no choice but to grit their teeth as they followed him to the town. When the team reached a small slope not far from the town and caught sight of the large number of demonic creatures around it, they were dumbfounded. Although they had experienced their fair share of life-or-death battles, their hearts began to pound with fear when they saw the demonic creatures ahead of them. This was especially true when they saw the gigantic, demonic snake, which was over 1,000 meters long, guarding the town's main entrance. The snake's head alone was the size of a 5-story tall building. With a single breath, this serpent could create a powerful hurricane. Even from so far away, these players could feel the snake's breath brush their skin. How does God's domain have such a creature? Is that really a monster? As these players stared at the massive snake, fear and despair welled within them. They felt powerless, paralyzed by their fear. As they watched the demonic snake, they felt how insignificant humans truly were. For the first time in their lives, even running from the demonic snake would require a certain amount of courage, much less fighting it. Two-headed bird monster, demonic creature, chieftain. Level 62. HP 7000000/7000000. Demonic flame hound, demonic creature, lord. Level 64. HP 15,500,000/15,500,000. Three-headed hellhound, demonic creature, great lord. Level 65. HP 34-000-000/34-000-000. Purgatory Serpent, Archaic Species, Demonic Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 160-000-000/160-000-000. However, unlike his teammates, who were shocked by the Purgatory Serpent and its demonic creature companions, Feng was surprised by the town beyond the Grand Lord. The town wasn't an NPC town at all, it was mining site, operated by demons. A large number of demons patrolled the town's walls, and inside the town, even more demonkin descended into and emerged from a massive hole in the town center. This massive hole seemed like a bottomless abyss, and Feng could feel a heart-wrenching aura radiating from it. Meanwhile, among the various ores the demonkin lifted out of the hole, Feng spotted the precious mana ore. Chapter 1614, Leveling Holy Land. Chapter 1614, Leveling Holy Land. A demon-operated mineral field? Feng was flabbergasted as he stared at the massive hole in the center of the town. He had never realized that the Boneless land had a mineral field, and such a large one at that. Based on the size of the mineral field, Feng estimated that it was a medium mineral field. He had never heard of anything like this in the past. If people had known that the Boneless land had a medium mineral field, even super guilds would fight over it, not to mention first-rate guilds in God's domain. Mineral fields were categorized by size first. There were small mineral fields, like the one in Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town. Small mineral fields had very small ore veins, and generally, 100 players and a full day were all one would need to mine a small mineral field dry for a single cycle. Even so, small mineral fields were extremely valuable. At the very least, a guild wouldn't lack the types of ore the mineral field spawned. The veins in medium mineral fields were slightly larger, requiring 300 players and a full day to mine the veins dry for a cycle. As for large mineral fields, a guild would need to put 1,000 players to work for a full day to drain the veins. Large mineral fields were gold mines, and any guild that owned one could make a fortune from it. While small mineral fields in God's domain were common, medium fields were extremely rare, and large mineral fields were as unique as a phoenix's feather. In the past, the various superpowers had fought over every medium and large mineral field they had found, even those that spawned common ores, such as iron ore. Meanwhile, the mineral field Feng stared at now clearly had more than low-end ore veins. Based on the ores the demonkins carted out, Feng knew that the mineral field housed an ancient bronze vein. Ancient bronze ore was not common in God's domain. However, demand for ancient bronze ore wasn't particularly high among players. This was because there weren't nearly enough ways to use ancient bronze ore again. Despite its rarity, it wasn't worth much. However, Eternium ore, a byproduct of mining ancient bronze ore, was highly sought after by forging players. Magisteel ingots, produced with Eternium ore, were extremely useful when forging. Not only could the ingots improving one's forging success rate, but they could also slightly enhance the crafted weapons and equipment's attributes. Of course, Magisteel ingots could only boost an item's rank to a maximum of fine gold rank. Even so, countless forgers sought the tool. Level 50 plus fine gold equipment was still incredibly difficult to obtain, and after level 50, most elite players could only equip secret silver equipment and below. Past level 50, elite players would normally be equipped in secret silver equipment and below only. Hence, Magisteel ingots had a considerable market in the past. Magisteel ingot had sold for 2 gold per piece, yet plenty of players still fought over it. If one could lay claim to this medium mineral field, they could make a fortune with the mined Eternium ore. Considering the situation, Feng couldn't help but harbor thoughts of capturing this mineral field, although he didn't know why a mineral field had suddenly spawned in the Boneless land. He was sure that this was a golden opportunity. Setting the Eternium ore aside, he could earn a fortune with the steady supply of mana ore this mineral field could provide. The only problem now was how to go about capturing the mineral field. There were easily several thousand monsters stationed around the town's main entrance, and even more in the town surroundings. In addition, the monsters inside the town were even more powerful. The town's demon supervisors were all great lords, and these were only the monsters on the surface. The town's true guardians were likely far stronger. Guild leader, a monster patrol is moving our way. We need to hurry and leave this place, the scouting ranger reported nervously as he watched the red dots on the system map. The rest of the team nodded in agreement. The monster patrols were a secondary issue. The main problem was the purgatory serpent sleeping by the town's main entrance. This was the first time any of them had seen such a large monster since joining God's domain. Its aura was so strong that they even struggled to breathe. The consequences would be unimaginable if they fought the monster patrols and accidentally attracted the purgatory serpent's attention. None of them wanted to stay here for a moment longer. A patrol squad? When Feng saw the red dots on his system map, he suddenly smiled and said, "This is a good thing. For now, we'll level up here." Level up here? Everyone turned towards their guild leader in confusion. Trying to grind and level up in such a place was suicidal. However, none of them realized that Feng's true goal was the demon's mineral field. Leveling up would simply be a side benefit. In Feng's opinion, they first had to defeat the monsters around the town. Otherwise, these monsters would rush to aid the guardian boss in the town as soon as they began the battle. If that happened, they would definitely team wipe. Feng had been pondering a way to lure the surrounding monsters in small numbers, but it seemed that the monsters had solved that problem for him. The approaching patrol squad had less than 100 monsters, led by a hill-sized, great lord-ranked three-headed hellhound. Immediately, Feng retrieved the Bible of Darkness and used demon summoning naturally. He had a reason for daring to lead a bunch of low-level players to the Boneless land. If it were any other location, it'd likely be impossible for Feng to protect so many players by himself, but the Boneless land was home to demonic creatures. To these monsters, the Bible of Darkness was like an Achilles heel. Here, the Bible of Darkness could display its full potential. After Feng summoned a level 78, Tier 3 Tomahawk demon, he directed the demon to charge at the approaching patrol squad. Although one level 78, Tier 3 demon wasn't enough to take out nearly 100 level 60+ demonic creatures, it could distract them for a short period. Furthermore, Demon Ruler's passive effect increased demonic creatures' attributes under Feng's command by 30%, while also weakening enemy demonic creatures' basic attributes by 30%. In moments, the Tomahawk demon slaughtered the patrol squad's weaker monsters. At the same time, its HP continued to decrease. In the meantime, Feng wasn't idle as he tried to use the Demon Ruler's active effect, granting him temporary control of up to 3 demonic creatures, on the three-headed hellhound. Failure. Sure enough, it won't be that easy. The outcome of his attempts to control the hellhound didn't particularly surprise Feng. After all, the skill only had a low success rate of 10%. Fortunately, he had the Tomahawk demon to occupy the patrol squad. Demon Ruler's active effect could only be used once every 5 minutes. A congratulatory prompt only popped up in his notification window after Feng's 6th attempt. System, congratulations. You have taken control of the three-headed hellhound. You have 2 hours of control. As Feng took control of the three-headed hellhound, thanks to Demon Ruler's passive effect, the hellhound's basic attributes rose by 30%. Its HP also increased from 34 million to 44,200,000. With control of the three-headed hellhound, Feng had a much easier time defeating the remaining monsters in the patrol squad. When the hellhound and Tomahawk demon worked together, they made quick work of the Lord-ranked demonic flame hounds. After the first level 64 demonic flame hound died, Feng noticed that his experience bar had risen by a small, but noticeable amount. He hadn't expected the abundant EXP. The demonic flame hound had granted at least 3 times more EXP than a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. The awarded EXP also surprised the members of his team. They had never thought that they'd receive so much. Moreover, this was only the EXP from one level 64 Lord. In the end, Feng had eliminated the patrol squad within an hour. Many of his players had gained an additional level during that time. Their leveling speed was just staggering. Chapter 1615, Primordial Divine Ruin. Chapter 1615, Primordial Divine Ruin. Our guild leader is so awesome. The players from Zero Wing gazed at the monster corpses before them and the abundant EXP they had received with glowing, excited eyes. At this point, they had completely forgotten about their prior fear and worry when they had first noticed the approaching patrol squad. They had thought that they were dead for sure. Not only were the squad's demonic creatures above level 60, but the weakest among them was a chieftain. However, as they watched Feng summon a level 73, Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon and take control of the level 65 Great Lord ranked three-headed Hellhound, they were dumbfounded. They had never heard of any player being capable of such a feat. Great Lord ranked monsters generally served as final bosses in team dungeons. They were extremely difficult to defeat, not to mention control with two Great Lord ranked monsters to assist Feng in battle. Eliminating all of the level 60+ chieftains and lords became child's play. Furthermore, any of the demonic creatures that came close to Feng suffered a decrease to their basic attributes. From time to time, Feng had even used powerful AoEs to assist the two Great Lords. Feng likely wiped this patrol squad out faster than the guild's main force could. However, their leveling speed was even more astonishing. They had never dreamed that it was possible to level up so quickly. They had leveled fast enough when the guild's main force had taken them out to power level, but compared to traveling with Feng, the difference was like heaven and earth. In a single hour, they had gained a full level. If other players heard about this, they'd laugh it off as a joke, as expected of the Bible of Darkness. It really is amazing against demonic creatures. Feng was somewhat astounded as he glanced at the monster corpses littering the ground before him. The three-headed Hellhound and Tomahawk Demon were only one tier higher than the lords and chieftains, but after the basic attribute buff and debuff, the remaining patrol squad was powerless to retaliate, following which, Feng began to collect the demonic creatures' loot. Although the drop rate for weapons and equipment decreased significantly after monsters reached level 50, the demonic creatures in the patrol squad had all been chieftain rank or higher. Hence, their loot was relatively generous. Overall, they had dropped over 20 level 55 and level 60 weapons and pieces of equipment. Most of the items were bronze rank, while a few were mysterious iron rank. The monsters had also dropped plenty of materials and potions. As Feng picked up an aqua blue potion bottle, his eyes began to glow. Death potion. The monsters here actually dropped this? Feng was elated as he examined the potion. After players reached level 50, they needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, and combat against monsters in the fields became increasingly difficult, making it easier to lose one's life. The various large guilds in the past had struggled to cope with the increased difficulty, and dealing with it gave them all massive headaches. The death potion had been a solution to their problem. When consumed, it halved the death penalty players would suffer. However, the potion was a one-time use item. Once it was consumed, the potion would remain effective until the player died or logged out of the game. Hence, the various large guilds had fiercely contested over the death potion in the past. Unfortunately, the potion had sold for a whopping 5 gold due to its rarity and the fact that it only dropped in certain locations. Even so, it had become a must-have potion when hunting down powerful field bosses. The potion's only downside was that only level 50 and above players could use it. Feng had never thought that these demonic creatures would drop such a valuable consumable. Moreover, he had obtained 6 death potions after killing one patrol squad with less than 100 monsters. This drop rate was even higher than in the prime farming map he knew about. Excited, Feng controlled the three-headed Hellhound and his Tomahawk Demon to take out another patrol squad. The Bible of Darkness's demon ruler allowed him to control up to a maximum of 3 demonic creatures. Hence, Feng continued to use the skill and take control of more three-headed Hellhounds. By the time Feng finished with the 3rd patrol squad, he had 3 three-headed Hellhounds under his control, and the moment demon summoning's cooldown ended, he summoned another tier 3 demon with 5 Great Lord ranked monsters under his control. Feng could slay the demonic creatures far faster. Every one of his teammates was stupefied. After grinding for half a day, he had cleared out most of the demonic creatures around the town. Meanwhile, his team members' levels skyrocketed despite having nearly 700 players on the team. Now, even the lowest level member had reached level 40, while the higher level players had reached level 42. Everyone had now caught up with mainstream players' levels. They only lacked weapons and equipment. Since Feng was the main DPS and his companions' levels were much lower, he received the majority of the EXP from the monsters he had killed. However, Feng did not rush to level up. Instead, he used the EXP to upgrade the 7 Luminaries Ring's auras. Ever since evolving the 7 Luminaries Ring to Fragmented Legendary rank, the upgrading each aura required an astonishing amount of EXP. Even he didn't dare to upgrade the carelessly. However, now that his level had exceeded frontline players by a large margin, he wouldn't fall behind if he spent some of his EXP to upgrade the 7 Luminaries Ring without hesitation. Feng upgraded the auras of fire, time, and space by 1 level now. Instead of dealing 1500% flame damage in a 60-yard radius, the aura of fire's flame domain inflicted 1800% damage in a 70-yard radius. The skill's cooldown hadn't changed, remaining at 5 minutes. As for the aura of time's forbidden domain, its AoE had increased from a 500-yard radius to a 600-yard radius. Its duration was still 30 seconds. The aura of time-space movement had increased from a teleportation distance of 600,000 yards to 700,000 yards, and Spatial Gate's teleportation distance had increased from 300,000 yards to 350,000 yards. Both skills' cooldowns hadn't changed, though Spatial Gate's duration had increased from 1 minute to 1 minute, 20 seconds. Although the skills hadn't undergone qualitative transformations, they had improved various aspects for Feng. While he had killed the demonic creatures surrounding the town, Feng had also acquired over 600 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, the majority was bronze equipment, with only 50+ pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In addition, he had obtained 3 pieces of level 55 secret silver equipment and 1 piece of level 60 secret silver equipment after he had lost control of the 3-headed hellhounds and killed them. Although Feng had secured a lot of equipment, he didn't pay the items much mind. Rather, he was most interested in the 124 bottles of death potion he had obtained. He could either use them for the guild or sell them, and either way, he'd benefit. After spending most of the day killing demonic creatures, Feng opened a spatial gate and teleported his team to another map to rest. Despite the fact that his team members had simply followed him around the entire time, their stamina and concentration were nearly gone. If they did not leave the Boneless land now, they'd all die here. As Feng moved everyone to another map, Aqua rose contacted, excitement and anxiety written across her face. Guild leader, something new has happened in the Orc Empire. I don't know who triggered it, but a massive tower has suddenly risen in the Empire's outer region. And elves are guarding it. Based on what we've learned thus far, it seems the tower is a primordial divine ruin. Apparently, it contains plenty of treasure and level 50+, top-tier equipment. Some players have even spotted epic treasure chests. Moreover, we've learned from the NPCs there that if we clear the tower, we'll receive a ticket to travel to the primordial battlefield. Players can learn advanced combat techniques there. Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds and those from other countries are frantically gathering at the Divine Ruin. Should we send some of our people over? As Aqua Rose spoke about the primordial Divine Ruin, her eyes sparkled. Just the fact that players could earn a ticket to the primordial battlefield was enough to tempt any guild or player, not to mention the various treasure and top-tier equipment one could earn in the primordial Divine Ruin. After all, combat techniques were extremely rare, and players created most of them. Even if a guild had a combat technique, it wouldn't teach its members the technique lightly. Furthermore, the primordial battlefield offered advanced combat techniques. Even if players failed to grasp an advanced combat technique in its entirety, the knowledge they gained during the attempt to learn it would still help them strengthen their combat standards. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity, it would fall behind the other guilds in its development. Furthermore, thanks to Zero Wing's new addition of 100 refinement realm experts, the various large guilds had learned how valuable top-tier experts were. Chapter 1616, Skyrocketing Levels. Chapter 1616, Skyrocketing Levels. A primordial divine ruin in the Orc Empire? Feng revealed a confused expression when he heard Aqua Rose's words. How is that possible? Feng was very familiar with primordial divine ruins. Unlike ordinary ruins and team dungeons, primordial divine ruins tested players' survivability rather than their basic attributes and combat standards. They were similar to regional dungeons, only far more dangerous, but danger and opportunity stood hand in hand. Primordial Divine Ruins offered far more treasures than elsewhere, and even the loot in super large-scale team dungeons paled in comparison. Combat techniques, in particular, didn't drop in team dungeons. Among the many players that had grasped combat techniques in the past, a large majority had learned their techniques from the primordial battlefield. In fact, 80% of the advanced combat techniques players had learned had originated from the primordial battlefield. Whenever a primordial divine ruin had appeared in God's domain, bloodbaths had followed. Primordial divine ruins were similar to team dungeons, as only a limited number of players could enter the ruins at a time. The number of players allowed to enter the ruins depended on the ruin size, which could range from several thousand to several tens of thousands. On top of that, primordial divine ruins only opened once a day. Thus, to send as many of their members into the ruin as possible, the various large guilds would try to prevent others from going in. The simplest method was to wipe out any non-allied players in the designated area. If players weren't within the designated area when the primordial divine ruin opened, they wouldn't be allowed in. Of course, if the number of players present in the designated area exceeded the limit, nobody would be allowed into the ruin. It would only open once the player population in the area decreased to the ruin's maximum limit, and the profits one could gain from raiding the primordial divine ruin were extraordinary. The various large guilds had done everything in their power to monopolize the primordial divine ruins in the past. Many had waged war against other guilds over the ruins, and one of these wars had even involved several super guilds. The primordial divine ruins had only begun to spawn after the various large guilds had cleared level 50 super large-scale team dungeons in Feng's previous life. He had never expected to find one so soon. Guild leader, based on our current information, Heaven's Burial has turned its focus to this primordial divine ruin. Singular Burial has even led Heaven's Burial's main force and a large number of experts to the ruin personally. By the looks of it, he seems adamant that he will secure the ruin. If we let Heaven's Burials take advantage of this opportunity to learn combat techniques, they'll become a much larger problem for us, Aqua Rose said worriedly. Currently, Zero Wing had an advantage over Heaven's Burial in field combat due to the Conqueror's armor. Although the guild exhausted a lot of its resources each day, Heaven's Burial didn't fare much better. However, if Heaven's Burial obtained a large number of combat techniques and successfully nurtured Refinement Realm Expert, the situation between their guilds would change very quickly. Moreover, one could obtain plenty of level 50 plus top-tier equipment from the primordial divine ruin, with no lack of level 50 fine gold equipment. Usually, these items only dropped in 100-man hell mode team dungeons, yet they were common in the primordial divine ruins. In fact, the ruin would even drop level 50 dark gold equipment. Although many Superpowers members had already reached level 50, most of them wore a combination of level 45 and level 50 equipment. Zero Wing was no exception. If a guild could gear its level 50 members in sets of level 50 top-tier equipment, it could increase its overall combat strength. No. Ignore the primordial divine ruin for now. Instead, start raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons and improve everyone's equipment. Also, have our members challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests if they can, Feng said, shaking his head and rejecting Aqua Rose's suggestion. We're not going to take part in the competition? Aqua Rose frowned, confused about Feng's decision. The primordial divine ruin was a shortcut that allowed players to obtain level 50 top-tier equipment quickly, yet Feng had decided to forego this opportunity, focusing on raiding level 50, 100-man team dungeons for the equipment instead. If they did this, Heaven's Burial's members would definitely have better equipment than theirs. Relax, we're talking about a primordial divine ruin. How could it possibly be that easy to raid? Even if we get inside, we'll have to fight off the other guilds. It's more practical to grind for weapons and equipment in team dungeons. Moreover, securing level 50 equipment is our priority right now. Without proper weapons and equipment, Zipping and the others will be useless to the guild even after they reach level 50, Feng explained, chuckling. Raiding a primordial divine ruin was no less difficult than raiding a super large-scale team dungeon of the same level. These sites focused on adventures for Tier 2 players specifically, and right now, the various large guilds only had a small number of level 50 players. Trying to raid a primordial divine ruin with that level of power was a joke when they reach level 50. Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished. But they're only a little over level 30 right now. Isn't it too early to prepare for this? As far as she knew, Zipping and Zero Wing's other internal members had yet to reach level 40. They'd still need a considerable amount of time before they reached level 50. Meanwhile, even if Heaven's Burial failed to clear the primordial divine ruin, it would still reap an impressive harvest. No. Although they can't compare to our elite members yet, they're all past level 40 now. By the time you finish preparing the necessary level 50 equipment, their levels should be high enough, Feng said. He then sent Aqua Rose the latest information on Zipping and the other trainees level 40. No, this is. They've reached level 42. Aqua Rose's jaw dropped when she saw the latest statistics on Zero Wing's internal members and the White Tiger Dojo's disciples. She simply could not believe it. Guild leader, what did you feed them? How have their levels increased so quickly? She was very aware of Feng's capabilities. No other guild member could compare to his leveling speed. Even so, it'd be an impressive feat if Feng could help Zipping and his companions gain 2 levels in a day, yet, now. She remembered that these players had been far from level 40 the last time she had seen them. In fact, the lowest level players among them had only been level 31 and 32, yet every one of these 600+ players had reached level 40 and beyond after following Feng. It's nothing. I just found a good grinding spot. I doubt that it'll be long before they're level 50. At that time, I'll leave the equipment issue to you, Feng said, smiling. All right, leave it to me. I'll make sure that they all have proper sets of level 50 equipment as soon as they're the right level. Aqua Rose said, nodding enthusiastically after recovering from her stupor. Zipping and the others were bona fide experts. A few of them were even a step away from the refinement realm. They only lacked levels and equipment. Once those issues were dealt with, they'd definitely elevate Zero Wing's strength to a whole new level. Aqua Rose was excited just thinking about it. She immediately disconnected the call and contacted the guild's main force members, having them redirect their focus to raiding level 50 team dungeons. A sense of urgency squirmed within Feng as well due to the primordial divine ruin's appearance. After resting for a while longer, he activated Spatial Gate and teleported everyone back to their previous position outside of the demon mineral field. After resting in tents for several hours, everyone's stamina and concentration had mostly recovered. Feng then summoned a tier 3 demon and began to eliminate the demonic creatures around the town once again. Naturally, as everyone's levels continued to increase, their leveling speed slowed. Including the occasional breaks, the team had only cleared out the demonic creatures around the town after more than a day of fighting. Now, only the Purgatory Serpent remained, still guarding the town's main entrance. As for the team, the lowest level among them was now level 43, while many had reached level 45. Although Feng was not satisfied with the result, the rest of the team was ecstatic. They had finally caught up with the guild's elite members. Now, they could participate in the guild's large-scale operations. However, before they could celebrate, the Purgatory Serpent, which had entrenched itself in front of the town's entrance, opened its eyes. A resplendent glow radiated from its eyes, and mesmerizing divine ruins and curses began to cover the serpent's long body. A moment later, the Purgatory Serpent released a furious roar, and the players suddenly felt suffocated. How can this monster be so powerful? Guild leader, is that monster? As they watched the changes overcome the Purgatory Serpent, they thought of a possibility evolution. Chapter 16-17, Initial Display of Might. Chapter 16-17, Initial Display of Might. The Purgatory Serpent's body was starting to glow as well, its aura growing more intense. Even from over 1,000 yards away, the players from Zero Wing could feel the power of the snake's aura, and they couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, it felt as if the Purgatory Serpent was this realm's overlord. Everyone gulped nervously as they watched the serpent, fear flashing in their eyes. The confidence they had gained while leveling up had drowned in the Purgatory Serpent's terrifying aurates evolving. Feng's eyes twitched as he watched the 1,000-meter-long Purgatory Serpent before him. Monster evolution was common in God's domain, particularly in field maps. In fact, Players oftentimes considered themselves lucky if they ran across a monster during its evolution. Normally, the various large guilds monopolized field bosses, not giving other players the chance to raid them. However, evolved monsters were a different story. Monster evolutions were random, and when a monster evolved and its tier increased, it would become the equivalent of a field boss. Moreover, when players killed a recently evolved monster, it would drop better loot than usual. However, an evolving Grand Lord ranked archaic species was no laughing matter. The Purgatory Serpent's combat standards had already been quite high originally. It was likely one of the strongest bosses in the Boneless land. Even a team of Tier 2 experts of the same level would struggle to defeat it, and they might even team wipe. If the Purgatory Serpent evolved into a Tier 4 mythic monster, it would definitely be the strongest boss in the Boneless land. It would become a taboo monstrosity, something that most players would avoid as an archaic species. If the Purgatory Serpent reached mythic rank, its combat power would even surpass an ordinary mythic monster. One such incident had occurred in Feng's previous life. A level 80 Grand Lord ranked archaic species had suddenly evolved, and with its evolution, its map had become a forbidden land to players. The map had only been liberated from the level 80 boss's tyranny after a super guild had sent a team of 1,000, level 100 experts in to raid it. The team had also included over a dozen Tier 3 experts. The super guild had only killed the Tier 4 mythic ranked archaic species after sacrificing over 70% of the 1,000-man team and nearly half of the team's Tier 3 experts. Although this Purgatory Serpent was only level 70, if it evolved into a Tier 4 mythic monster, it'd likely be impossible to defeat until players reached level 100. Guild leader, should we retreat? Once this monster finishes its evolution, its perception range will definitely increase. We might not be safe here, Zipping suggested while he had witnessed Feng's prowess when working with 5 level 65+ Great Lords. He was no longer a noob. He knew that the most a Great Lord of the same level could do against a Tier 4 mythic monster was by some time. The 5 Great Lords under Feng's control had no hope against the evolved Purgatory Serpent. Retreat? Frustration flashed in Feng's eyes as he glared at the Purgatory Serpent. The demon mineral field waited for him, and it was even a medium mineral field that spawned ancient bronze Oregon. Although the mineral field was not as valuable as a manatite vein, it was worth enough. It would be especially helpful to Zero Wing, which currently lacked mana ore. However, he also had no way to defeat a Tier 4 mythic ranked archaic species. This was nothing like his encounter with a Silvermoon Rat in the Dark Canyon. The Silvermoon Rat had only been a Lord ranked monster with 18 million HP, killing it before its evolution had completed had been entirely possible. However, the Purgatory Serpent was a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species. It had a massive 160 million HP. The Purgatory Serpent was already a challenging foe in its original state. Now that it was evolving, it had become far stronger. Guild leader? Zipping asked again after Feng's long silence. No. We still have a chance. After watching the Purgatory Serpent for some time, Feng noticed that runes on the serpent's body progressed very slowly. Immediately, he commanded, "Everyone, get ready and follow me." Nothing ventured, nothing gained. When he had cleared out the monsters around the town, he had felt that his mission was too easy. The monsters hadn't been nearly as difficult as he had expected. However, now that he thought about it, the Purgatory Serpent's evolution might not involve luck at all. Rather, it may have been organized by the system. This was an opportunity the system presented for the players. How else could he explain why the Purgatory Serpent had suddenly begun to evolve as soon as he cleared out the nearby demonic creatures? The only explanation was that the system wanted players to defeat the Purgatory Serpent while it evolved. If players failed to defeat the Purgatory Serpent and allowed its evolution, players would have no hope of acquiring the demon mineral field until after they reached level 100. What? The guild leader wants us to fight the Purgatory Serpent? As everyone watched Feng dash towards the Purgatory Serpent, they began to wonder if he was a little too mad. They were only level 40+ players, still wearing level 35 equipment. Starting a fight with the Purgatory Serpent would be suicidal, but since their guild leader had issued the command, they had no choice but to grit their teeth as they approached the boss. In seconds, the team was within 1,000 yards from the evolving Grand Lord. The aura they felt radiating off of the Purgatory Serpent was much more intense as the players' movements became somewhat sluggish. Meanwhile, Feng retrieved one miniature ballista after another from his bag. In total, he took out 30 miniature ballistas. He had initially prepared these war weapons to help him take out troublesome, high-rank bosses in the Boneless field, but due to the Bible of Darkness' amazing benefits, he hadn't found an opportunity to use the massive siege weapon split into 5-man groups. 2 groups will take turns manning each of the miniature ballistas. Leave the rest to me. Healers, follow me, Feng instructed. Following which, he approached the Purgatory Serpent alongside his 5 great lords. Every monster evolution in God's domain took a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the higher tiered a monster was, the longer its evolution process would take to complete. In the case of a Grand Lord ranked archaic species like the Purgatory Serpent, it should need roughly 30 minutes to finish evolving. In other words, the system had only given them half an hour to eliminate the Purgatory Serpent. If they failed, they could return and challenge the boss again after reaching level 100. By then, however, the various superpowers would likely have discovered this area. When Feng's group was within 300 yards of the Purgatory Serpent, the evolving Grand Lord opened its amber eyes abruptly and glared at Feng and the others. It roared angrily, radiating a dense killing intent that even made Feng uncomfortable. However, despite its show of aggression, the serpent showed no intention of attacking. Instead, it diligently absorbed mana from its surroundings as it continued to evolve. It seems to be focusing on its evolution. Feng smiled, feeling that their chance of success had risen. Monsters could not move while they evolved. If they moved, their evolution would require more time. The process might even fail. Meanwhile, between dealing with them and continuing with its evolution, the Purgatory Serpent had obviously chosen the latter option. This gave Feng enough time to prepare. In a moment, I want every healer to focus on healing the Tomahawk Demon and pay attention to your positioning, Feng commanded. Following which, he and his 5 great lords charged at the Purgatory Serpent. As the rest of the team watched the swordsman charge towards the boss, they couldn't help but gape. They wouldn't have been overly surprised if Feng had used the great lords under his control as meat shields, but he had actually joined the assault. Moreover, he led the charge himself. He was simply insane. They were dealing with a level 70 Grand Lord ranked archaic species here. Even the strongest MT at this stage of the game would die after 2 or 3 hits. What they didn't know was that Demon Ruler's passive effect only had a 200-yard range. If Feng weren't within range of the Grand Lord, he wouldn't be able to weaken it. However, Feng didn't lead the charge due to Demon Ruler's range. Rather, he did so because he wanted to use Disintegration Field, which only had a pitiful range of 100 yards. The Disintegration Field was also why Feng thought that they had a chance of victory. He hadn't truly witnessed the Disintegration Field's power after recasting the Disintegration armor. He did not know how much the skill could suppress the Purgatory Serpent. Feng stood within 100 yards of his target in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Purgatory Serpent opened its mouth, and mana began to gather within. It then fired a beam at Feng. It's time for you to show me your true power. Feng then took the Disintegration armor from his bag and activated Disintegration Field immediately. A dark gray energy rippled from the Disintegration armor, quickly reaching the Purgatory Serpent. Wherever the energy passed, space loosened, and mana vanished. The ground 100 yards around Feng even began to dry up and crack. Chapter 1618, Disintegration Armor's Power. Chapter 1618, Disintegration Armor's Power. As the Disintegration Field activated, the gathering mana in the Purgatory Serpent's mouth disintegrated. The serpent's basic attributes also began to decrease rapidly. So strong. Feng couldn't help his surprise as he watched the Disintegration Field form. The Demon Ruler's passive effect already weakened demonic creatures by 30%. Although Disintegration Field hadn't significantly weakened the Purgatory Serpent, it had further decreased the Grand Lord's basic attributes to 50% of their original values. As a result, the Purgatory Serpent's HP had fallen from 160 million to 80 million. The effects of Disintegration Field were even more powerful than World Projection, which cost 5,000 magic crystals to activate. However, the Disintegration Field special effect was far more frightening than the basic attribute Decrease. It was easy to silence someone in God's domain, but thinning the environmental mana was incredibly difficult. This was something the old Disintegration Field was not capable of doing. Silencing skills merely stopped a target's flow of mana. While silencing skills were useful against low-tiered players and monsters, most higher-tiered players and monsters could remove the debuff. Although these skills were godly during the game's early stages, they'd become increasingly less effective as one progressed through the game. Conversely, skills capable of decreasing mana density weren't much of an advantage. At most, these skills could weaken a target's skills or spells and their focus. However, such skills would play a larger role later in the game. Feng had even seen skills that could remove a target's mana entirely in the past. By doing so, not only could a player prevent their target from using skills or spells, but the skills would also dull a target's senses. Although the Disintegration Field wasn't powerful enough to remove all of the mana in range, only thinning it, it was still incredibly effective. At the very least, it was stronger than ordinary silencing skills against high-tiered monsters and players. What did the guild leader just do? How did the Purgatory Serpent's mana decrease so drastically? When they realized the Purgatory Serpent's aura and basic attributes had weakened, Feng's team members were shocked. They all knew that the stronger a monster was, the harder it would be to suppress its attributes. Even with an intermediate magic array, players would be fortunate to reduce a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species attributes by 20%, yet Feng had suppressed the Purgatory Serpent to 50% of its basic attributes. Moreover, none of them had seen Feng use any sort of magic array to suppress the boss. This was simply unheard of. Suddenly, the Purgatory Serpent spat massive, emerald fireballs at Feng, each the size of a small hill. They were incredibly fast, nearly impossible to dodge. Guild leader. The Zero-Wing players shouted as they watched the giant fireball surround Feng. Although the Purgatory Serpent's attributes had been significantly reduced, it was still an archaic species. As weakened as it wasn't an enemy low-level players like them could hope to defeat so fast. When Feng saw the incoming fireballs, he instinctively activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Void Shield. He then brandished his swords to block the attacks. Boom. 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 As the fireballs descended, they shook the ground, and scorching flames filled the area. The powerful impacts formed one crater after another around Feng. As the emerald flames scattered, the Purgatory Serpent revealed a human-like sneer. Zero-Wing's members paled at the sight. The power each fireball contained could rival a large-scale destruction spell. Meanwhile, Feng was only a swordsman, not an MT. He could never survive such a bombardment. As the team began to believe that Feng had died, one player pointed at the team status window and shouted, "Huh? Guys, look at the guild leader's HP bar in the team window." "What? The guild leader's HP bar is full. How is that possible?" Everyone soon noticed Feng's HP bar in the team status window. His HP hadn't fallen in the least. As the flames and smoke subsided, they revealed a quiet figure standing among the numerous craters. This figure was none other than Feng. Not even the barrier protecting him showed any signs of damage as expected of an archaic species. Despite the reduction to its basic attributes, it can still execute such a powerful spell. Feng sighed ruefully as he examined the void shield around him. Although it appeared unharmed, the attacks had claimed nearly a quarter of its HP. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his maximum HP by 500%, and Void Shield formed a protective barrier with 10 times his maximum HP. In other words, the Void Shield could absorb over -4 million damage, yet one of the Purgatory Serpent spells had devoured nearly a quarter of that. Had he not activated Void Shield in time, the attacks would have burned him to ash. Even with Heavenly Dragon's power active while the Purgatory Serpent had attacked Feng, the Tomahawk Demon and the other Great Lords under Feng's control had surrounded the Grand Lord and moved outside of the Disintegration Field's range without hesitation. All 5 Great Lords assaulted the Purgatory Serpent with one Tier 3 skill after another. The Purgatory Serpent cried out in agony as the powerful attacks found their mark, and damages of around -700,000 began to appear above the Grand Lord's head. In the blink of an eye, the Purgatory Serpent lost over 3 million HP. What a high defense! Feng frowned when he saw the damages. Normally, Great Lord's Tier 3 skills and spells should deal over 1 million damage to a Grand Lord of the same level, yet these attacks had only dealt around -700,000 damage. There was no doubt that the Purgatory Serpent's defense was extraordinary. When the Purgatory Demon had been attacked, it turned its attention towards the 5 Great Lords around it. With a furious bellow, the serpent rammed its head into the Tomahawk Demon. Due to the Purgatory Serpent's massive size, the Tomahawk Demon didn't have any time to dodge. It had no choice but to defend itself with its battle axe, and upon collision, it was sent flying over several dozen yards away, losing over 300,000 HP in the process. The difference between the monster's strength was obvious at a glance. The Grand Lord's shifting body also struck the other Great Lords, though they didn't receive as much damage as the Tomahawk Demon. For a time, the Purgatory Serpent overwhelmed the 5 Great Lords, and they continuously lost HP. This snake's strength is really something. It can practically rival a mythic monster of the same level. The Purgatory Serpent's strength astonished Feng. Fortunately, not only had the Grand Lord's basic attributes decreased by 50%, but it was also stuck in its position. Otherwise, defeating the 5 Great Lords would be child's play with the Purgatory Serpent's combat power. Once his 5 Great Lords had secured the Purgatory Serpent's aggro, Feng gave the command to the distant Zero Wing members to begin their attacks with the miniature ballistas immediately. The 30 miniature ballistas surrounded the Grand Lord and fired when the exploding arrows, which rivaled Tier 2 spells in power, struck the Purgatory Serpent. The Grand Lord's HP swiftly decreased. Each exploding arrow dealt between -50,000 to -60,000 damage. One volley dealt over -1,500,000 damage. Feng wasn't idle either. After commanding the attack, he charged forward and assailed the Purgatory Serpent. Although he could not deal as much damage as the miniature ballistas, every hit he landed claimed over 10,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. He used every skill in his arsenal to devour as much of the Purgatory Serpent's HP as possible. If they could not defeat the Purgatory Serpent before its evolution completed, they'd likely die here. As time passed, the Purgatory Serpent's HP gradually decreased 90%. 80%. 70%. When the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 20%, it could no longer sit still. It gave up on absorbing mana to complete its evolution and whipped around its colossal tail, sending powerful attacks at Feng and the 5 Great Lords. At the same time, it opened its maw and began to gather a terrifying amount of mana. As it did so, a gigantic, twofold magic array gradually formed before its open jaws. Crap. Everyone, move away from the boss's front. Healers, gather together. When Feng saw this, he rushed towards the healers and activated Absolute Domain. However, Feng's warning had little effect as the Purgatory Serpent gathered mana too quickly. By the time Feng reached the core of the healer group, the Purgatory Serpent had released its death breath, firing a blistering, black beam from its mouth. Any player or miniature ballista in the beam's way was vaporized instantly with a single attack. The Purgatory Serpent had severely injured 3 Great Lords, destroyed 11 miniature ballistas, and killed over 200 players. Everyone was dumbfounded. They never thought that the Purgatory Serpent would be so powerful. Despite abandoning its chance to evolve, it doesn't have much HP left. Attack with everything you've got. Feng commanded, breathing a sigh of relief when he noticed that 2 of the Great Lords could still attack. The team's healers were also unharmed. Although trying to pin down the Purgatory Serpent with 2 Great Lords was pushing his luck, they should be able to survive the Grand Lord's attacks with the help of the healer's healing spells and his life domain, albeit barely. However, the Purgatory Serpent's strength and speed had increased significantly after it abandoned its evolution. If the Tomahawk Demon weren't careful and received a direct hit, it would lose hundreds of thousands of HP instantly, 1 or 2 million if it received a skill or spell attack. Despite Life Domain's healing, the Tomahawk Demon still rapidly lost HP. In contrast, the Purgatory Serpent's HP decreased very slowly: 15%, 10%, 8%, 6%. As the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 4%, the Tomahawk Demon could no longer hold on, and it died, leaving a single uninjured Great Lord and 3 wounded Great Lords to tank the Grand Lord from time to time. The Purgatory Serpent cast its spells, instantly killing the distant Zero Wing members. Now, less than half of the team was standing, and only 10 of the miniature ballistas remained intact. When Heavenly Dragon's power's duration ended, Feng followed up with Power of Darkness. He used every attack method he had to whittle down the Grand Lord's remaining HP, yet, as if the Purgatory Serpent refused to lose any more HP, it took the team a long time to drop it to 1% when the Purgatory Serpent only had 1% of its HP remaining. Feng's team began to lose members even faster. When Feng noticed his DPS drop, he gritted his teeth and activated Blade Liberation. He then swung Killing Ray at the monstrous Purgatory Serpent Purgatory Pentaslash. Feng landed 5 consecutive hits with his Sacred Sword, each stronger than the last. With all 5 attacks, Feng had shoved the Purgatory Serpent's massive frame back by over 10 yards. The ground even trembled under the might of his attacks. Once Feng's chain attack ended, the Purgatory Serpent's HP fell to 0. Like a puppet with cut strings, the Grand Lord collapsed to the ground, shattering the earth beneath it.